This is for you new people. I only have one rule. Everyone fights, no one quits. You don't do your job, I'll shoot you. You get me?
We get you, sir!
Welcome to the Roughnecks.
Rollo. That's Roughnecks!
Really gotta alter that. Yes, I found dog tags. Thank you very much for all of the suggestions. You know, I should have probably used rumor control. Because that's what I'm gonna do today. Just a little bit. Getting back into it. I'm back in the command chair. Deep in the nuclear fallout bunker. Somewhere in Reno, Nevada. Live from the busiest city in the world. I am proud to say, back in Reno one more time. Red One Studios, the Northern Command Center. See if I can get my Pat Campbell voice going today. Yep. All right, hang on. Oh, always gotta switch. Because I know damn well that the stream's going to crash today at some point. So that's
women are the ones that find monogamy boring, not men. If you say to men, you could have same sex, pretty much do the same thing every single time, 3 times a week for the rest of your life with this person. Most men would go, all right, sounds right to me. If you said that to a woman, she would go, you are kidding me. But this is what's happening. Women get bored way quicker than men. And they do so because our orgasm is far more complicated than yours. I mean, intercourse is usually the main event for most couples' sex. Intercourse is like the big bit that everyone aims for, right? And that's great for men because intercourse very successfully stimulates wants to rub in and out of something. The vagina does a great job. Fabulous. For women, the clitoris is outside. That some of it is inside, and because the clitoris isn't that little tip, by the way. It looks like a wishbone. Imagine a wishbone, and the tip of the clitoris is at the top, and then it goes down the size of the legs, right? That's the clitoris. Amazing. 10 centimeters long. So because the clitoris is on the outside of the vagina, intercourse doesn't cut it for most women. Only 20% of women can climax through penetrative sex. 20%. Right? That means 80% of women are not having their orgasms through intercourse.
Misogyny.
Every man on the planet, and you said, hey, listen, I got this red button. Nobody's looking. Nobody's going to judge you. Truly, nobody's here. They said, you can be a great husband, a wonderful father. You can go home, tuck your kids at night, possibly sleep with other women, and then go home and hold your wife and tuck in your babies and provide and be a good husband and father. Every man on the planet would look left, they'd look right, and they'd hit that button.
I only want one girl at a time. I prefer one. However, what he's saying there, nobody's looking and nobody's judging, and it's completely okay to do. Yeah, but I think every woman, if they could, I think they might freaking prefer multiple dudes to service them as well. So I think that's a male and female thing. I don't even know if I like this one. I'm going to get a whole ration of from my wife saying, you want other women? Look, I don't want other women. I'm happy with one. I'm a one-horse cowboy. I prefer one.
All right.
Again, if someone said, hey,
one-horse cowboy,
you want the option? Well, the option's nice. I got to admit, the option's nice.
In my mid-20s, when I was traveling through America as a broke backpacker. Like, I was broke. The moral of the story isn't, yay, well done. The moral of the story is that was a shitty thing to do. Me and my buddy, he was wingman me. Yeah, we picked up these 2 chicks, and the girl I was going after, like she told me she was engaged. Yeah. And she was getting married next week. And I seduced her. And my buddy had like a 1-bedroom apartment, so I f***ed her on a chair in his study, super uncomfortable. She got married like a week later and messaged me. Submission.
All right.
Gone fresh and fit, whatever, all the other things. Right after you finish jerking off on Pornhub, you go to YouTube. You got to clear the mind. You got to get strong again. What do you watch? Whatever. Fresh and fit. Who are they roasting? The porn stars you were jerking off to. So do you get it? It's one big female degradation system.
It is.
And they fuel male power through putting women down, not through interacting with each other. Men are the most powerful thing in the cosmos. You don't need to put down women to feel masculine. And if that's the way that you feel masculine, then we have a problem with masculinity now.
Absolutely.
80% of men online as below average in attractiveness, whereas men rate 50% of women as below average in attractiveness. And so what that means is that the attention of women in an open mating market is focused on a very small percentage of men. And what's happening in colleges and universities where women dominate in terms of proportion of population is that all the women are chasing a very small number of men. So most of the men have no partners at all, and some of the men have more partners than they know what to do with. And so those men pursue short-term mating strategies, which is not so good for the women because they just as soon have an actual relationship. But then you might ask, well, what does it do to the men? And that's easy, is that it trains them to...
What is your major function, nuts?
And that's really bad practice, because if you practice exploiting people for your momentary gratification, then you'll become an expert at that.
Build dating apps that really know the math too much. Yeah, the math's bad. Math's bad. Except for the ones we build. I'm just kidding. Math's bad, period. The math is more about gender roles and stuff like that. That's what the problem is. Men swipe 50% of the time, women swipe 5% of the time. Yeah. It's a false reality for women. It's guys are just like whatever. Yeah, it's a totally two different worlds they're living in, and so the app's made on both sides for the same person, but it doesn't work.
Do men obviously spend much less time on a profile than a woman?
Oh yeah. We look at picture.
Yeah.
We choose differently. We go, she looks good, I think I can stand her. She goes, he's amazing, I really enjoy him. He looks all right. So totally two different worlds. Only 10% of men are attractive on pictures to a woman at all. Period. At all. Like 6 feet tall, you got to be 6 feet tall. That's 15% of all people. Yeah. So like the numbers are just massively messed up. Yeah. Like you get the data and I just go crazy on it. I'm like, yeah, like this does not work, people.
Was loving a black woman for the rest of my life. It was the first thing I ever wanted, before money, before fame, before influence, etc. And it's looking like it's the last thing I'm gonna get. And for me, that's sad, but in the middle of my sadness, I gotta realize that, man, I was 100% sold on love, and it was the only thing I ever cared about. And for me, that was a mistake. And as I'm getting older, I'm realizing that I spent so much time looking for love that I cheated myself out of years loving myself. And what also it did is I didn't need help anymore. And now I need company, which is the most beautiful thing I could ever think I could give to a woman. I thought it was a kid at first. I thought it was me. The only thing I need for this woman to do is to show up and be herself. And I think if more people, if I reduce myself to just needing company, I feel like that's the best advice I could give somebody that's looking for love. When you start trying to add things up and, oh, I need love to save me from this or to heal me from that, do the best you can on yourself. Realize that it's okay. A lot of the things that have happened to us were absolutely not our fault. Some people need to go see the accountability police, but for most of us, we were just blindsided by a tornado called another human who's also not perfect. And if they didn't say sorry, I'm sorry, right? But we're gonna heal that. We're going to love each other. We're going to love ourselves. And we're not lonely. We marinating.
Two things a man needs most, and we women so often don't get it because we have such different needs. On top of our list is love. We want buckets of love. We want to feel safe and held all the time. But surprise, surprise, men don't have love as a priority on their list. You know what every man wants? He wants to be left alone, but he doesn't want to be alone. And that means that he wants to feel at any moment in time that he's a free man. That's why so many men find it a very hard decision to get married.
He chose poorly.
Because for a man, marriage equals losing your freedom. But here's what we women also don't get. Freedom for a man is more a psychological thing than it's a reality. He needs to feel that the things he does for you
keeping up with this
are his decision. That he's in charge and not you because you nagged
even though you really are
about it. If you can create a situation in which you make him feel free, in which you accept him doing things for himself, going out with his friends, etc., he will be forever yours. And the second thing every man needs most is to feel that he's been respected. That's why most men cannot deal with being cheated on, because it shows complete disrespect. To respect him means that you are loyal to him, that you show him that you trust him, that you have the ability to let him lead the relationship instead of trying to mold him into a man he does not want to be.
Let's see if Nuno can bring it home for us.
Absolutely not. Do not do this for the money. Don't do it for the money. I promise you, you will not make a dime if you do this for the money. Money will come, you know, or I don't even, fame is kind of an embarrassing thing to say, but your success will come if you just let it go. Let it go. Don't do it. Don't do it for the fame. Don't do it for the money. Don't do it because your friends think it's cool. You got to sacrifice. You know, it's not the sacrifice necessarily sleeping in a rehearsal space, but you got to sacrifice your emotional sort of everything that you have in you has to go towards it, or nobody's going to believe it. And that's really the essence of all of it. Is like an audience wants to go with you. You take your audience with you when you perform, when you play. It's not about, you're not performing for them. You're not like impressing them. You're actually saying, do you want to come with me? And then they'll keep coming back to go on that journey with you. That's what it's all about.
And that, my children, is the positivity message that from Nuno Betancourt, one of my favorite players. Oh, man, my glasses look like I played for the Knicks or something. I have these new near vision ones. I think I'm actually gonna have to swap them out now. I got new glasses, but they're computer glasses. But I think I prefer these right now for this. I'm so close to the monitor. You guys don't realize, like, when I'm here, like, I'm like literally like not even like 3 feet from my monitor. That's why I always try to do the dark mode for StreamYard, which still doesn't have a dark mode since what did they come out, like 2018? Yes, that was Nuno Betancourt. Did you like that? I figured, you know what, I like that, so what the hell. I thought that was interesting. The reason I sort of I left you guys with that one, because I think that there's a lot to. It's funny. He's like, oh, he's a dumb rock star. No, not at all, man. Nuno Betancourt's very intelligent individual. But I thought it was interesting because people ask me all the time, like, Rollo, why do you play in a band still? Like, you don't make any money off of it. I'm like, yeah. You don't get you're married. You're not getting laid off of it, which was actually my original motivation. If I'm 100% honest. And I go, yeah. I'm just like, but I want to make music. And that's just what I do. I'm a professional musician, although I'm a non a non-money making, a non-revenue generating musician. But I think it's interesting that was what Nuno's take was on the end of that is like, and that you can apply that to pretty much anything. And I thought it was interesting because it's more or less, I hate to say it's like non-attachment, but it's like, you know, you're not doing your art, whatever that may be, or you're not doing the things that you're passionate about. You're not doing your, like, you know, how was it Rich Cooper always says, you know, chase excellence, my friend, whatever your excellence happens to be. It has to be intrinsically rewarding. And I've talked about like how happiness does not exist, like at least not in the way that we're sold happiness is. I mean, happiness does exist, obviously, but it's not pussy at the end of the rainbow. It's not a destination, right? It's part of the process. And I thought that was interesting because in a sense, is that if you can adopt that and say, you know what, I enjoy doing what I'm doing. I actually got this from Greyhound racing, you know, from all of my Greyhound rescue, you know, groups. There's an old saying that says, you know, winners don't know that they're in a race. They just love to run. And that was, you know, referring to dogs, like the fastest, most championish dogs were the ones that just like, they love to run. That's all they want to do. And I think it might be interesting to like ask yourself, and I know this sounds a little bit weird for the very beginning of my show here, but I think it might be interesting for the rest of this show to ask yourself, like, what is it that actually makes you, well, what is intrinsically rewarding? I hate to say how it makes you happy, you know, like sex and money and drugs, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. But like, what is intrinsically rewarding? Because I keep looking at all these these shows and these like Alex Hormozy or Huberman or whoever else, anybody who's like one of these guys who says, watch out for dopamine. Dopamine's the devil. I'm like, no, it's not. I mean, it is what it is. It is if you don't have some sort of self-control. We have to actually exercise control over that. And I will tell you that dopamine's not the devil. It's just how it's achieved, I guess. Right. Like, so it's serotonin and was it serotonin? Yeah. Serotonin and dopamine. It's like, okay, well, great. Now we've reduced it down to a chemical process. Awesome. But the thing is like, I'm sick to death of hearing people tell me like, oh, if you're married, you're going to be happy. Like married men are happier than non-married men. It's like bullshit. No, they're not. They're happy in the doing, in the things that they're doing. Oh, you'll be happy if you have kids. Like, yeah, when you're in the process of being a parent, sure. Maybe there's some as a parent for 25 plus years now, I can tell you there's been some pretty shitty parts of being a parent, but there's actually some very intrinsically rewarding parts of doing the parenting. Being a parent doesn't make you happy. Parenting can make you happy because it's part of the process. Happiness is a proximate outcome, not an ultimate outcome. And I think the major problem that we have right now is we have sold generation after generation on the idea that we can have this permanent static state of bliss. And particularly in a gynocentric social order where women are emotion based, gynocentrism is essentially based on emotionalism. And that emotionalism is an extension of really how the female experience, right? So if I can sell you on the idea of some sort of permanent happiness, some kind of like end goal for happiness, then I can increase, I don't know, SSRIs and antidepressants. And, we can look at the spike in women taking antidepressants. I think it's funny because I keep seeing all these people who are coming at the red pill right now, and they're only taking little snippets of it. They're only taking like what they heard on Myron first. That's why I put that one video in there. I'll come back to that. This is Jamie Lynn, by the way. I'm thinking about going on her show. She's out of Vegas. And she does do her show. I think she still does her show. It's the Pink Pill podcast. I'm like, bring it. Let's go. I know Jamie was actually one of the first guests we ever had on Access Vegas. I think she was on the very first show, the pilot episode of Access Vegas. And she's not come back on. I really want to get her on, and maybe Jamie Villamore too. I'd really like to get some of the older gals back on. But Jamie Lynn is an interesting character because I think she sort of has seen the writing on the wall, the zeitgeist, I guess. It's profitable now to throw shit at the red pill. Right? But I was talking to Mike about this, and if you guys caught the last Access Vegas that we did on Thursday, which I thought was very, very good. We had no guests. It was just me and Mike and the girls. And sometimes that's good. Sometimes I like that. Especially if we have really good substantive conversation. And it was interesting to me because that was the first Access Vegas we did after that whirlwind tour of going on Fresh and Fit, God knows how many times. Went on the Danza Project, which was awesome. I hate to say, because I love Fresh and Fit, but I got to say, man, Miguel at Danza Project has a tight show. And it was very memorable. We got a lot of good talk out of that. And I think the reason why that was sort of the highlight to me anyways, is because we had really good substantive discussion and conversation. And I think that is sorely lacking in the red pill space or the manosphere, or whatever we want to call it. Like people say, Rollo, are you going to leave the manosphere? No, dude. I'm Rollo Tomasi. Oh, I'm red pill adjacent. How believable would that be? I'm red pill adjacent. No, you're not. Come on. So there's no way I could possibly walk away. And I think it's funny when people try to do it too. But would you really have respect for me if I did that? Yeah, you would respect me again. I thought it was fun. Let me just finish this first thought here really quickly though. But I was coming back to the substantive conversation that we were having on Danza, and then we went on Saucecast. That was good. It was fun. But those are more like, they're kind of like entertainment shows. And Myron and Fresh, I mean, the After Hour show is most definitely an entertaining show. Don't get me wrong. But the After Hours, I think it could be more substantial. I think it could be more substantive. If the direction was more like focused that way. But I understand, like, see, what the problem is like, it's what's, I hate to call it lifestyle creep, but it's almost like show creep or like content creep. Maybe that's it. In that you have to keep escalating the red meat because that's the only way, like, you either appear or disappear in this. That's one of the reasons I like doing my own show, and I'm like in charge of it. I'm the one man show. Nobody tells me jack shit to do. I just do whatever, right? Everything on this show, this guy. But I like to have substantive pod classes with you guys, and I really enjoy that. That's intrinsically rewarding. I am made happier and better a person. You're making me a better person. Right now, we're making each other better people. So, yeah. But I'm kind of wishing for a more like a better conversation, I think. But the problem is the way we do things now in the sphere. I mean, the sphere is being burned down. And I think that's probably pretty apparent to anybody who's been a part of this community, this space for a long time. And it's just what I was expecting too, by the way. I knew that, like I said, I made the prediction last year that by August you wouldn't recognize the Manosphere. Well, here we are. Now, what does the Manosphere look like now that we can't recognize it from what it looked like in like 2022? So no, don't worry. I got your super chats. I'm gonna read. If they're really spicy, I might go lower than 10, but like I'm gonna go. Let's see, 10 and up today. How's that? Just so I'm not doing a 6-hour podcast like some of these other great shows are doing. So I was at Access Vegas on Thursday. We went to. Should I tell you? We went to. I'm not gonna tell you where it was, but like F1 was in Vegas. Actually this whole week, which kind of sucks. I really wanted to see some of it, and it didn't like go off, like for all the traffic, control and the road work and everything else they did for it. I was like, damn, man, it's kind of anticlimactic. And because it was raining, they had like delays and they had problems and everything. I guess they just weren't ready to rock and roll when they should have been. But I think it has promise. But anyways, it ended up gumming up the whole system as far as like I was concerned, like getting down to Red One Studios, next to impossible. But in that, we got to, I think we had a better show as a result of that. But anyways, after the show, we went to go see Joel he's the guy that runs the Black Tape Project. And if you don't know what Black Tape Project is, don't do this at work, children. Please don't do this at work. It's
hello there, children. How's
not
it going?
safe for work, but you can go look up the Black Tape Project. And so we hung out, and it was, I'm not going to tell you where it was. You could probably guess where it was, but I met Joel, really, really interesting guy. And it was an interesting time, kind of like almost like surreal for me to be, doing all this stuff. I really, for the last year, it's been kind of surreal to do all this. But I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, we have something really special, I think, in Las Vegas right now because of the show. And it was funny to me is like, I can go to Black Tape Project. I can go to Wet Republic as a bikini contest. I can go to like a strip. Like we went to a strip club for, what was it? Crazy Horse. No, I forget what it called. Anyways, it was when we were shooting for the Paramount series. Like I was just me and actually Trey Little were extras in the Paramount series on strippers right now. But just going into those places and being recognized as Rollo Tomasi, and then like right there, people ask me, "Hey, I got a question for you." I'm like, do you know where we are right now? And it's really surreal to like be able to like just walk through an airport and have people want to have substantive conversations with. And now usually it's like, help me solve my girl problem, Rollo. But that's more constructive, I think, than a lot of the shit that I see going on right now, because I don't think anybody is doing very much constructively. And I hate to say it, maybe that's even the wrong word for it. But like, you talk about red meat, like sizzle and steak. Nobody's really doing the steak right now. Everybody's doing sizzle. And so when me and Mike are doing Access Vegas and we're quoting things, or we're discussing studies and everything like that, I'm really noticing a need for us to actually do a show, just us together. Like no girls, just us having conversations, and maybe us having, conversations with other individuals, kind of like, what we did with Richard Reeves, and something that's a little bit more down to earth. And so we're trying to look at maybe doing something with personalities who have like a problem with the red pill. And one of the things that we really come down to when we're looking at the people who are critics of the red pill right now, because it's like profitable to do that, most of them rely on straw man arguments because they don't know the red pill. They don't know the just sort of how the equation works out. I think I've explained this on this show several times, so I won't like belabor this too much. But when I talk about how the red pill is kind of like a math equation, it's kind of like doing calculus or trigonometry or algebra too, like higher algebra. And it's not enough for you to just come up with the correct answer at the end of the problem. You have to show your work, right? Anybody who's taken a math class or any higher math understands what I'm talking about. So if you're in calculus or something like that, it's not enough to say, hey, look, I got the right answer. It's like, yeah, but how'd you get from point A to point B? So you have to show your work and how you got there. That's really kind of what the red pill is right now. But the problem is that the critics only see the answer at the end of the equation. They don't see how the work was done. They don't see cosines and coefficients and and integers and they don't see all that stuff, right? They don't see how the sausage is made. They don't see what the inner workings of that math equation. They only see that one answer, and they're only taking that one answer in isolation from other things too. So that was really the impetus, I should say, the inspiration for the next book that I'm working on right now, which is called Maxims. And I'm going to discuss a couple of those maxims. I'm probably 3 or 4 of them today. I'm considering doing a series of them and then collecting them and putting them into a book. But I'm going to do a series of them, maybe on Substack. And it will be red pill maxims. Like, why do these guys think this? Why do they say that? Why does Rollo say, if a woman makes you wait for sex, then the sex is never worth the wait? Oh, he must want us to fuck random hoes. No, that's not what that was about. But I can't explain that to you in a 45-second TikTok video and have you like wrap your heads around it. I'm going to try to make the book as like digestible as possible for people who are unfamiliar with like why we say what we say. So like Mike and I are looking at maybe having like Mac and Murphy on, Macklemore. I was a little reluctant to do this because really the guy's just looking for clout at this point, as far as I can tell, because I've seen I just recently watched Mike turned me on to the interview or the discussion, the debate. It was like a 2-3 hour debate. It was more than that, between Homath and Macklemore, Mac and Murphy. I'm gonna pop some tags. And I thought it was funny. But here's the thing: is like I noticed in watching their sort of back and forth, it's like the blind leading the blind, or I shouldn't say it's the blind arguing against the other blind guy. And that's not to take anything away from Homath. I think his stuff is very funny, very digestible. I love what he's doing. I think it's entertaining. We use like 3 different videos of his on The Last Access Vegas, which people really enjoy. People like that, and I'm happy to give him the clout. Right, I'm happy to give him the juice for that kind of stuff. But I still have to like make sure that I clarify certain things, because when I watch stuff like when you oversimplify the red pill, then people will take that one little bit of it and they'll say, this is what those dudes are all about. This is the ideology. This is the philosophy. This is the religion. This is the cult. This is the movement, right? It's like, no, dumbass. But that one little bit that they pull out, here's why I'm against the red pill. They say that all these 304s are bitches and hoes, right? Like that fat kid on Fresh and Fit, he always does
tell these bitches to go to hell.
How can you get behind that? I can't. Right? It's like, how do you educate somebody like that? Well, they're not. You can only teach people who are willing to learn. So if you're not willing to learn, I mean, maybe that's not someone that we really want to talk to. But if all you ever hear is, if all you ever hear is this.
Every time a man's being nice to you, all he's doing is offering dick.
And you think that is the beginning and the end of the red pill? I've got a book. I've got 5 books to sell you. It will get you up. That will get you up to speed. But I don't think people who are really critics of the red pill at this point, or what red pill principles, like I think most people will like that one guy. We're gonna dig into Sidney Watson's thing today. I also have Dr. Orion Taraban on tap for us later on in the show today that I think we might get into. But I wanted to talk about what the red pill gets wrong with the red pill, right? And so you'll notice, like, if you look in the title here today, I put the red pill in scare quotes, right? And the reason I did that is because I think that too many people don't even know what it is. And what they think it is based on sort of straw man assumptions that they've heard from like 2 or 3 different people. It's almost like the telephone game again. Like, right, hey, one kid tells the secret until it gets down to the 10th kid, and it's like something that's completely different. And I don't think that the people who are claiming to sort of appropriating the term red pill even know where its origins came from, other than like the Matrix movies, right? It's truth. That just means truth. No, it doesn't, dumbass. It's because the MRAs figured it out back in the day. It's because the MGTOWs said it. No, they didn't. I can show you. I actually did this. I screen capped I looked for the very first instance of me using the term red pill on the SoSuave forums from back in 2004. And the first time I ever used red pill in a post was December 27th or 29th of 2004. But I mean, I don't mean shit, right? I mean, the movies came out before that, right? But like in the terminology or in the reference that we use as far as intersexual dynamics is concerned, we didn't even call it red pill back then. We just called it unplugging from the Matrix. It was just convenient, and everybody knew what you were talking about because we needed terms. We needed easy, quick, abstracts, so that people could reference that. And it seemed like the easiest thing in the world. And I'll tell you what's funny is I remember when we first started talking about it, and then it increased in popularity. And then right around 2012, 2014, somewhere in there, it took off for a little bit. And all of the feminists and all of the they were millennials back then, like all the millennial feminists at the time. That's where Manosphere came from, by the way. We didn't come up with it. It was like a feminist, like it was a derogatory term. And we just took it and owned it, more or less. But the red pill was something that increased in popularity right up until about 2015. And everybody sort of presumed to know what it was. Like, it was about intersexual dynamics. It was unplugging. Like, you used to think about women and intersexual dynamics and how to go from single and sexless to actually getting laid or getting a girlfriend or whatever your priorities happen to be. And it was primarily, and I can prove that to you, that it started in the seduction communities, so of the early 2000s, and then it went from there. But of course, every time there's an election cycle going, like 2015, 2016 for Trump, and then of course 2019, 2020, every single time there is at least this is in the US. You guys who live outside of the US, you can chime in on this, but every time there's a US election, that's when conservative interests want to appropriate the term red pill to use it for whatever their pet ideology happens to be. And in this case, you would be right. The red pill movement is whatever those guys are doing who appropriated the term red pill. The red pill, that's not the origins of it. That's not where it came from. And it's based, you got to remember that, at least in my humble opinion, the red pill is the hypothesis. It's the theory. It's the bookwork, right? It's the equation, right? It's show me your work. And then game is the practice. Game is actually going out there and doing experimentation and coming back. It's like field testing things and coming back. Okay, this worked. We're going to test the hypothesis, right? We're going to go out in the field, test the hypothesis. If we're going to gather the data and this works and this doesn't work, so we're going to go and readjust the hypothesis, and then we're going to take the new one and we're going to go out and field test it again. And we've been doing that really since the early 2000s. So a lot of the stuff that whenever you see MRAs or black pill doomers, even white pill, tradcons, whatever, hippie dippy, positivity, pep rally shit you believe in, MRAs, black pill doomers, incels, that's the new hotness right now. I'm going to talk about that today too. All of those are practices Red pill is the theory. Red pill is the praxeology. But everything that I just mentioned, all the pill, all that stuff, MRAs, PUAs, even all of that is practice, best practices. We have this, working, hopefully a predictive framework that is something that we can reliably make predictions on. And sometimes it's right and sometimes it's wrong. It's more right than it is wrong. So therefore it's a predictive framework, right? We can take that out in the field, come back and say, okay, it worked. It didn't work. Well, here's the thing is like now there's this want to force fit, especially intersectional dynamics, but force fit the red pill into ideology. And by turning it into a belief set, by turning it into a movement, by turning it into a philosophy or preaching, teaching, Rollo teaches this. I don't teach jack shit. You guys can take this as actionable information and use it as you wish, but I'm not telling you to do anything. I love it when people tell me Rollo is, he says one thing and then he lives another life. Yeah, because I can make a separation between those two that you don't seem to be able to do. It's not hypocrisy. I'm just giving you information. How you choose to use it is up to you, because I'm happy to go talk about evolutionary psychology and anthropology and sociology and evolutionary biology. I'm happy to go into all the ologies. I'm happy to go into all the isms. I'm happy to go and do all of that. And you know what? I'll end up at Peppermint Hippo for the Black Tape Project at the same night. Yes, I will. Not sorry, not sorry. Really not sorry. Because that's where the conversations are taking place. And people say, well, the red pill doesn't do any good for anybody. It's separating men and women. It's feminism. No, it's not. And I'll tell you right now, if you hear a tradcons saying it's just the different side of the same coin. Oh, no, it's not, because one side of that coin is enforced by the state and has been enforced since really, I don't know, certainly the late 60s, early 70s. Go look up, the Duluth model of feminism and see if there's any parallel to Duluth model of feminism in the Manosphere. Until you can prove that to me, you got jack shit to say. You got no leg to stand on, my friend. So, well, it's just ideologically that way. Well, the only reason you want to turn it into an ideology is because that's the only way you know how to refute it. But the problem is now it's we're dealing with so much data that if I go and I can give you literally I can give you 10 different data sets or research. I can go through the works of Dr. David Buss, Marty Hazelton, all the luminaries of Godsod, Steve Stewart Williams. I hate to say Rob Henderson's really just an aggregator, but he's not taking anything away from Rob. But I can go and reference all those and show you all this stuff, and all it takes is one research, one thing. I said, well, this wasn't replicated. Yeah, but 25 years of research was replicated. And now you're saying that all this shit isn't replicated? Okay, well, okay, maybe you have a point, but I've got 10 other things that back up what I'm saying. You've got one. Who's more believable? The one that refutes whatever their ideological ego-invested convictions are propped up on. Right? So if you've got one thing that what is it? I hope this is a military term, right? Was it one O shit cancels out 10 attaboys? That's how it works, especially for me and for guys who are trying to say, hey, look, these are some unflattering truths about female nature. Here's one article. Here's my bullshit Twitter poll that shows you're wrong, mister, because it's more profitable to say I'm wrong right now. Trust me, it's going to come back around. Probably end of 2024. I got to wait out another year before actually people start taking the red pill seriously again. I mean, as they used to anyways. I think probably by 2025, maybe spring of 2025. I'm throwing out numbers here. Probably by, spring of 2025, then people will start coming back to the red pill. They go, hey, maybe those guys weren't as insane as we thought they were 2 years ago, 18 months ago. I think I want to be, hey, that seems very profitable. Hey, Rollo, help me start my show in Miami or Fort Lauderdale again. Go fuck yourself. Yeah. So, anyways, I will read your super chats if they are $10 and up. That's not me being mercenary. It's just pragmatism at this point. Hopefully, I'll be able to display them. Hopefully, I've updated my system. I think it might, like the slowdowns and the choking, and I'm fairly certain it's probably on my side because you guys see all this stuff on your side just fine. I look at this and I go, what the hell? So if the stream drops, just stick around. I hate to even give that caveat. Mark B. I took the RO while RO. I think he meant red pill. While unemployed, it made me realize that women recruiters are interviewing the same way they date. It's an economy, really. That's why. Your 5th book helped me to get that 6-figure job. Oh wow, dude! Congrats. You know what? God damn it! You get one of these. 6-figure job that seemed out of reach before. Best book ever. Wow, God, glowing endorsement. Why? Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you as well, my friend. Yes, go get. Hold on. What's he talking about? The 5th book? That would be the Player's Handbook, which is the 5th and final installment of the Rational Male series of books. There you can see with the girl on the cover. People have been asking me for merch for the Rational Male, right? And I'm like, oh, maybe I'll put a red pill on it. But like, everybody's doing that. That's bonehead obvious, right? I'm like, what am I going to put on? Like, I'm really good with merch when it comes to my band. Like, if you ever go to our band site, like trialofascension.com, if you ever go to the merchandise section of Trial of Ascension, like I do all of that. I did all the logos. I do all the cover art. I do all of that. I'm a creative motherfucker. But I'm like, and by the way, there's also merch for Access Vegas right now, courtesy of me. But I'm thinking, what should I do for myself? Like, I never thought about like pairing up like a t-shirt or a hoodie or whatever the hell, bless God. I've never thought about doing that until people kept saying, yeah, I really want merch. We really want a t-shirt. We want a beanie that says Rational Male. Like, okay, I can do that. But is it something that I would wear? I want something as cool enough that I would cut the sleeves off of it and I would wear it. Right? It's got to be cool enough to be like Rock and Roll Over by Kiss. But I thought about it. I think I might actually use the girl and then maybe the 8-ball in some fashion, and maybe just put TRM. So people who are, if you know, I think I might do something like that. Mark, thank you very much for that. I love those kinds of. I love that feedback. Brandon Allen, what does the red pill say about someone struggling to find meaning outside of women? Okay, here's the meaning. Do you want me to wax philosophical as Rollo Tomasi, or would you like me to give you the red pill version of this? How do you remove your focus from women to your mission and purpose? Well, that's why I put Nuno Betancourt on there. Would you like me to play it again? I'll show you exactly how. Right? Want me to show you? I love this one. I'll put it back up again. Play Nuno all day long. Here, this is how.
Absolutely not. Do not do this for the money. Don't do it for the money. I promise you, you will not make a dime if you do this for the money. Money will come, or I don't even, fame is kind of an embarrassing thing to say, but your success will come if you just let it go. Let it go. Don't do it. Don't do it for the fame. Don't do it for the money. Don't do it because your friends think it's cool. You got to sacrifice. It's not the sacrifice necessarily sleeping in a rehearsal space, but you got to sacrifice your emotional sort of everything that you have in you has to go towards it, or nobody's going to believe it.
Did you get that?
That's really the essence of all of it. Is like
everything that's in you, all your emotional essence, all that shit has to go into it. Whatever is intrinsically rewarding to you. What are your talents? Where are your gifts? Where do you think you should focus that energy? Really, I can't, like, I love it when people tell me, well, how do I find meaning? Well, I don't even fucking know who you are, man. How am I supposed to tell you, let's find something meaningful? Nuno knows.
An audience wants to go with you. You take your audience with you when you perform, when you play. It's not about, you're not performing for them. You're not like impressing them. You're actually saying, do you want to come with me? And then they'll keep coming back.
See, I should also point out that is the essence of good game. Right. What do I say about like, God, man, I can't believe how like deep that really is. When I always say like you want a woman to have genuine burning desire for you. You want to own her soul. No, Fred. Well, I mean, you do, but that's the, at least the basis. That's the germ of that idea right there is I'm not. I by the way, when I was writing my blog way back when I was writing the Rational Male in 2011. Hell, even when I was doing posts on So Suave back in the aughts, I always like people kept asking me like, Rollo, why do you use such big words? Why do you use $10 words? Like it's hard to like your book is very cerebral, right? That's not like I'm not saying you're dumb. By the way, you're gonna see like Lana come at me saying you're saying I'm dumb because you said cerebral. That's me using a $10 word. Sorry. But they're thick. They're hard to sometimes like when I've seen guys with my book, even to this day, if I'm signing their book, I look at their book and I look how like it's all dog-eared. Like it kind of looks like this, right? It's all dog-eared and it has like wry scribbles in the margins, or things are underlined, or they're highlighted in like 3 different colors of highlighter pen. That's how I know that right there is more flattering to me than anything else. To say that this guy is so like it's so intrinsically rewarding for him to read this book and to like sort of pour over this thing as to go back and highlight things or read it twice or to underline things that are meaningful to him. Because every part of my book is not going to be like meaningful to everybody. Like there's certain aspects of it that are going to speak to people who are at a certain point in their life or whatever, or they're experiencing a certain problem, or they're like, they had something explained to them. Like it was an aha moment. That's a part that they underline, or they'll put it in blue instead of yellow or some shit. But the long and the short of it is that you have to find something that is, you want to find meaning, maps of meaning. I hate that fucking term. I hate the term meaning, period. Simply because it's abused. It sounds like it sounds like The Secret, right? It sounds like the law of attraction or some shit. Like if you just figure it out, then you'll find meaning. You're not gonna. You know what your meaning is? Your meaning will be found in the doing. I don't think this generation of Lost Boys, and by the way, this is the second generation of Lost Boys. I don't think this generation of guys who are just sort of like washouts and don't know what to do with themselves, like they're like rudderless in life. I don't think that they're necessarily like lack motivation. I think they lack purpose. So where do they want to go? What's incentivizing them? The things that used to incentivize them. I'm Gen X, by the way. I'm not fucking boomer. Okay. Okay, boomer. That's what a boomer would say. I'm Gen X. What motivated us, and I think I can speak for Aaron Clary and everybody else from my generation. What incentivized us and what motivated us is not what's going to motivate the millennials. It's not what motivates or incentivizes the Zoomers. It's simply not going to do that because the times are different, right? The conditions are different. You guys live behind a fucking hell. I live behind a screen now too. We're the last of our kind, by the way. Millennials and Zoomers are the first generations that have really sort of been raised on social media and, computer graphic. You're going to AI. God, yeah, I'll tell you, whatever generation that comes after the Zoomers, you guys are going to be the ones that are raised on AI. You want to be able to tell what the fuck is real. Good. Vaya con Dios, man. I'll be gone. I hope I'll be long gone. Maybe you'll still be reading my book, but it'd probably be like reproduced by some AI chatbot. But, the idea's out there. The idea's out there. But as far as struggling to find meaning outside of women, I'm not sure that the red pill is necessarily, because you got to remember the red pill is a praxeology. It's not here. It's not philosophy. It's not here to teach you what is meaningful, because what's meaningful is really sort of your personal interpretation. That's why I don't do fucking prescriptions. Do I need to say it again? Right. And it's not because I don't have any great suggestions or ideas. I would very much love to start a cult. I would love to be a guru. I would very much love you. You good guys can kiss the ring. I would love that, man. But this goes against every fiber of my being, right? I would much rather give you the tools so that you can build the life that you find meaningful, hopefully later on. But I think meaning is one of those container words that is really some way comparable to happiness, happy. Zoolander. I think it's one of those things where it's like you just put into it whatever you want. Like people love to say, Rollo and those guys, they're spinning plates, man. It's just about meaningless sex. Even Peterson in his sophomoric wisdom thinks that that's all it's really about. It's just, red pills just to get your dick wet. No, it's not. There's a lot more to it than that. It's understanding intersexual dynamics. Actually, at the core of the real core of the red pill is living a better life. I mean, like you used to have faulty, bad information, and now you have at least somewhat good information that is a predictive framework. And you know what? You can pretty much take all of the things and the hopes and the dreams and the goals and everything that you had that was based on that false presumption, that bad, inaccurate information. And now the good news, this is the bitter taste of the red pill, right? The good news is that now you have accurate or more accurate information. I'm not saying it's complete, but you have more accurate information in the red pill than you ever will in the blue pill. Right? The red pill and the Manosphere have done more for really humanity than in just the past, like not even 15 years. Well, I've been in for 20 years, but really the last 15 or so years has done more for humankind, men and women, than feminism has ever done since 1849, Seneca Falls, has done more to improve human understanding than feminism has ever done and ever will do. So, and I should also point out this is that the red pill, or even pickup artists for that matter, PUA and the red pill have done more to advance the understanding of sociology, psychology, evolutionary psychology, and, all the associated fields that go along with it than any of those individual fields alone have done. Because PUAs they didn't have a code of ethics. They didn't have to worry about well, is this ethical for us to go and do this field experiment out in the club somewhere and see if this chick will react to what I'm about? And let's go run the square, right? Did you see that fight outside? Like those running lines and basically running like mystery method game. And that's it seems schmaltzy. I mean, it's like we're talking about almost 20 years ago. And it is schmaltzy by today's standards. But they were out there and they were doing what no one else was doing. So if you're an MRA, you're a black pill doomer, you're a I don't know, MGTOW, whatever, you owe a debt of gratitude to the Venusian Arts guys, to Mystery Method, to RSD, to So Suave, to all the guys that came before you. You owe a debt of gratitude, whether you realize you do or you don't. You didn't come up with it. You stood on the shoulders of giants, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But you want to say, well, those dating roaches. Yeah, those dating roaches, the reason why you even have the terminology that you have right now that you take for granted, all of that came from 2004. People hate it. Guys hate it when I say that. What do you mean? I can prove it. Would you like to go back to 2004? Because the archives of those forums are still there. and still readily available. You don't even have to go to Wayback Machine. You can just go find them right now. Let's go. But as far as finding meaning, this is actually a pretty deep question. I'm glad you asked this. The reason I put Nuno Betancourt, if you don't know who Nuno Betancourt is, he is the guitar player for the band Extreme. Probably one of the premier virtuosos, let's just say, certainly of the 80s. He's a shredder for sure, but he's more than just that. He is a practiced Latin guitarist. He's just very, very good, a very professional musician. Well-rounded in all respects, right? And a really good guy. So, but when I was watching that one clip where he's saying, it's you just have to set aside everything and do what you like winners don't know they're in a race. They just love to run. Okay. So if that's the case for runners, what is it that you like to do that you would do whether you got paid for it or not? What do you like to do that is intrinsically rewarding to you? People say, oh, I like to fuck. Okay. Well, maybe that's what you want to do. Will that give you meaning? Maybe sometimes women create that source of meaning for you too. That's not impossible, right? Learning about intersexual dynamics. What about guys who are sexologists, or women, mostly women who are sexologists? Well, that's what they like. That's what they're into. That's their groove. Make money at it. What about being an artist? You like to paint, you like to draw, you like to sculpt? I do. Like I said, I'm a jack of all trades and master of some. Do you like to play music? Do you like to be an entrepreneur? Do you want to start a business? Are you good with people? What are your talents? What are your strengths? I think it starts by assessing what your strengths are and what your personal gifts and talents are, and then using those. So I'm just going to use myself, not anybody else. I'll use myself as a very anecdotal example of this. Is I've always been very creative. I draw. You guys don't know that you wouldn't know from what I do, but I draw, I paint. I'm looking at my drafting part over there right now. Obviously, I played in bands. I've been playing in bands since I was really 19. I do a lot of creative things. I can write, I can act. I've done stage acting before. I do improvisational theater. I used to. I haven't done it in a long time. I know some martial arts, which I'm not going to talk about because that's a big can of worms I don't want to open. I have a lot of interests, and I have a lot of hobbies. I think that's probably the hardest part, is having a lot of them. And when you have a lot of hobbies and have a lot of interests, it's really, I think it makes it more difficult to really focus in on what your core, like, sort of gifts are and your strengths. Mine happens to be my creativity. I'm very good with my hands. I'm very good with drawing and clearly people say, who does your thumbnails? This guy. Who does Access Vegas thumbnails? We want to copy them. Whatever. And Fresh and Fit, looking at you. But that format and that template, nobody started that until November, about a year ago, November or December last year. Everybody started picking up on that because it seemed like the natural thing to me is like I'm glad you like my smiling mug, and Mike's not a bad looking guy, but you want to see the girls who are going to be on the show. I just seem like self-evident. So, but I do lots of creative stuff. You guys, if you've ever seen any of the sort of lead-in pictures that I use for The Rational Male on my blog, or what I do for Substack, really, I've kind of switched over to Substack these days. But I used to be a photo editor too, so I used to have to do that, and that's really where that talent base comes from. So my core strengths is really my creativity. How I express that, well, it just depends on what I like and what I feel like doing. So I'm gonna poke Aaron Clary in the eye. Yes, I have a useless liberal art bachelor. I have a bachelor's of fine arts as well, besides psychology, right? And I've probably made, over the years, I think lifetime wise, I've made more money off of my bachelor's of fine arts than I have off of my psychology. Although maybe it's even now. So don't let anybody tell you that if you get a liberal arts degree or you get an art degree, period, or whatever, that's going to be useless. It's only as useless as you allow it to become. So if your core strength is your creativity, then maybe that's what you ought to fucking be doing. I have a very deep background in art history. I had to. I wrote my senior thesis on Paul Gauguin, who also was a contemporary of Vincent van Gogh. And as most of you know, I also worked for Van Gogh Vodkas. Wow, amazing. I used my degree and my job. Holy shit. Yeah, go look at the old bottles anyways of Van Gogh Vodkas, flavored vodkas. That's all. Go look at it. It's cool. I like them. Hand drawn too. But all of that coming into profitability. But again, that's what I found intrinsically rewarding. What do you find intrinsically rewarding? Because usually that's what's going to be like, sort of, if you're doing what makes you happy, then like Nuno was saying, yeah, then the fame comes and the money comes in. But that can't be the point of it. You see, I hate that sounds like really Zen, because it kind of does, right? Allow yourself to be successful. But when he talks about that, by the way, when Nuno was talking about sort of you're doing this because this is what you want to do. This is what you really feel like you're going to do. And you're setting all your emotions and shit aside and just doing what you love to do. Winners don't know they're in a race. They just love to run. I should also quote Robert Greene here too. Resist the lure of easing up on your focus. So stop searching for meaning, because meaning is just pussy at the end of the rainbow. Find what your purpose is, and then you will find at least something that will make you more productive. You'll have an emotional response to things that are intrinsically rewarding to you, and that's a good place to be. Unfortunately, I don't see anyone talking about that these days, but that doesn't sell t-shirts. If I say there is no such thing as being happy, people go, Rollo's a nihilist and he's despondent and he's turning these poor incels into self-deleting lunatics. No, you just don't want to take the time to actually understand what I'm saying. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Finished your book on religion. Can I practice Evo Psych dating and life, but not believe in evolution? You can not believe it all you want, but you're still subject to it. If we evolved from monkeys, If we evolved from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? Can you elaborate more on your argument against the atheists? Well, first of all, you have to remember that I didn't write the fourth book, which is religion, to shit on religion. And I didn't write it to shit on atheism either. Okay. All I was doing was enumerating, showing you the work, right? The connection between intersectional dynamics and religion. And I was motivated to do that for exactly what you're saying. My incentive for writing that book is because let's see, people wanted me to talk. Well, first of all, I did the first book. Then people said, Rollo, I wish I would have had this information sooner. I wish I would have known this before what I do now, before I had kids, before I got divorced, before I got married, before I fucked this girl, before I moved to this city, before I changed my major, before I did all this. I wish I would have known all this stuff. So that's why I wrote the second book. Right? Third book. People were saying, Rollo, when should I give your book to my kid so he can read it and he can avoid all the bullshit that I had to go through, right? That's what motivated me to write Positive Masculinity. Because people say, those red pill guys don't talk about marriage. They don't talk about parenting. They don't talk about building a family. Get the fuck out of here. You just are ignorant of, where is it? This book. Yes. What do those guys have to say about that? I haven't heard anything like that on Fresh and Fit or Tate or Pearl. Yeah. Because I wrote the book on it back in 2017. That's why. It's more than a man can take. So I write that. Then I write religion. Religion is probably the third most common thing I was being asked, which was, Rollo, I am a evangelical Christian and I don't believe in premarital sex. Okay. But I read the Rational Male and it sounds pretty solid to me. Like, how do I make that knowledge of the red pill? How do I make that gel with my personal religious, ideological convictions? And it's not just Christianity. I had Muslim guys hitting me up for the same thing because they don't believe in premarital sex either. Apparently, they like up to 4 wives. Well, maybe they solve it that way, but it took me a long time to do that. I'm not trying to shit on atheism, and nor was the book even really specifically about evolution or atheism. But I will refer you back to, which chapter was it? It's I don't want to say the Orthodox Paradox. That's not it. But there's maybe I addressed this in the introduction, that anytime you put Evo in front of something, in front of a word, there's always going to be a certain set of people who are it's just going to rub them the wrong way. Evo, because it means evolution. And I think that I'll tell you how I resolve this personally myself. How you do it is kind of up to you, but I'll tell you how I resolve it. There's a really great book. It was actually, this is kind of personal to me too, but the very last book that my father gave me, actually I still have it he actually gave it to me, gave to me before he passed away. Well, actually I shouldn't say before he lost his mind, really, because he died from Alzheimer's dementia. But while he was still lucid, he gave me this book, and it's called Finding Darwin's God. And I forget the last name is Miller, but I can't remember the first name. I think it might be Richard Miller or something like that. Sammy, can you look that up? It's called Finding Darwin's God. I have to, because people are going to ask me about the link. I know it. Just go look it up on Amazon. Sammy's in the chat, by the way. But it's called Finding Darwin's God. And it was interesting to me because it was the first time I ever read anything. And this coming from my dad, who was just a dyed-in-the-wool, staunch atheist, secular humanist atheist for most of his life. And the fact that he gave me this book before he died was really kind of telling, because it is that's it. Who is it? Oh, Kenneth R. Miller. And put that in this. We put that link in the chat, please, Sammy. Thank you. Kenneth R. Miller, Finding Darwin's God. I think atheists will hate it, and I think really zealous fundamentalist religious people will hate it too. And you know why? Because it finds common ground between the two. And if I had an inspiration, people ask me if it was Alpha God that inspired my fourth book, Religion. I said no, it was actually Finding Darwin's God that was the inspiration for it originally, anyways. Because I think that whenever you put Evo in front of you, just say the word evolution, things evolve. They do. I can show you evolution, like immediate evolution right now, right? And they'll say, oh, well, that's just development. They just don't want to use the word. Okay, well, whatever word you're comfortable with, but things develop, things evolve over time. We can see it from in our personal lives and stuff like that too. And it's not, by the way, evolution is not just limited to like biological evolution. It's also memes. If you look into memetics, 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 I hope I'm spelling that right. Like just ideas, just beliefs. Beliefs evolve along with the people, along with cultures. Then they sprout up because of the conditions, like actual physical conditions, turn into like best practices. Those best practices then turn into metaphorical truths. You probably already read this in the book, so I won't go too deep into it. But the purview of like, why are there still monkeys? I mean, you want to go, if you want a real good detail out of that, go look at rationality rules. Go look at there's a lot of different, like I'm not a good person to ask for that kind of shit. Like, oh, what about the biological records? What about the there's the missing link, right? Dinosaurs are just, paper mache and what, like you can go the Zerka route. I don't get into those arguments right there. I think that evolution is a thing. And I also believe in God too. So if you read my book and if you read Finding Darwin's God, it is sort of a confluence between the two of them. And so when I say, people say, you're the rational male, how can you believe in God? Well, read the book. Read the last chapter of the book. If you don't read any other chapter in that book, I would suggest a really good book, but if you really, please, I took 3 years to research and write it. It's the most well-cited, sources-cited book that I have. It has an appendix and everything. But if you don't read any other chapter in that book, read the last one, and at least then maybe you'll get me a little bit more. When it comes to like Mike professes, as far as I know, professes a belief in Christianity. I am a Christ follower, but I think there's more to it than just that. I explain how I came to a belief in God in that last chapter. And so I think the problem is like people get too wrapped up in their convictions when it comes to like a particular religion. You can't have a religion unless you in some level, in your back of your head, you say, you know what? There's probably a God. If you can come to that, then whatever the religion is, like whatever you go to from there, that's when you sort of have to like really start splitting hairs and really start digging in. But I think that people always think, like I mentioned this in the book as well, is that like my father's very much an atheist for like pretty much all his life. Look, people said you can read it in the book, but the thing is like I can remember my father being just as sort of like evangelical and preachy with atheism as any pastor I used to know. My mother was very much a Christian, like an evangelical Christian, and then she died a confirmed Catholic, if you can believe that. So I got it from both sides. Like both of those are sort of, they definitely informed and molded and modeled my belief sets, right? Or at least opened me up to the possibilities, right? So when it comes to evolution and when it comes to that, I sort of square that circle by saying that evolution is real, but like there is also a God, right? So perhaps the way that God works is through evolution. I don't think that that's too far of a stretch. And if you read Finding Darwin's God, you probably you'll understand me a little bit more if you read that book. Oh, what did you say? Do modern women deserve more compassion? Deserves got nothing to do with it. I hate to quote Clint Eastwood. Deserves got nothing to do with it. At the end of the day, they're the biggest losers of the system. We both lose. We both get tricked. Deserves got nothing to do with it. Choices, my friend. We are all the product, the sum total of our choices and our decisions. You say, well, I shouldn't be compassionate and sympathetic or empathetic with women. Well, then that's vaya con Dios. Go. Okay, you're right. What am I going to say? You're wrong. I think too many people are either too happy or too like pissed off about the state of women and the state of men too. They're either too happy about it or they're too pissed off about it. Like the wall's that's why I always start the wall, because guys are like, oh man, women are finally going to get you. You can't compete again. The wall is undefeated. Oh, Sunday. Here's the wall. Like it's a professional wrestler. Or else they'll say, so they're too happy about that, or they're too pissed off about it, right? Well, even when women hit the wall, there's always some simp that still wants to fuck them. So we're all screwed. If it didn't work for Brad and Angelina, how can it work for me? Right? You have to have a mature understanding that maybe I expect too much. Maybe I expect too much from people reading my work to understand, like, when I talk about the wall, it's not about like physicality per se. But again, that's one of those things, maybe that should actually be one of the maxims we talk about today. What are your views on smoking weed and being a stoner? It's sedation. I have friends who do it every day who say it doesn't affect their lives. Well, you're their friend. Do you see it affecting their lives? Do you see the effect of them habitually, because I'm going to say addiction, but habitually smoking sherm, smoking the chronic, smoking the indica? Of course, they're not smoking now. It's all vaping now. It's like edibles. I put that under the same category as sedation. That's really basically what it is. People sedate them. Man, I tell you, I have never run into more people or more women who smoke weed than I do today. Like I know the shit. Like, okay, so I know now that we've been doing this for like over a year now. I know the chicks that Mike knows now. So they like slide into my DMs and say, "Hey, can I be on the show next time?" Blah, blah, blah. Even girls who like, I don't even know, come in. Like, drives my wife crazy. Like, who is that bitch? I don't know. She just showed up in my fucking DM. But I can tell you which ones of the girls that are at the table who's like a burner and who's not. I don't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was, I don't know, early 30s, maybe, when it was still illegal. And literally like smoke a bong. Yeah. That's how I know how that sounds. Yes. So, would you like to know my drug background? I'll give it to you. I'll be happy to give it to you, but I will say this before I do. Marijuana is sedation. You'll be a far more effective human being without weed than you would with weed. So when I say like guys need to like this guy was asking, how do I find meaning? Well, you got to find purpose. How do I find purpose? Well, you stop smoking weed and get up off your ass, get your fat ass to the gym, motivate yourself. You can't all this. Okay, I can go and give you all this like, this flowery esoteric bullshit about meaning and purpose. And it means it'll go in one ear and right out the other. And you know why? Because you're too busy. That I can't help you. You have to do that. You have to stop sedating yourself. Or stop playing League of Legends, dyeing your hair blue. I can't help you. No one can help you. If you're addicted to porn, stop being addicted to porn. Maybe that's the play. Where do I start, Rollo? Stop jerking off and go to the gym. Go to the gym. Papa Swolio. Go look up Papa Swolio on Instagram. That dude's great. I should have used one of his Instagram videos. Yeah, go to the gym. Go motivate yourself. Get out. Wow, it doesn't affect me. The very fact that you would need to say that it doesn't affect me, it affects you. Clearly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be a deal. How's my dog? Ned's doing great, by the way. And thank you guys all. Oh, and here we go. We're starting to slow down. Okay. There we go. How's your dog? He's fine. He's good. By the way, this indicates that I'm seeing the slowdown here, by the way. Blackest Panther. Let's see if I can put you on. Oops, wait a minute. Show, please. There we go. Looking at most Red Pill creators and most Red Pill chats in this this included. Most people misunderstand the Red Pill. Most of them claim to know what it is without having read the Rational Male series. Thank you for bringing that up, Blackest Panther. You know what? I'm going to even give you that. Because I brought this up recently. I brought this up when I was on Fresh and Fit just the other day. And whenever I get into people say, when are we going to do a debate, Rollo? You need to debate Alex for playing with fire. You need to debate Macklemore. I don't need debate. I don't owe anyone a fucking debate. You know why? Because I got 5 books under my belt over the course of 10 fucking years. I'm not debating somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, what's the point? Why would I do that? Because you know what the first thing out of my mouth will be is, have you read the book? No. Well, we could start with the premise. Rollo, you guys always say this. No, I don't. I could kill the debate right there. No, I don't. Nope. Not me. Not anybody that I know. No one worth their salt says shit like that. You might be talking about, I don't know, Tate. You might be talking about Pearl. They might say that, but they're just, pale imitations of a book that's existed for, well, now over 10 years. Have you read it? No, I don't have to. Ain't nobody got to. There you go.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Well, then we can't have a fucking conversation now, can we? It's been there for 10 fucking years. If you want to post up on me, I'm happy to have you come and do it, but just come correct. Because all I'm going to say is no, it isn't. No. In fact, I can show you right here in the book. That's it. Anytime. They just don't know. Mike knows because Mike's read my book. You know who has an encyclopedic knowledge of my book? Of all fucking people on planet Earth. Tori Grow. Hallelujah. Here you go, Tori Grow. Thank you. Yeah, I did a show with her this week, actually, on her channel. Out of the blue. I was there. I happened to be in a good mood. So, semi-good mood. She said, come on my show for an hour. So I did. And you know why? Because she knows my material. She's read every single book that I have written. She has gone back through my backlog of my blog posts that aren't in any book. And she's asking me questions about stuff like the myth of the lonely old man. What did you think about that? Mature men and younger women, which is, something that you won't find in a book, but you'll find it on my blog. I know she's been reading it because she quotes or she paraphrases shit that she's read. She has the interests. She's the one who is educated on this stuff. She's the one that I would if she was a hater, I'd be in trouble. But she's not. So the thing that gets me the most is, like I said before, I'm fighting against people who want to make a living and want to turn a buck off of hating on the red pill, who just simply don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're ignorant, as I said. And they're ignorant and confident in their ignorance. They're confidently ignorant about what they think the red pill is and what they think I have said and what they'll take 45, they'll take a snippet, even just a germ of an idea from Pearl, who's probably lifted it from something I said or something Myron said or something she heard Kevin Samuels say or some shit like that. And that's why whenever she's pressed by an interviewer to back up what she's saying, she collapses. Because she doesn't know the material. She simply doesn't. She's made probably a good, healthy living off of this shit for a very long time. She simply doesn't know the material. That's why Sidney Watson is it seems like she's more, of all people, is more well-versed in red pill stuff, or at least the principles of the information behind it, and as limited as it is, than Pearl. But yet that's the one, you go look up red pill, just Google it. Put it on a search term on YouTube. You're going to, Pearl's mug is going to be the first one you see. Controlled opposition, my friend. There we go. Can this come up, please? Sergeant Hoddle. Rollo wait, you know what? I got to give you this and one of those. Rollo, saw your tweet about that hot blonde and brunette teacher. Okay. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I was going to get to that. That was it was in my notes today. So Rollo, saw your tweet about the hot blonde and the brunette teacher have a 9-hour threesome with a student that said, clearly they are mate switching up in a social hierarchy. That was sarcasm. And I didn't understand it. Can you go explain this teacher behavior? Okay. I was going to dedicate an entire video to this. Because you want to talk about red meat, this will satisfy the masses for sure. Okay. So the red meat in this case is the propensity, let's just say, of young women. And by young, I mean anywhere between, I think the youngest I've seen was 24 and the oldest was something like 36 or 37. Female teachers across, this is in the United States. I can't really speak for outside the US because this is where the information I get is from. But women have a proclivity, let's just say, or there is certainly an epidemic and has been going on for quite some time of essentially statutory rape. And I say that in the clinical sense, YouTube censors, it is statutory rape. That's what it is. Rollo, how can you say that? They're young women and they're having sex with 15, 16-year-old boy. In some case, I think this one was 14, right? Yeah, that's the definition of statutory rape. That's the definition. The child is too young to give consent. Ergo, statutory rape. Grape. Like the fruit. That's basically it. But if it were a man, that would be what he would be charged with and probably sent to jail, and a jury would convict him like easily. If you're a 24 to 34, 37-year-old, usually blonde, semi-good looking, grade school teacher, or, I presume like middle school and high school, then you get a slap on the wrist. Then your husband says, it's okay, I'm sticking by her no matter what. That's what you get. That's the punishment. Those are the consequences. Remember, we were talking about boundaries last. That's the boundary's been crossed. That's okay. There's no teeth in that boundary. There is a separate standard of justice for women than there is for men. That I can prove empirically, and it is set in fucking stone. The same crimes that a man would commit, that a woman commit, women get far more lenient sentences for exactly the same crimes. And by the way, this has been the case since the mid 2000s, at least since I started tracking it anyway. Same thing. There are international committees that are dedicated to tracking the leniency with which women are like sentenced for the exact same crimes. This is International Men's Day too, isn't it? So there you go. Let me see. Since things are slowing down, maybe that's it. Is this the thing that's fucking up? Sorry, my shit's slowing down, and I'm looking at these things here that might be something that's screwing. I want to quit this process. Forgive me if this screws anything up. I don't think it will. How about force quitting it? Does that work? No. Sorry, I have my activity monitor right now because everything has gone all slow once again. Is it appearances? In the system settings, maybe that's it. Can I kill that? See if appearances does anything. No, that doesn't seem to do anything either. Classroom system settings, maybe that's it. Can I kill that off? Trying to see what's chewing up my CPU right now. Content synchronizer. Collaboration synchronizer, maybe that's it. Let's see. I can quit these things. I'm trying to see. It's got to be one of these processes that's screwing things up here. I appreciate your patience with me right now. AirPlay agent, maybe that's it. How about that? Can I kill this off? Jeez. No, that's not it either. Oh, maybe that's it. Is it the help reminder? It can't be it. Is that it? Hold on. Let's see if this is it. There we go. Sorry. I had a blackout here for a minute. My bad. Now things should be back to normal, right? It's not the help reminder. Oh, that was weird. Let me see. Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out on the fly. I Apologize. Okay, so that was that. Jesus, man. I know it's one of these processes. My bad. Anyways, back to the show. Am I a better author than Ryan? I don't know. You tell me. Oh, man. Nah, I don't know. We're different authors. What are you talking about? Oh, PP. Hey, what's going on, my PP? Thank you, PP. I appreciate you. You are floating the show, my friend. Let's see. Okay. Where did it go? Okay, much better now. Now I can get back to work. Back to work. Get back to work, you. Rollo, saw your tweet about the hot blonde brunette teacher. Okay, so anyways, would you like me to explain what my take is on that? The background of this, the reason for this, anyways, at least this is me spitballing right here, but I've talked about this since the Pat Campbell days. I can remember having this conversation about female teachers essentially just banging their male students. And in this case, it's like, a 9-hour gangbang or something, a threesome, a 9-hour threesome with a student. Now, the reason why I was being facetious when I said clearly this is about mate switching up. Okay, but because it's an example, it's a counter example of mate switching hypothesis. If mate switching hypothesis was a thing, this doesn't happen. They don't find that guy attractive. Why would a successful teacher who's hot, who is married, get with 3 of her students for a 9-hour threesome and cheat on her husband and risk losing her job? Well, probably won't. It'll probably be like, don't have 9-hour orgies with those boys again. Go back to the classroom and shape up, Missy. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, trust me on that one. But if mate switching hypothesis and not instead of dual mating strategy, which explains his behavior way, way better than mate switching hypothesis, which is a cope to begin with. Thank you very much, Date Psych, if you're watching. Gotcha, bitch. This doesn't happen because when we're talking about mate switching hypothesis, we're talking about like essentially there has to be a mating for you to switch in the first place. Okay. So using mate switching hypothesis, which is, by the way, something I think has been pulled out of our collective asses for the last, really since 2019, since Dr. David Buss wrote the book, very disappointing, but wrote the book, Men Behaving Badly. That was throwing a bone to feminists at 70 years old, essentially. Because what is he, 72 now? Yeah. I like Dr. David Buss. I think he probably deserves his face on Mount Rushmore like Mike does. That book was a piece of shit. And the studies behind it and all the theories and everything else, all that was pandering. And I'm like, God damn it, this guy is like, I've read like damn near everything a guy's ever written. I'm like, what is this about? And by the way, I'm not just being critical of him because people say, oh, well, that just goes against what your theory is and those red pill guys and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to deny it. But the thing is like I said the same thing about Robert Greene, who I hold in the highest esteem because the laws of human nature was him backpedaling and pandering to female interests as well. Not unlike a lot of people have done. I think what's interesting in that whole debate between dual mating and mate switching hypothesis is that there's one voice that's been missing from it the whole time, and should be the most vocal. And that's Dr. Marty Hazelton. You don't hear her talking about that whatsoever. She's done 25, 30 years on ovulatory shift and dual mating strategy, more or less. All right. Maybe not in the way that the red pill, like Rollo, those red pill guys interpret it. They're abusing evolutionary psychology. No, we're not. We're just basically drawing conclusions and connecting dots that you're unwilling to connect. And by the way, I've been doing that since the mid 2000s. So have a lot of people, by the way. Ryan Stone does it pretty well too. Okay. So where's Marty? How come nobody says, you know what? Why don't we go and interview Marty Hazelton and see what she has to say about this mate switching thing? Nobody. Please go. I've looked. Please, if you find something, let me know. Where's that voice? Nowhere. Why is that? The silence is deafening. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Let's see. But that's what I meant by the thing is like when you see something like that. Well, I mentioned the same. Hold on, Brandon. I mentioned the same thing when Steve Harvey's wife did cheat with the bodyguard and the chef. Confirmed now. Thanks. Rollo doesn't know what he's talking about. He's gossiping. He's flying off the handle. Now that is actually a thing. Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith. Why would Jada Pinkett Smith leave Will Smith? Best actor, has an Oscar to his fucking name, is Will fucking Smith. Why on earth would she want to go fuck August Alsina? Why on earth would she want to have sex outside? Why aren't they like just, why would she not just be absolutely committed? Like, you know, how does she find a guy who's better than Will Smith? Are you saying August Alsina is better than Will Smith? Like socially, affluence-wise, status-wise? Because that's what that shit's based on, all social constructionism, by the way, which is the most disappointing aspect of that whole thing. Because you have these guys who are otherwise very scientific, very empirical minds who take things very, like, the thing about evolutionary psychology is very well vetted because it makes extraordinary claims and it has to back up those extraordinary claims. So everybody thinks it's what's called if-then logic, or it's what is it? I forget the name of it now. It's what the fuck is it? It's just so logic. Like it's like backwards engineering things. Well, this is here because this happened before, right? People don't like even like the thing about evolutionary psychology that people really don't like is not the word evolution. It's not even psychology. They don't like the questions it asks, because those questions, even just asking the questions, whether they're answered or not, the fact that the questions exist is a conflict to their belief set, to their convictions. And they have a really tough time with like even contemplating the questions. And they don't want to don't even think about the questions. Right? It's hard. Unless something that is discovered through evolutionary psychology that aligns with those convictions, then they're oh man, see, we told you so. Why wouldn't you believe us in the first place? That's how if then just so logic works. Okay. So my point in saying clear, I was being facetious, by the way. Clearly they're mate switching. They're not. I'm just saying that wouldn't exist for a woman who is 24, 28, some odd years old, looks like she does, and is married. Why? And in some cases, these guys are very, in good. Put it this way: they have more affluence and status than a 13-year-old boy. Why are they going after it? Well, they're damaged, Rollo. They're psychologically, they're not all there. There's something very, very wrong with them.
Emotional damage.
Which is the cope everyone uses. Everyone uses. Unfalsifiable. That's why I hate that shit, and that's why I'll call it out every time I see it. It's unfalsifiable. Well, that example isn't what you think it is. Why not? Well, it's because
emotional damage.
Hybristophilia. Why is it that only women get hybristophilia? What is hybristophilia? It is the tendency for women to want to be aroused and be attracted to guys who are hardened criminals, who are killers, who are rapists, who are, murderers. Why do they want to break them out of prison? Why do they have to instate rules for, and why there are female prison guards in the first place? You tell me. But why do we have to separate female prisoner or female prison guards from the male population? Because it happens so often. That's why, because there's this, they fall in love. They want they fall in love with the gang member, the hardened motherfucker. It's not the other way around. No. What is it? If you go and you look at we usually bring up these topics, but this happens in a whole bunch of different other cases. But the most visible ones, like Richard Ramirez, Night Stalker, was it Jeffrey Dahmer, Anders Breivik, the Boston Marathon bomber? I don't know his name. Nicholas Cruz, who was a mass shooter in Florida as a kid, right? James Holmes, the guy who was the Aspen theater shooter. All of those individuals, all those male individuals, suddenly became way more attractive and generated these female teenage fan clubs when they're in jail. You don't see it with the other way around. You don't see guys, hey guys, let's start an OnlyFans for this chick that's like orange is the new black, right? Let's start. I can't wait to have my conjugal visit with this hardened female criminal, Lorena Bobbitt. I can't wait to. That doesn't happen. Hybristophilia. Not all women are hybristophiles, but only women are hybristophiles. So riddle me this, Batman. Why is it, if mate switching hypothesis is what it is, why does that exist? Explain that phenomenon to me, Batman. Hey, Rollo, just knocked out a kick-ass leg workday. Thank you. Good for you. But that's the first thing everybody gives me grief about. What's your favorite thrash metal album of all time or recent? What's in my playlist? Rollo, what's in your playlist? I have several playlists, by the way. I have I need to adjust my nuts. This is a new chair. Sorry. Hold on. What's your favorite thrash metal album? You mean besides Raining Blood? Okay. Let me think. That was the most perfect album ever produced. Oh, Raining Blood. Okay, that's my favorite. But by Slayer. But recently, Lich King. Stuff by Lich King. Born of the Bomb, but that's an older one. But go look up the band Lich King, Lich King. Love those guys. Love those guys for thrash stuff. And PP, thank you for your contribution as always. Sorry, I had to manually go back in the timeline to get to these because we crashed as I predicted. Yes, leg day. Don't skip leg day. That's the first thing everybody says. Just point out how incredible that panel discussion was on FNF in the thumbnail. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I meant to mention that earlier. That was hell. Let me put that back up real quick. You're talking about this. It's the Last Supper, and literally, it was the Last Supper when I went back and I was looking at this. I wasn't even going to use this as a thumbnail, but I'm like, this is the last time I think all of us were together on one show. And that was in December of 2021. Before Andrew Tate was a household name. Before he was a company. Because remember, this is a time when Kevin Samuels was still alive when that picture was shot. But this is like way back in the heady days. Like I knew Sterling for a long time. And I knew, by the way, I've known Andrew since 2017. And then of course there's Justin Waller there, who, by the way, he was still a come up at this time too, by the way, because I met him in May of 2021. And then by December, that's what we were doing. And yes, Tristan Tate was there as well in the studio. He wasn't on the show, but he was in the studio. I still have video of us from that time too. And that was the old studio. But I put that on there because I'm like, you know what? Things have changed. I was just trying. The reason I used that thumbnail was not like, oh, I'm going to talk about Tate. No, I'm just wanting to illustrate just how things have changed. And well, really coming up, because that was in December. So coming up on 2 years now. That was in 2021, the beginning of December. And the reason why I can remember that is because I went to go to Texas right after this to go to You Are Here with Sidney Watson and Elijah Schaefer. I did two shows with them, and I did one with Elijah on Slightly Offensive, which, by the way, that's gone now too. All that is poof. It shows you how quickly things can come and go. Like people look at like Myron and Fresh and they think, oh man, they've been here forever. No, they're actually not that old. They're coming up on 3 years. And if you look at Adam Sosnick's show, which by the way is now called Soscast, and they have essentially gone whole hog into the intersexual dynamics thing. I don't think he's even considering doing money anymore, although maybe he does talk about economics and stuff like that occasionally, but he knows where the views are. He knows what click-through rate is. He knows what his strengths are, which is doing what he's doing. If you didn't see that show, it was from 2 weeks ago. Me and Mike were on that show with Sterling Cooper. It was a good show, by the way. And Tiffany Fox was on there as well, and Amy Dangerfield, and my good girl Maya Allegra. I know her last name, so I'll just use her stage name. It was a good show. I think I might have Maya on this show. I might do a panel show with her, or the next time she's in Vegas, I might do a one-on-one with her because she's really an interesting person too. But remember, remember I said good constructive substantive content? That would definitely be it. But I use this so you guys, just so you understand, because I kind of feel like I need to explain this. I use this because this is the last shot that I had of, I think, well, I mean, there's the press shots, but this was like more candid because we were all at the table at that time. And so lots of things have changed. You guys remember when Jack Murphy did his infamous, meltdown on You Are Here in front of Sidney Watson? The reason why we even know what a cuck beard is right now was courtesy of Jack Murphy in that show. Most people don't even know, like the kids today, it was only like 2 years ago. They don't even know. They don't know where the beard came from. They just know if they see it on Will Smith, he's a cuck. They have no clue. And I have known Jack Murphy since like 2017, and he was a weirdo then. He's a weirdo now. Anyways, getting back to it. Where'd you go? Hold on. There's my chat. Oh, hell. Now I can do this. Okay. Yeah, it was a good thumbnail. John McGill, thank you. Google, find your strength. Find your strengths. Imagine if you didn't get to use any of your top 5 strengths daily. Best way to figure out what career to pursue. I'm back on my purpose these days, so thanks, Rollo. Thank you, John McGill. You know what? I'm going to give you one of these just for that. Show me your work. I'm the teacher. Don't show me the equation is right. Show me your work. That's what you're showing me. Good. Yeah. You know what's funny is I had just more to that topic too. Just kind of reminded me of something. Is I think somebody asked me, like, I think Fresh and Fit, or maybe we were on the Danza Project. Again, a really great conversation. And they asked us that if both Mike and myself, they asked us if alpha was genetic or if it was something you could learn. And that's a maxim, by the way. So I might as well start my maxims right there. And my answer to that is that it's both. It's actually both. So you may have a proclivity to be more alpha. It might just be in your nature. You might have a higher, serum testosterone. You might just have a genetic predisposition for that. By the way, so if you look at what is it? Do I still have that in here? If you look at the 4 laws of behavioral genetics, which I happen to have on tap right here, all traits are partially heritable. The effects of the number 2, the effects of the genes is larger than the effect of the shared environment. And 3, a lot of variance in behavioral traits isn't attributable to either genes or shared environment. That's very important for this question. 4th law, most complex traits are shaped by many genes of small effect. Okay, so your personality is actually genetically certainly influenced. Remember when I said look for your strengths, as you were sort of alluding to right there? That there's a definite genetic component to why you like the things you like. Why are you drawn to mathematics? Why are you drawn to chess? Why are you drawn to creative things? Why are you drawn to weed? Why are you drawn to certain things that contribute, at least in part, to your personality, to your identity, your personal identity? A lot of that has to do with your mom and your dad and the genes that they gave you. In fact, I would say the lion's share of it is. But those proclivities don't get expressed unless they get expressed in different ways depending on what your conditions are, depending on what your environment is. So I'll use two different examples right here. You already heard me. I won't give you the throwing thing. Like, boys have a better ability to throw an object with more force and more accuracy than girls do without being trained, without, like, coming out of the womb. That's part of your starting operating system as a guy. Okay. It's natural proclivity. I've explained it that way for a long time, but people want to say, no, man, you could teach a girl to be a good, little league baseball player or thrower, or pitcher or whatever. Yeah, you can, but not as easy as if you had a boy who has a natural proclivity for that. Well, how dare you? Okay, so I have to put it in different terms. I was trying to find a different example. So here's a better example, and this is the one that I used on the Danza Project. Both of the guys who were the hosts, one was right-handed and one was left-handed. And I said to Miguel, his left-handed, and I said, hey, do you think that you could sign I gave him a pen. Could you sign your name with your right hand? He goes, yeah, real shitty. Yeah. but you're so much better with your left, and vice versa, right? And I said, so, but if you lost the use of your left hand or whatever hand you favor, do you think that after a time you'd be able to sign your name with your left hand? Or like, for instance, Tony Iommi from Black Sabbath cut off like the tips of his fingers, and to compensate, he had to learn to play left. That's why he's a lefty. He's actually right-handed, but he plays left because he had cut off the tips of his fingers in some machinery accident when he was younger, but taught himself to play guitar left-handed because it always hurt his fingers, right? He couldn't fret the notes very well, right? Taught himself to do that. His natural proclivity would be to play the way that I play, right? But he learned that. He conditioned himself to do that. His proclivity was to do it right-handed, but he was forced to condition himself to do it left-handed. The same thing as was the example I was making with, can you sign your name with your offhand? Well, the answer is yeah, but it'll look like shit. But after a while, if you did it often enough and you trained to do it, you could probably do it. And that's really a better example of what I'm trying to say with natural proclivities versus learned versus innate. So can you learn to be more alpha? Absolutely. You might have a harder time with it than certain guys, but you could do it. You could definitely do it. Really think of what is boot camp, right? What is like basic training? If you ever watched like Full Metal Jacket or any Apocalypse Now or like The Deer Hunter or something like that, you see these kids who are they're 18 years old and they go into basic training, and you have to turn this sort of weesh ass kid into a killer. He's not he's not a natural born killer. You have to turn him into one. There's probably some sort of innate part of his sort of feral self that you can tap into and train him to do that. But he's not innately like that. Some people are and some people aren't. But given the conditions and given the environment, then yes. So how does that apply to alpha? You can learn. You can learn to do that. You're forced, if you're immersed in a condition and an environment and a society that needs that only speaks alpha, yeah, you're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. You're going to be
goddamn right.
Yes. So it's both. And I think that rubs people the wrong way, particularly guys who are like looks maxers. Well, I was born ugly, so I'll never be anything else. You can't be born alpha. You're born alpha or you're not. No, you're not. You can do it. And the last thing I'm going to say is this. This is a quote from my book on religion. I had an art teacher that once told me that. It's just she told me, she said, there are two kinds of artists. She said there's the guys who have a natural innate gift for it, and they're good at art because they have that natural proclivity. They have a God-given talent gift for art. So and then there's the guys who are good at art because they love it and they're so passionate about it that that's all they ever think about and that's what they want to do. They don't have the same innate talent and gifts and skills that a guy who's a natural has, but they become really good because they want to be good at it. It says and then he said, and then she said, and neither one of them are worth a damn unless you get out there and you do the work, unless you're persistently honing your craft and doing the practice. So none of that talent shit and none of that alpha shit makes any difference unless you're out there actually taking action and doing it. Good question though. Oops, sorry. Let me go back. Carl Bennington. I don't care what Torsha knows. Okay. Just be careful of the bait and switch. Oh, yes. If a relationship happens, I have love for you, man. Just watching out for you. Women turn on you quickly. Oh, don't I know? Carl, thank you for the warning for that. I don't Tori and I are at a different place than we used to be. Let's just say that. But I still like her. I like Tori very much. So she's someone that I can do I'll do a podcast with her. I don't have a problem with it. But we're not getting married. I'm not putting a ring on it if that's what you're worried about. She's not going to be my next sister wife. Trust me. Been down there. Actually, she's with Jack Napier, as far as I know. I think. You still with Jack? Jack Napier got that, man. Bravo, by the way. Jack Napier and Torsha. Never saw that coming. Also, didn't see coming. Troy Francis and Tiffany Fox. Didn't see that coming. Woo, boom, out of nowhere. And I got to say, they've got a new program. I don't have that. I wish I had. I'll put the link in the description later on after the show. They've got a new program on like sexual training. I got to get Troy on so he can like tell you about it and everything. I don't have an affiliate with them or anything like that. No, just saying. Maybe I will get one, but he's got a new program. He's got a set of classes that he did with Tiffany. And I will say this is like, you can say what you want about Tiff. Tiff is out of the business now. She's no longer a porn. She's a reformed porn star, courtesy of this guy. She says I'm the one that got her out, but she's the one who actually did it. But she and Troy hit it off in Vegas, and they've been. Are they a thing? I think they should be. If they're not a thing, they definitely should be. I think maybe they are. They've been doing a lot of content together. And bravo, I get vai con Dios. I give you my blessing. Go with God, please. Because I can't think of a better rom-com script or plot than the reformed, ex-porn star with the incorrigible, irredeemable PUA guy with a British accent who in some ways reminds me of James Bond. I was teasing them. I gave them it's not really a meme, but I dug up the movie poster for The Spy Who Loved Me from 1978, and I'm like, that's you guys. Like if you guys get together like in any kind of permanent fashion, I'm gonna go get you a framed, like big ass framed picture of this because that's what you remind me of. But they the hooker with the heart of gold and the PUA who's trying to fly straight. Yeah. I couldn't be happier. I'm 100% behind anything that they're doing. Just saying. So yeah, don't worry about Tori. Tori's cool for now. We'll see. Arm's distance. Bear market dating. I read over 50 studies on female sex offenders that corroborate what you said. Separate standard of justice. Yes. And I've used that term. I've tweeted that out quite a few times, but there is a separate standard of justice for women. And there is irrefutable. Boys aren't seen as victims. They are often seen as initiating the conduct. Yes, they are. And what's the first thing? Class. Wait.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Class, what's the first response do you think people, whenever I post something like that, because by the way, I have a folder. I can go dig up the pictures too. I have a folder of female teacher sex offenders that goes back to 2016. And then when I started doing the show with Pat Campbell, his terrestrial radio show, we started talking about it quite a bit. And I kept like every week, I'm dead serious. Like every week there was a new one. And it got to the point where it's like, I didn't even want to cover it anymore because I couldn't keep up because there's so many. And these are sex acts. These are women who are engaging in coitus, fornication. They're engaging in sexual intercourse with minors who cannot give consent. That's the definition of statutory GRA, EPAR. That's the definition. If a male teacher sends a questionable tweet to a 15 or 16-year-old student, he is done. Absolutely goodbye. Thank you. You're out. Bye-bye. So long. Have a good time. I don't have it this set of
Emotional damage.
You're done. You're finished. Just for a tweet. Not touching, not doing anything. Just something that could have been taken out of context. And so the last 8 to 10 years you spent getting your teaching credentials and learning how to teach and learning what to teach, all that flies out the fucking window. And you want to know why there are no male teachers these days, or very few, precious few. I think it's the last stats I saw, and I've got an infographic on this, for male teachers in the United States account for maybe not even 10% or 16%, I think. 77% female from the time you're in preschool until you get to postgraduate school. 77% of your teachers, this isn't public school, so 77% of your teachers will be female. And I had this, by the way, thank you for bringing this up. I talked about this with Dr. Richard Reeves when we interviewed him when he was out. It was great. I had a great time. I want him to come back. I want to have more substantive conversations with Richard Reeves, right? But one of the topics we talked about was, well, how come we don't have men in teaching? Well, lots of reasons. Primarily, It's a high risk, high stakes job for a guy to be in. You have to really love teaching to be a male teacher. And the only kind of money you're going to make is in administration, really. You'd be the principal, right? Administration, if you get into education, really you need to get into something. If you're a guy, you need to get into higher order education, and it's administration. It's never going to be faculty. It's never going to, I don't care what your tenure is. The principal makes more money than you. The guy calling the shots makes more money than you, assuming it's a guy, period. So why would you go to 8 years of college, maybe 10 years of college, so that you could be anywhere between a high school to a college professor, or maybe like grammar school, I don't know, whatever. But let's just say you're going to go to 8 to 10 years of school so that you can get into education, so you can get your credentials as well as your teaching credentials. So you get your diploma and your teaching credentials. And then you've got to go and work at a public school and get paid jack shit. And you're and you represent 16% of the staff, and 77, or well, probably more than that. Like, let's just say you're 10% of the staff, 20%. Let's give it to you, 80-20. You represent 20% of the faculty at that school. Everyone else is female. Do you think you're going to be able to go to sort of like, staff meeting or to faculty meetings and be able to like say, hey, we really need to do something about our boys. Hey, we really we need to have burritos in the cafeteria. You say whatever you want. Whoa, no. New guy. And then you can, for all that investment, and let's just say for sake of argument, you've got to go and take out God knows how much in student loans so that you can go to 10 years, 8 to 10 years of college to get to the point where you could get the luxury of being in that position. And then all it takes is some kind of tweet or some kind of message or some kind of email or some kind of, I don't know, even it might be in the syllabus and it sounded sexist, who knows? And you're done. All that shit that have spent your last 10 years of your life getting, poof. Who's going to fucking do that? Who? No guy wants to do that because it's low paying. There's no status. There's no affluence to it. You want to know why there are so many women in education? That's why. Rollo, all of our universities have turned into these socialist, communist, feminist indoctrination camps. Yeah, because who's teaching the fucking classes, man? And then I had to like she's no longer a teacher, unfortunately, but our singer, Livy, who is in Trial of Ascension, she studied for a long time to be a teacher, special ed too, like to work with special needs kids. And once she got through the whole thing, did the whole shebang with got scholarships and got student loans and everything else, gets into the high school. She was going to be a high school teacher. She was for a little while, and then she realized she would make more money working at a dispensary, at a weed dispensary, than she would as a special needs educator for public school, for high schools. That's here in this area, Reno, Washoe, Sparks area. I won't tell you where. You can make more money, but like working at, whatever, cannabis dispensary. I don't know the names here. Sorry, I don't go there. Than you can as a teacher who trained for something like 8 years? I think about 8 years. Yeah. And so like we had this, like when I first met Livy, and I love her like a sister. I absolutely adore Livy. And not just because she's like one of the greatest singers I've ever known. But we had this conversation. She used to be very, very like, well, she still is. She's very feministy, liberal kind of thing, but not so much anymore because she married a guy in the Air Force. It's funny how your views kind of change a little bit when you're in that. But anyways, that said, I had this conversation with her and she was like, we really need to do education reform. And of course, I'm like, it's at the time I'm listening to all these guys saying, you don't want to go to college. Guys aren't going to college. Guys don't want to get into a STEM field, sir. And she explained to me, she said, because of the way that we compensate teachers, especially after what she'd gone through to become a teacher in the first place, is just like, who's going to do it? Who cares? Who wants to do? You have to have a really good personal conviction to be a teacher these days. And she showed me like the kind of money that they made. And it's like volunteer work. and I thought about this for a minute. I didn't say this to her, but I thought about it for a minute. I go, I can understand why socialism seems like a pretty fucking great deal to all the females that are in this system, because they don't understand. Yeah, they don't. I mean, we don't understand like the compensation. If you're paying like teachers a lot of fucking money, maybe, you know, communitarianism and socialism wouldn't be such a big deal. But like, we have women dominate in education. They dominate in psychology. They dominate in law right now. There are more lawyers, female lawyers being produced these days than there are male lawyers. Politics, social workers, whatever. In some very, you know, key demographics, right? Or some very key, you know, areas of society right now. Education is one of those. So it seems to, like, this is just me spitballing, but like, I'm making the connection between the fact that, like, if not all, but let's just say the vast majority, 80% of teachers are female, and they all subscribe to egalitarianism, and they sort of, you know, follow with female thinking, because women organize societies differently than men do. Yeah, I'm sure that socialism and communism and communitarianism and egalitarianism seem like something that they would want to instill in the next generation, because they ain't getting shit. And they've done a lot of work. Well, some of them have anyways, but like, they've certainly done a lot of work to get to the point where they're at in the system. And yet she quit all that to go work at a dispensary because it pays better. The end. Aaron Clary's right. Let's see. On the topic of the trend of women having sex with way younger men, are they trying to fuck like guys? Similar to how women think they can be promiscuous like how men are. Okay. So this is the Thomas V. Thank you. This is the logic thinking, the deductive logic, is that if women are now the men that they wanted to marry, then wouldn't those women necessarily say, you know what, if I'm going to be like a man, I can fuck like a man. These are, I mean, do we not hear this all the time? Like when women say, like when we're talking, have the body count. And by the way, I'm going to get into, in fact, I think I will get into this right after this. Body count, like body count. It's a good band, by the way. I know they're one of the guitarists too. Juan Garcia. But why body count rubs women the wrong way, and why like women's sexual past, like their digital footprint, is inescapable, and they know that it's inescapable. So rather than trying to find some way to like take accountability for that, they want to change the game. So the game is, well, my sexual past is something I should be ashamed of, or something that I should not only ashamed of, but it's going to have consequences for me later on, and I don't want to deal with those consequences. So the only thing that's creating those consequences is the game that we're playing right now. So if we change the game, then ergo there are no more consequences, right? So if we say, well, men are just insecure in their masculinity if they have a problem with a woman's sexual past, that's changing the game. So the truth of it, the empirical, objective, you know, observable truth is that when women have higher body counts, they have higher propensity for divorce, and they're just in general a worse bet for paternity, or at least even if it's just psychological, perceptual. Okay, they're a worse bet for paternity for men. That's what it boils down to. And I'm sick to death of hearing people try to like sugarcoat this shit, or say it's some sort of social thing, or some sort of patriarchy. And I've heard this discussed on like Brian from whatever podcast. And quite honestly, Brian, I love you, but like it kind of dropped the ball when it comes to patriarchy, because that patriarchy gets coupled with promiscuity. It gets coupled with body count, which, by the way, if you go and you look up body count, not the band, but if you look up body count on YouTube, you're going to see like Fresh and Fit. You're going to, maybe you'll see me. I don't know. You're going to see Adam Sosnick. You're going to see Pearl from here to fucking Tuesday. You're going to see all, and because that's like one of the number one, like key terms, key phrases that gets clicked through and impressions and audience retention. The algorithm loves body count, whether good or bad. You just put that in there and, you know, exclude Ice-T's band. which is very good. Go look at Body Count. I would use their music if I could on this show. Yeah, so that's why as far as the purpose of, I don't say delegitimizing, but like destigmatizing, that's what I'm looking for. Destigmatizing female promiscuity. Well, how does that relate to what you're talking about here? Well, why, if that's the case, if there's no accountability for female promiscuity, then what difference does it make if that woman wants to, if that 24, 25-year-old girl wants to have sex with the 13, 14-year-old guy that is her student? And at the moment, when they're in the act, when they're in the moment, I doubt that there's any afterthought or forethought about any of it. Like if you're a guy, and like I said, you go to like 8-10 years of college and get your teaching credentials and everything. I can imagine I don't know how many male teachers are in my audience, but I can imagine that you probably walk on eggshells, or you're probably like very, very careful about, you measure your words and you're very careful about what you say. And you have to dot your I's and cross your T's with everything you do. Surveillance society, that is out the window for a 24-year-old girl who nails her 13, 14, 15-year-old student. That's not even they didn't even think about it. Because if they did, we wouldn't see such a high incidence of this. And it is everywhere. You want to talk about endemic? You want a cult? You know what we should do? We should make a culture of, it's rape culture in academia. Because essentially that's what it is. It's statutory rape culture in academia. Maybe we need to give it a term. Because remember, when you put culture after any word, it makes it endemic. Well, maybe we can actually use that to our advantage now. It is grape culture in academia, or in grammar school or high school or whatever school. Because that's where really I can prove that. I can show you the incidences of it from like as far back as like 2017, 2016. It's happened quite a bit. Yeah. So Thomas, just to answer your question, they think that they can be as promiscuous as men are. I think it's less about like that. I don't think they're thinking about having sex like men. I think it's something that's sort of maybe like taken for granted, I guess. Like I was saying before, like the very first video that I had on here from my Instagram video was that woman saying, well, women want sexual variety too. And I 100% can get behind. I understand where she's coming from with that. And they always have wanted sexual variety. I heard, I forget what's that chick, Sadia Psychology or some shit like that, talking about how she was the one who was saying that women cheat more than men. But yet it's because they're like looking for monogamy. They're just looking for love. No, they're not. They're looking for the 13, 14, 15-year-old student to bang, because they already found love with their husbands, because half of them, or at least half of them, maybe more, are married. That's why and I'll tell you the thing that gets me is like almost unanimously on almost every single case, the guy who's married to the woman who is like being put up on charges for like statutory rape, that guy's like, I'm going to stick with her. I love her no matter what. Like that one black dude that I had in the videos there is like, oh, he's all I ever wanted was love. And I thought it was funny. The reason why I played the other video right after back to back with that one, because that lady's like, men don't really need love. Like these are the conflicting messages that like everybody fucking gets. If you're in this space anyways, maybe I'm the only one that sees these contradictions like this. I'm comparing and contrasting like that, but it's amazing. I don't think it's so much that they want to fuck like men. I just think that it's opportunism is what it is. And I think it goes to short-term mating strategies. It's the alpha fuck side of hypergamy. Hypergamy, in my definition, in the expanded definition, alpha fucks, beta bucks. Alpha fucks, short-term sexual benefits, genetic benefits. I have an opportunity to fuck the hot guy in the foam cannon party in Cancun on spring break. I was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another. Genetic benefits. Is she thinking about breeding with this guy at the moment? No, of course not. That's approximate outcome. The ultimate outcome, hopefully, is she's not getting knocked up, but maybe she is. But the proximate outcome is I'm going to go have sex with this 13, 14, 15-year-old boy that happens to be one of my students, and I'm going to throw caution to the wind. That's the proximate outcome for female teachers who are in this position right here. you could really take that out of context, couldn't you? It probably will. But the ultimate outcome is not even a consideration. That's really, maybe that's where we should start. The proximate outcome is she wants to have a 9-hour orgy with 3 of these kids. Because that's what they are. I'm just going to call them kids because I would call them kids no matter what. They're minors. A 9-hour orgy with 3 minor boys who are her students. Do you think that she'll go to jail for that? Do you think that she will lose her job for that? Do you think that she will lose her husband for that? Remember and that's one aspect of this. That I can point to other aspects in other like career paths as well. Maybe they're not as prominent or like as extreme as red meaty as teachers, because what's the first thing we say? I think the reason why this is sort of like sticks out, especially on International Men's Day, the reason why these stories stick out, because this is one of many, but the reason they stick out is because it's almost excusable. I wish I would have had a teacher like that when I was 14, 15. I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't care about where are those good looking girls? My teachers were all ugly. That's so you've got that coming from like doofy guys. And then we have a system, a gynocentric system that forgives women of essentially a crime, a capital offense, a felony crime. And she'll probably get her job back, and she'll probably after a while. And then we'll probably, her husband will forgive her, and they'll go to counseling, and she'll turn into a born again Christian or something like that. And then we'll be all over, and no one will care. But if it's a guy, his entire life is over. So there you have it. Never skip brain day. Well, that's why you're here. This is the gym. The Rational Male pod class is the gym for your mind. I should put that as a byline. Is it safe to say that Adam was blue-pilled and then he snaked up devil? The snaked up devil was the red pill, regardless of moral aspects of the Bible story. Well, Simon Rye, I can answer that question and piss off a lot of people. Gosh, this is really more of a question for like Glenn Lawrence at this point. I am not a Bible literalist. I do think it is. Well, I shouldn't say not entirely, but I would say that certainly like the spoken histories or the spoken, let's say the parts of the Bible that are like the creation myth and the talking donkeys and shit like that. I think it's metaphorically true. It's a metaphorical truth versus like objective, literally true. So if I look at who knows? I could be wrong about the literal truth too. But the thing is that until I have more data in my hands, like people say, like, well, Eve was made from Adam's rib. There's a lot of bone marrow and a lot of genetic matter in a rib. Maybe she was cloned. Maybe that was the basis for the aliens cloning a female, version of the human, right? Like, why would it be a rib? Why would there even need to be like, why is that symbolic? Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's literal. But you can always like, let's go. I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. No, I'm not saying that either. But I think that there's a lot of certainly metaphorical truth in all of that. I always harken back to, is it red pill versus blue pill? No, I would say that if you're going to talk about like the creation myth, especially when it comes to the tree of the carnal knowledge, and then there was also, got to remember, there's the tree of like what immortality, like the tree of life. Or what was it? And immortality, endless life, right? Didn't get to that one. Had to put a flaming sword in front of that one. But Eve got us the devil or the snake, because they never really say it's the devil, but the snake was the craftiest animal in the forest, in the garden. Why is there a snake in the garden anyway? The talking snake convinced Eve to eat the apple. Again, metaphorical. I think there's probably some there's kernels of truth in that story, but the symbolism of it, I think, is really what escapes people when they want to be super Bible literalists. So is it the red pill and the blue pill? I'll say this. It could be. You could certainly make that comparison. You could also make a comparison to the allegory of the cave by Plato. But in this case, Eve ate the apple and then convinced Adam to eat the apple. And the first punishment that the Lord gave upon them, the first thing he said to Adam's first sin was not eating the apple. It was listening to the woman. Keep that in mind, gentlemen. Especially that ought to be part of your wedding vows. You should that should be this part of the sermon. Don't listen to her because you don't know if she's been talking to a snake or not. Trust me, go look in Genesis. It says that. It says, because you listen to your wife, or because you listen to your woman, and ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge that I forbade you from, then you have to work the land and you're fucked. Because you listen to the one that came first in the sentence for a reason. If you're going to be a Bible literalist, you got to acknowledge that. Nobody wants to, of course, now, because Christianity's for women. Well, I don't think it is really, but I mean, the way that we do it is. So, I mean, that was the first, Adam's first sin was listening to Eve. Oh, wait, there.
She's not a Christian!
I think it's metaphorical truth versus objective truth. I can give you the breakdown. It's in my fourth book. I put it in there. And courtesy of Brett Weinstein, by the way. L as in the. Okay. As a former teacher, way better in the private sector, and private tutoring is more rewarding. Thanks for everything. Yeah. You know what's funny is my daughter here. I'll tell you. Would you like an inside secret about my life? My daughter knows math to a degree that I couldn't even comprehend. I'm not a math-minded person. I probably could be better at it if I could condition myself to do it better. But I never had an aptitude, let's just say, for a natural aptitude for math anyways. My daughter did, which is weird because I don't know. Maybe she got it from my dad. My dad was pretty good with math. But it got to the point where I couldn't teach her any more than I knew. I mean, I knew I could get to algebra 2 maybe. After that, I'm like, I got no earthly idea. So we had to get her a tutor, and her tutor was male, and they would meet at Starbucks, and she would go there, and they would do the homework together, and he would teach her. And she got A's. I mean, she's straight A student no matter what, but she got A pluses in calculus, in trigonometry, in geometry. And I'm just like, how the fuck do you do this? And she just has a natural aptitude that I could not possibly have trained her, taught her myself, right? But the guy was a male teacher who did it, and he wasn't a teacher. He used to be a teacher, but he became a private tutor because there's more money in being a private tutor than there was in being a full-time teacher. There you go. That's how. Hey, you want to know why men aren't in education, Dr. Richard Reeves? There you go. There's no affluence. There's no status. The money sucks. The possibility is high stakes, high risk for losing everything you invested so you could get there in the first place. Yes, there's so many disincentives for men to be in education that it makes sense. Oh, well, we need to change that. How are you going to do that, brother? Tell me how, because I'm all ears. Always a pleasure, sir. Have you seen the movie Northman? Oh, yes, I have. I thought it was pretty good. Skarsgård's in that, right? Yeah, it was good. It was good. People said that it was very accurate. It was more accurate than Vikings and stuff like that. And I don't know. I can't really say one way or the other, but I thought the plot was good. I thought it was a very good movie. Elena Barre, my Russian babushka. There are no social, biblical, or judicial, can't say all these big words, judicial consequences for women. Women can do what they want. Twisted the Bible. School, college, destroy lives of future men. Entitled mothers don't help. Man, you know what, Elena? I think with a proper training, you could probably go on Pearl's show and just run the table on her. And I would be there for it. Yeah, that would be funny. What's this? How you talk about Adam's first sin, then you read that. Read what? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Do I have to do this myself? Why am I banning people? Where are you at, Sammy? Sammy, you should be ahead of me already. Oh, you already pulled him. Okay, thank you. See, that's what I get for leaving the chat. Leave it in your hands for a little while. Okay. So next video. Here we go. We're going to get into maxims here in just a moment, but I got a couple of it. The Nuno video I thought was great, but I put this one up on Twitter not too long ago. I actually reposted this, and I thought this was good. I talked about this a little bit on Access Vegas, and I really wanted to kind of come back to it. So let's throw this up here. A little bit of background here. These girls, this is just like shot with a cell phone. Okay. These girls are in London, I think, in the UK somewhere. And this is like sort of the street scene or whatever's going on. Like this is the social scene that's going on in London right now. And guys are going to look at the girls and they're going to go, oh man, look at these fat girls, right? Okay, I got that. Understood. You're going to pay attention to the girls, whatever. But pay attention to the men, the boys, the males that are in this. Number one, this is what this guy chose to wear down to this place. Now, he could be the brother of one of these girls because he looks pretty young, but this is subject number one. There you go. That's what you're wearing out, brother man. That's your drip right there. Nice zoo. I like that. Yeah. Wait. There you go. Right there. This is what these guys are wearing. This is the you know what? Hey, let's go down and see what's happening. It's London. All right, so there you go. Sorry, there's nothing else to that besides that. Anyways, I threw that on there. So here's the thing. Beta male wear. Yes, it is Walmart popping. Yes, you are correct. I looked at that and I just retweeted it. I just said, oh no, I didn't. I quote tweeted it and I said, gentlemen, this is your competition, right? Like just so like, hey, look at the guy. Like I look at stuff like this and it's like, I'm like, that's the sampling in London. I'm staying in Vegas because Vegas is way better than that. But that's not what got me though. It was the guys like dudes dressed like Michael. Yes, you're correct. Absolutely correct. Like that's the thing is like, where's the? I don't know. So, anyways, I put this up and I said, "This is your gentlemen. This is your competition." I said, "Look at the guys in this." I said, "Pay attention to the guys and look at your competition." And the first thing anybody wants to say is, "Well, what are they competing for? We wouldn't want to get with these fat cows. You know, we wouldn't want to do that." That's not the fucking point. The point is, look at the dudes. Look where these guys are at, right? And I love it when like I've been like really. I hate to say I'm trying to defend incels these days because I'm not. I'm just trying to see. I'm trying to sort of attack the idea of incels as a thing to begin with. And the reason why I'm saying that is because there's no such thing as an incel, period. Are these guys incels? I don't think so. Would you be on that street with those chicks out there if you were an incel? No. Are you trying to make an effort to get with those girls? Well, look at those girls. Look what they're wearing. Look at their that is definitely a sexualized zone. Okay. They're there for a reason. And it ain't, it ain't because they're going to listen to Dr. Jordan Peterson give some TED talk somewhere in, Piccadilly Square, where the fuck it is. Yeah. They don't know style. They don't have a drip. They don't have a look. And that is kind of like where I wanted to start with Maxims here today, was the have a look. This is pretty good. What? Not to be too harsh on my fellow men, but seeing the behavior of men, it's like Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Don't Read Good. This needs to be at least 4 times larger. And who want to learn about to do good stuff too. Yes. The thing that gets me is this, though. The very fact that I pointed this out and I said, look at the guys in this. And it went completely over everyone's head. At least I have a pretty large following on Twitter. Okay. I'm like over, what am I at? 160,000, 157, somewhere around there. I have a lot of people follow me on Twitter. I have more people that follow me on Twitter than I do on my Clips channel. Certainly more than my Instagram. But so I put that out there. And maybe it's because Twitter is sort of inbred as it is. But like the guys think I'm attacking them. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying, look, this is good news. Look at these guys, man. This is your competition. How hard would it be to to beat these guys out? And of course they're like, well, I wouldn't want to. What are we competing for, Rollo? What are you saying? That we should go out there and try to get with these girls? They're not virgins. They've got too much cellulite at 22 years old. I'm not saying you go get with them. I'm saying make a fucking effort, man. Like do something to at least, improve your odds. Fix up your freaking Instagram. Fix up your look and your appearance, man. Go on every single show I go on. People every girl we've ever asked this question of is like, well, it was straight out the gate. As a matter of fact, I think it was on the first After Hour show, or maybe it was on. Yeah, it was an After Hour show. They always ask, what can guys do? Like what can guys do to improve their chances, right? What can they do, right? Well, how are guys failing? Like how can they get with you, right? Like that guys really care, right? But what the first damn thing, most of these girls say is take a fucking shower, comb your hair, basic hygiene. And I'm like, I thought that was stupid too, because I hear this a lot. I'm like, and so the first thing out of my mouth was like, are you meeting a lot of guys who don't bathe? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, really? Because there's 2 or 3 of I think it was Ad Misosnic. They what can guys do to be, let's see, maximize their potential? Or what can they do to be high value men? What can they do to become the best versions of themselves? Whatever, pick your jingoism. I don't care. First thing out of the mouth is take a shower, brush your teeth. Don't be fat. Maybe that's it. Don't be good. Don't be bad looking. Don't be ugly. I had this one stand-up comedian girl that I was going to show. Maybe I will later. Who was talking about if you've ever been rejected by a girl, you're ugly. And that was the joke. That was the funny thing. That's the reason. And it's she's right. She's just honest, right? I hate when guys tell me that, oh, women will forgive a few extra pounds. No, they won't. Not today. They don't have to today, because they're all, like Dr. Jordan Peterson was saying, they're 80%, 20%, whatever. They're all fighting for the same demographic of guys. And those guys that were on that street, they're not those guys. That's definitely not those guys. No guy on that street was getting any. They weren't getting any from any of the girls. Fat, thin, don't care. That's not who they were there for. Definitely not. Especially that guy that looks like her brother. Those guys aren't maybe I'm jaded now, but when I go, hell, even when I go to like Omnia or go to Hakkasan or something like that, or Zook or whatever in Vegas, I mean, I see the guys. These guys, at least they have some. They go. If you're going to spend that kind of money to go to that kind of club, it's you're going to make an event out of it for sure, because they know that the girls who are there are what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. They're there to get laid. That is definitely a sexual zone. What's a sexual zone, Rollo? Oh, well, all you have to do is go and pick up the player's handbook and you will understand sexual zoning. Okay. It's basically a place where women are that's where you pick up girls. It's okay to pick up girls at a club. They're there for it. Yes. Sorry, ladies. You made an effort to put on your black cocktail dress and look like Michaela Peterson with Andrew Tate. You're there for it. You don't put on that kind of, what is it? You're no, ladies, you're not a whore. You're not a prostitute, but you're wearing a prostitute's uniform. Dave Chappelle, right? Why are you wearing that? I didn't say you're a whore. I didn't say you're a prostitute. But you are wearing a prostitute's uniform. Well, but why are you there? Well, because that's where it is. So the reason why I put the sexual zoning part in the player's handbook was because a lot of guys get confused. They think, hey, because I get still to this day, Rollo, there's this really hot girl in the cubicle next to me. Should I ask her out? No, you abort. Danger, Will Robinson. That's not a sexual zone. People say, well, I got with a girl who was in my work or my next cubicle over. How come I can't ask her out? Right? Well, maybe you look like Chad Thundercock, and you beat the odds. But the fact of the matter is, for the vast majority of guys who are like the 80%ers, that's probably a very bad idea, because work shouldn't be a sexual zone. School, maybe. Just depends on where it is and what time and what the conditions are. A party, a house party, yeah, probably. Like there's different zones. That's walking along wherever street that is in London. That's definitely a sexual zone. Hola. ¿Cómo está? Are women aware they're perpetuating a double standard when they bemoan when they attack men as incels? Now, here's the thing. I'm glad you brought that up too, because I don't think there's anything. There's no such thing as an incel. I'll just tell you that right now. There's no such thing as a guy who is involuntarily celibate. There's voluntary celibates for sure. There's nobody that's involuntarily celibate. It is 2023. Again, fly into Reno Tahoe Airport. The Moonlight Bunny Ranch is all of 40 minutes away from that airport, 45 maybe. You can go and you show up with $300. Yeah, make a time of it. $500. You will no longer be involuntarily celibate. Guaranteed, 100% guaranteed. You will lose your V card. I'll finder's fee. Bring $600. Give me $100. I'll take you there. I'll show you where everything is. You can go get your business done, and you will no longer be involuntarily celibate. It is bullshit. An incel, calling someone as an incel is just first of all, it's a cope, but not for the incels. It's a cope for people who need a designation for loser. Loser. That's what it is. That's what we used to call them. You're not an incel. You're a loser. And I say that with love and kindness. I really do. Okay. In a clinical sense. I'm not trying to say, oh, you're never going to amount to anything. No, when people call you an incel, they just don't want to say loser. It's incel is so those people feel better about calling you something other than loser. That's what it is. I'm not saying you're an actual I'm not saying you're actually a loser, but they have to have some sort of pithy little, some sort of soft sell, it's passive aggressive bullshit is what it is. So they use a term like incel. Incel means I would never have sex with you. That's what it means. You are a perma virgin. I'm trying to think some old school names. Nerd, geek, dork, dweeb, loser. You are a guy who would never get laid. You're here. This is you.
We're never going to score. We're never going to score.
That's loser. And I don't think you're a loser personally. I'm just saying that the people who use the term incel and who keep using the term incel and trying to do scientific diagnostic studies of incel this and incel that, they just need a placeholder term for the word loser. Incel. Well, they self-identify as incel. No, they don't self-identify as loser. They don't self-identify as I'm autistic, I have Asperger's syndrome, and they don't self-identify as like I'm a freaking, asexual, asocial, psychotic shut-in, hikikomori. They don't identify. It's better. It sounds better. Incel just rolls off the tongue a little bit better than loser. It's not as violent. It's not as much of a smack in the face as loser. That's what they're calling you. And I'm quite sick of it. If you can't see my energy right now. Hey, Rollo, appreciate your work. Just picked up a gig working security and floor support at one of the highest quality strip clubs in a major southern city. San Diego. The red pill lens in this environment amps up the comedy. Thank you. Yeah. Well, what's funny is I will get back to the point here in a minute, but when I was working in wine and spirits and I was doing promotional stuff, like event planning and promotion stuff, and I was working on God knows whatever brands I was doing. And I was the only sober guy there because I had to work the gig. That's what I would do. Like, you're a bouncer, so you get to see the worst of it. But like, if you run the club, or if you're a promoter, or if you're a bartender, I would encourage you. Do you want to write the next Rational Male? Here's what you do: you become a bartender, you become a bouncer, you become a barback, you become a club promoter, whatever. You get out into the scene and you work it. You're not drinking, you're not getting fucked up, but you're watching the humans. Interesting, fascinating behavior. You watch them intermingle and stuff like that. That's an education you will never get in any other environment except for those dens of iniquity. Go to the clubs. Anyways, so you have people who want to do these they would like you to believe are very scientifically well-based, well-rounded, highest standard of rigor for incels. No, there's no such thing as an involuntary celibate. You can get laid by hook or by crook, right? You can get laid today. Hell, I would say, if like, what is it? Prostitution is illegal in the state of Florida, right? But if you go to Orange Blossom Trail in Orlando, you can get laid. I'm not saying it might not be the best experience in the world, but you will no longer be an involuntary celibate for damn sure. Because it's not about involuntary celibacy. It's about the fact that you're the guy that other women don't want to fuck. You're the lowest percentage of that 80 percentile, right? The one that here we go. You're at the lowest percentage. Where'd he go? Where's the Joker? No, Two-Face. Where's Two-Face? Here is Two-Face. Wait. God damn it. There you go. Here's Two-Face. Ready? Go.
80% of men online as below average in attractiveness, whereas men rate 50% of women as below average in attractiveness. And so what that means is that the attention of women in an open mating market is focused on a very small percentage of men. And what's happening in colleges and universities where women don't.
And let me point out the obvious here, that any guy that is not in the 20th percentile is automatically a what, children? An incel. If she wouldn't have sex with you, congratulations, you've graduated to incel. Anything, seriously, anything. It doesn't matter whether you identify or you don't identify as an incel. That's what they will call you.
Dominate in terms of proportion of population is that all the women are chasing a very small number of men. So
yeah, the top tier and everyone down below that tier is an incel. I know that was it Homath? Homath was saying not people. Not people. Incel sounds better than not people. Homath, I agree with you 100%. Incel is it's much more padded. It's much more nerfed than not people. Not dehumanizing. You're not a person. Rollo, not all men, but some men will win. The future for most of us is fucked. Yeah, it's true. Most. Yep. That's the way it works, man. Life's not unfair. Life's just life. Seriously.
Well, most of the men have no partners at all. And some of the men have more partners than they know what to do with.
Most of the men have no partners at all. The incels? What the fuck is an incel? Seriously. I mean, we need to really redefine or really like bore down, distill this down to its core elements here. What the fuck is an incel? Because from my being in this for 22 some odd years right now, I've heard incel get thrown around quite a bit. And it's probably like started around 2015, 2016, right? And it came up in popularity. But I remember when it was True Force Loneliness. Those guys ended up becoming the worst of them in many ways, start becoming the incels, incel.co, all the forums and everything else, which by the way, is the only place that they go and they do their surveys from, their sample size is like, 250, 300 people from incel.co. Yeah, that's not a, talk about academic rigor. No. Biased, yeah, but we're going to go and throw that study out. By the way, it's a study from Will Costello. I've talked about it before. William Costello, who basically got his doctorate on the back of this bullshit, study. And now I got everybody from Date Psych to Macklemore to everybody else quoting this. Forbes, Tim Pool, all these people. Look, the science is settled. Get the fuck out of here. If you can tell me what an incel is, then maybe we can start to have a conversation about whether this is legit or not. But how many guys, I'm going to ask the question here. Okay. I'll take him out for a second here. I'm going to ask this question because I asked this question when I was in Miami. I still haven't got a satisfying answer to it. What percentage, I'm going to ask the class here, everybody in the chat. You can put this in as a number. What percentage of the U.S. population of men, okay, which is half the population, what are we at, 320 million? So, half of that. Men, well, of the age to know. So I guess I can't really say it's half of them, but what percentage of men in the United States self-identify as an incel? As an incel. They say, they wake up in the morning, they look in the mirror and they go, fuck you, incel. How many men self-identify as an incel in the United States? What percentage do you think that is? What percentage? Because I'll tell you right now that if you go and you read stuff like from Will Costello and Date Psych and all the rest of these fuckwits, if you go and you look at their stuff, it's like they're everywhere. There's a freaking incel under my coffee cup. They're everywhere. No, they're not. They're a fraction. I would say there are more people in the United States who identify as trans than they are young men who identify as incels. I guarantee you, incels are a lower percentage of the population than people who identify as, let's say, gender confused, right? Guarantee it. But to hear everyone talk about quote unquote incel this and incel that, you're not talking about involuntary celibates. You're talking about guys who you're worried about. You're worried that they're going to organize. You're worried that they're getting the wrong message. How do we contain these men, these losers? How do we keep them in line? We got to either give them more drugs, give them more weed, give them more OxyContin, or give them more porn. We've got to find some way to keep them off the streets. And God damn it, it must be these red pill guys. T-shirt coming soon. Who are creating them? They're just cranking these incels out. How many? Like, I want to see what's the percent? What percentage do you think the U.S. population? 2%? I don't even think it's 2. 0, 6. I think it's like less than 1%. I think it's a fraction of 1%. 25%. You would be wrong. I can tell you for right now, that would not be it. 35% of men self-identify as incels. Incel printing press. That's me. Here we go. Rational Mail. Incel printing press. Go. Start now. Red pill. Those red pill guys are creating this legion of incels. There's an incel army for Rollo Tomasi. No, they're not. I would say that they are a fraction of 1%. Okay. Yes, exactly. And thank you for pointing out what my next words were going to be, Jerry C. Like I said, if there is no boogeyman, nobody gets paid. And now we need a new boogeyman. Do you guys remember when I used to have to defend like pickup artists? Because everybody was like, oh, Rollo, those guys are PUAs. They're dating roaches. I don't coach. I'm not coach. God forbid. Right? No, remember on PUAs, everybody said, "Well, you don't want to be like that." Was the insult? That was the derogatory, designation, right? That was the invective. There's your vocabulary word, children. It was. I remember when like it was like PUAs, like the red pills, all those scummy, like slimy PUAs. That doesn't fly anymore. PUAs pale in comparison of scummy, sliminess to, well, losers, incels, guys women would never want to fuck. You better shape up, get out there on the streets and go talk to those girls that are in London, apparently, right? Get out there, because the only reason you guys are depressed and you're depressed and asocial and despondent and nihilistic is because of those red pill guys. If you just got out on the street and just mingled a little bit, you'd find that these girls just absolutely love you. Right? Why not? Please. You know what? Don't listen to me. Listen to all these idiots with their made up fucking stats and their bullshit, non-peer reviewed, funded by U.S. counterterrorism interests. Go listen to them. Just seriously, here's a quick experiment. If you don't find what I say or Myron or anybody else is valid, okay. Please, I want you to go and you got to do the experiment, right? Hypothesis and practice. Go out on the streets, go ask, see, how does it work for you? Incel. You wouldn't be an incel if you were just asking. What's funny is like, that's so unfalsifiable because you could just you're automatically no longer an incel if you're actually trying to get laid because it's not involuntary anymore. You're trying. Like, how's that work? That's awesome. Everything is unfalsifiable in data land. It's amazing. Yeah, go out there and do it, please. Come back and tell me how it worked for you. Yeah. See, the thing is like I think the thing that most like critics of the red pill are afraid of is not, this legion of incels who are trying to trick women or who are pretend. Some among them could be that one Alec Manassian or that Nicholas Cruz, or it could be the first guy who goes out and does they're still clinging to Elliot Rodger from 2014. One guy, and that was 9 years ago. Coming up on 10. In May, it'll be 10. I remember when it was. It was May of 2014. It's still clinging to Alec Manassian, where he took a panel truck and ran into just women. I'm not saying it's not bad. It is very bad, okay? So I got 2 in 10 years. Almost 10 years. Any more? Can you think of any more? What about the guy who, what was that dude? There was a guy who what did he kill, masseuse or like massage people? Oh no, I know it was yoga studio is what it was. Like some dude went in there and ran around and shot women because he was pissed off that he wasn't getting his dick sucked. Okay, maybe you got 3. That's a Tuesday in fucking Chirac, Detroit. Just because they intentionally targeted female, because maybe they were killer incels, maybe they were radicals, right? But that was all of those incidents, by the way, took place between 2014 and 2019. So you got 3 in that amount of time. Well done, bravo, because they're incels. What does that say? What does that say that if the track record is this? If the track record is we don't even know what the population of incels, the self-identified incels in the United States is. But I'm going to say that probably 1, 2, 3 guys in that time period. And remember, there was they weren't even calling themselves incels back then. Certainly not in 2014. Was it slut hate and PUA hate? They hated PUAs. In fact, there wasn't even an incel. It was just we're part of PUA hate. I remember that. I used to get guys because that was back in the forum days, 2013, 2014. There were two forums. One was called PUA hate, and then it turned into slut hate.com. That's what they called it. Whatever. They're probably gone. I think they're probably gone now. But those forums were everybody was just commiserated. It was just the losers all congregated and commiserated on the forums. Hell, if anything, I would say that was a buffer against like them going out and going nuts. Because there was no, like, I think people still think that the red pill is like this recent creation. Like if you go and you talk to most of these people who like have a bone to pick with me, or they don't say me, not by name, God forbid, but like the people who have a bone to pick with the red pill, the red pill gets the red pill wrong. What the bone that they have to pick is they think that the red pill begins and ends with fucking Pearl. It begins and ends with like Andrew Tate. It began and ended maybe a little. Hell, they probably can't even remember the name of Kevin Samuels. It begins and ends with those guys on Fresh and Fit, right? I mean, like where'd it go? Where's that guy? Like this guy right here. Not that guy, not her. Where'd he go? Up. Is this the dude? I think it's this guy. Does this guy hit?
Take on Fresh and Fit, whatever, all those other things. Right after you finish jerking off on Pornhub, you go to YouTube. You got to clear the mind.
See, this is what guys think incels are. They're just losers. They're just guys who jerk off on Pornhub and they grind their teeth and they just have this angst against women. And so what do they do?
You got to get strong again. What do you watch? Whatever. Fresh and Fit. Who are they roasting? The porn stars you were jerking off to.
Exactly.
No, they're not. They're actually not doing that. Semi-questionably, ambiguously gay dude. They're not doing that. They're not like roasting. They're very rare. I can't even remember. Okay. I think Tiffany Fox was a porn star when she was on Fresh and Fit. Other than that, Kiki Clout, that was like way back in the day. Hell, if you want to talk about porn stars, shit, dude, you're sitting in the studio. Well, she's in Vegas. So like you come to Access Vegas, man. We actually have porn stars. We regularly have porn stars as part of our panel. Fresh and Fit, not so much. And so now the perception is that, well, Fresh and Fit, they're all these guys, they just get porn stars and they just like throw rocks at them and they shit all over them. Who have you even seen any of these shows? Do you watch a full show? Because, man, I mean, it takes a lot of, you have to be really dedicated to, Brian, I love you, but like, you got to be real dedicated to watch a 6-hour whatever podcast, unless Michael Knowles or Candace is on. I mean, does he watch enough of these to know that? I don't think so. But it's this misperception because it sounds right. It sounds like because it is counter to what, and by the way, this is sneaky fucker game. We'll get into that.
So do you get it? It's one big female degradation system.
It is.
And they fuel male power through putting women down. Not.
Okay. I disagree with this just simply in principle, but I can't say that I'm not seeing that in like the chats right now, because one of the reasons why we get so much shit on Access Vegas with the girls that we have on the show is because people say we're too easy on them. We don't kick them off. We don't punch them in the face enough. We don't make them cry. And so in some ways I kind of get what he's saying, because if Myron Fresh and Brian weren't in some way trying, and I mean this figuratively, punching these girls in the face, like verbally anyways, if they weren't doing that, they would lose viewership. So in that sense, I get it, but that's not the basis of the red pill. That's why we're doing Access Vegas. What's funny is we have actual porn stars and we don't kick them off. We're not there to like punch them in the face, like verbally. But he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Through interacting with each other. Men are the most powerful thing in the cosmos.
You like that? It's funny, if I say men are most definitely not the most powerful thing in the cosmos, if I try to explain the gynocentric social order to this guy, if I try to go back in time to like say 1965 through 1975 and explain all the developments in the post-sexual revolution world, his eyes would probably gloss over. But if I say men are not the most powerful thing in the cosmos, I'll have a certain demographic of guys from the Manosphere who will say, Rollo, how dare you? It's only because men haven't manned up and we haven't met our masculine duty. I'd probably get behind this guy, right? We're the most powerful thing in the cosmos. We just have let the ball drop and we need to pick the ball back up and get it across the goal line. There'll be guys that will say that. And then there'll be the guys who will say, This guy is a weesh, you know, he's a sneaky fucker. He's a cuttlefish, right? He wants to identify with the feminine. That's really where this guy is at. But if I say we're not the most powerful thing in the cosmos, there'll be guys who will say, well, how dare you? You know, we're masculine men. And then there'll be the guys who will agree and say, well, no, we really aren't. It's women who have sort of taken the reins of power right now. And then we have that conversation. There's no way to win that. So all I can say is like, no, we're not the most powerful thing in the cosmos. And the very fact that you would need to say that in 2023 after militant feminism in a post-sexual revolution world tells me all I need to know about this dude, which is I'm trying to, like, translation, I'm trying to identify with the feminine so women will want to fuck me, because I think that if I align with them and identify with them and I express my emotion and I become more vulnerable, then women will want to fuck me. I'm going to defend them. I'm going to defend women by aligning and identifying with them and shitting and apologizing for masculinity. That's basically what it ends up being.
You don't need to put down women to feel that way. And if that's the way that you feel masculine, then we have a problem with masculinity now.
Absolutely.
This is.
So here's the thing is you can't, as I was saying before earlier in the show, is remember we were talking about having a substantive conversation? Like sitting, that's people are gonna think I'm like simping or whatever, but like that's why I kind of want to talk to certain women like on a one-on-one. Like let's have this out, because I know that I've gone on Access Vegas and I've gone on well actually Saucecast and some other even El Pixie from Fresh and Fit, who by the way probably disagrees with a lot of what I say. I would love to have her. She would be a great conversation one-on-one away from that setting. My point in talking to her would be sort of like having the pushback, the back and forth, like here's what I think, here's what you think, right? And I think that people watching like a debate, not a debate, but like a discourse between myself and her, for whatever it's worth, I think that would be more substantive. I think it would be a higher quality conversation than if we're going, okay, if we have the Rumble chat who wants to talk about the elves and want to talk about like, you know, the latest, you know, racist, ethno-nationalist, whatever shit, or get Rollo off of there. He's an old man, right? Fine, go fuck yourself. I'm going to go have a good conversation with this person, whether you think it's a good idea or not. Everyone said talking to Richard Reeves was a mistake. Fuck you. It was great. Still is one of our most popular shows. Oh, you shouldn't talk to Richard Hart. You really lost the narrative, Rollo. Still one of my most you know well-trafficked shows. Got another one? You know, oh man, you shouldn't talk to Gary the numbers guy. Okay, you're right about that. But it was still a pretty good show. You got to admit. Substance, probably not as much as I would have liked. But that's the case. Is you like I couldn't have that. I would rather have a conversation with Pixie from Fresh and Fit than this dude, whoever his name is, because I already know where he's going with that. There's no way we're not going to convince anybody of anything. But the first thing I will do is like when people say, hey, you should debate X, Y, and Z, I'm going to say, well, do you know the material? Do you know what you're talking about? Clearly, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I would argue that probably Pixie knows better what she's talking about than that dude. Certainly. I can just listen to you for 5 minutes and tell you don't know a goddamn thing about Fresh and Fit if you think that it's just porn stars that they're interviewing. Porn stars? What are you talking about? I thought they just went out to Brickell and just scooped up whoever was there and threw them on the show. Or they handpicked ratchet-ass 304s to put on there so that they can make them look bad. No, they don't. Women want to come on that show. Women want to be on Access Vegas. Women line up or get in a waiting list to be on whatever podcast. That's them. That's on the women. If it wasn't popular, if there wasn't some sort of net benefit for women to be on our show, to be on Fresh and Fit, wherever, if there was not some net benefit for it, they wouldn't be there. Because I'll tell you right now, I've been involved in doing like a show similar to this for a very long time now, or for over a year now. And I've been involved with Fresh and Fit for a very long time as well. And I can tell you right now, they don't hand select these girls just to make them look bad. I've already done a full episode on that. If you haven't seen that, if you're unfamiliar with that, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have, where did it go? I think I might be able See if I can get this. Do I have this? Ah, here we go. Oh, fuck. I just happen to have it right here. Oh, my goodness. Would you like me to prove to you why this guy is full of shit? Of course you would. Where did it go? There. I'll put this up on screen even. These are the fresh and fit stats, and these are a little bit updated. Like Big Mo probably has a more updated list than this. I forget which what the date is on this particular one. There it is. If you can see this, I'll just read it to you because some of that looks a little bit small. So this is this was as of July 31st of this year. These are the new stats. Okay, so 1,429 female guests. 938 are originally from other states. 148 are from other countries outside the USA. New York and California seems to be where most of the girls are from. Okay, Texas, Georgia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Massachusetts, Colorado, Washington, D.C., and Nevada. Of course, Vegas, right? New stats. Here we go. 337 of the female guests are actually from Florida. Of that 1,429, only 337 of them are actually from Florida. Montana, Nebraska, Alabama, Oklahoma, Kentucky, South Dakota, Arkansas, Kansas, Wyoming, Delaware, and Vermont are the only states we haven't had girls come on from. So let's see. Nobody can say FNF only interview Miami bimbos or only Miami girls, or they say only Miami girls in Miami act the way that they do. Hypergamy is everywhere. They all think the same. Okay, so the sample pool. Thank you, Big Mo, for that. He probably has that. That was July 31st. There's probably more recent ones as well. Like, I love having these stats too, because like the thing, you guys think it's like maybe it seems like a little invasive to you guys, because every like Fresh and Fit after hour show always starts with them asking like, where are you from? Highest level of education. Are you in a relationship? How old are you? They have the data. This is just something I just recently got. I have the data for like age demographics as well. It's a broad swath of women that it's not just random. It's not just or it's not just cherry picked either. I've been on shows where there's women as old as 42, and I've been on shows that I think the youngest girl I saw was 19. So the premise is just simply faulty. People they're arguing against straw men that they're creating and making up for themselves. It's really as simple as that. Geez. Okay. Carl Bennington. When a girl won't break eye contact on a date, what does that mean? That's an IOI, and a indicator of interest. It's also like, I want to call it an alpha tell, but it's not necessarily an alpha tell, but it's most definitely what's known as an IOI, indicator of interest. It's a good sign. Especially if your eyes are dilated and she's not on drugs. She's not on smack. Wandering warrior. I was going to say monster. Not to be too harsh on my fellow men, but seeing the behavior of men. Okay, so I got that. Thank you. That's out. That's out. Let's see. I got to you. Oh, here we go, Adam. Sorry, I was looking for this one. Thanks, Rollo. You are the a-hole in the treehouse who told us that Santa wasn't real, and Miss Robinson wasn't squeezing my knob to help me piss. Yeah. Allahu Akbar. Hallelujah. Wait, hold on. I got to give you that and that and that. She's not a Christian. There you go. Keep revealing how deep the rabbit hole goes. Yes. It's funny as I use the I hate to use analogies because you're not supposed to do that on the internets, but I use the allegory of the cave. I think people don't realize that the end of that story, like they know the basic story. Like the guy goes out, sees the sunshine, comes back, tries to tell the people, and they don't believe him, blah, blah, blah. But actually, the way that story ends is they actually kill the dude. Because I'm going to get killed. It's just me. I know it. I feel it soon. They're coming to get me, right? Okay, so we got through that. I was going to. Oh, where's this thing? I have something else here. Is that Jamie Lynn? That was Jamie. By the way, in case you're wondering who Jamie Lynn is, that's the girl that was in this. Oh, wait. I have to set this up. This is too good. This is not to pick on Jamie too much because I actually kind of like Jamie quite a bit, but the girl that was in that clip also has. She's is it the Pink Pill podcast? Let's see. I think this is her as well.
Lose for women, you know? It's like we're told so much that there's so much value in how you look and how you appear.
Yeah.
And if you want to, but you can't do it. You have to enhance it naturally, you know, because then, you know, if you go above and beyond, then it's too extreme. And it's just kind of like there's so much judgment around what's okay for women to do and what's not okay for women to do. And another thing that I hear is, well, you're not doing it for yourself. You're doing it for men.
Oh, God.
That's a common one. That came up.
You are doing it for men. I'm doing it for women. The thing that gets me is like, why? First of all, how is this a revelation? And then second of all, it's like, what's the problem with that? All those chicks that were on that London street right there, they were doing it for men. They were, you know what? I feel empowered today. I'm going to go throw on this cocktail dress and see if Andrew Tate will take me out on the streets of London somewhere. Get the fuck out of here.
That came up on the show where they were like, well, aren't you just doing it to be attractive to the other sex? And I go, well, sometimes that's the case. Sometimes it is.
Yeah.
It's always the case. Trust me. Proximate outcome, ultimate outcome.
But sometimes you just want to feel good in your own skin, or you want to enhance your own natural beauty.
I love this rationale whenever, because by the way, I've heard this for like 1,000 times from like my poor girls when I was working in wine and spirits, right? So what I would have to do is we'd have a promo, and then I would have to like select the girls from agencies, right? Because they were the ones who were there. They had to be booth candy basically, so that, you know, guys would want to come up. They pour drinks for them. That's why I call them poor girls, right? And there's guys too, by the way. You got to have good looking women and good looking guys, right? So no homo, but you'll get a good looking guy and good looking girl to pour your drinks depending on the venue. Okay. So the girls are there at those events would always say something very similar to this. Like, I love wearing this stuff. I wear it for me. I'm like, again, I'm the sober one there, right? I'm running the show. I'm doing the promo. I'm like, so let me get this straight. If I came to your house at 4:30 in the afternoon tomorrow, I would find you in like this full like lingerie with a garter belt and stockings and like, I don't know, harness or whatever the fuck you want to wear, like, because it's for you and you feel good doing that. And you'll be there 4:30 and you'll be vacuuming the floor in your lingerie. Correct? Because you're doing it for you. You're not going out of the club, or you're not, doing it before you have sex. You're doing it for you. You'll be wearing a cocktail dress. You'll be wearing high heels, of course, because you're just doing it for you. So therefore, it shouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that if I came over to your house and it was, I don't know, noon and you're eating, I don't know, mac and cheese in the kitchen, you would be in lingerie, right? No, you wouldn't. It's bullshit.
And if that's the case, if everything that we women are doing is for men, then everything you guys are doing is for us.
Yes. How is that a how is that a revelation? So to reinforce my my take here, I present to you. I present to the jury Jamie Lynn's Instagram. Here we go. I'm probably going to get in deep shit for this. Very good looking woman, as you can tell. By the way, she's been on the show before and very intelligent, highly intelligent. I will give her that. I know that she has a degree in psychology of some sort. This is great. The guy's pretty cool too. Did I met him? Anyways, this is her. This is her. So if I came over to your house at, 4:30, this is what you'd be wearing, right? Vacuuming, doing the dishes. You'd be wearing this. I don't think so. Let's see what else. Yeah. See, the thing is like when I love it when like really, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say she's a hot girl. She's very attractive. I think most guys would say she's definitely good looking. She got a guy too, at least. Right. Oh, here. Perfect. The perfect power fitness couple. And we're going to say that should be telling us what women do for themselves. Baby, I love you, but like this is your bread and butter. This is your revenue stream. I mean, I go to the gym. I try to look jacked and juicy as fuck as I possibly can. Right. I think I did pretty well this summer. I'm not on the cutting right now, but I'm definitely lifting a lot more these days. So hopefully by spring, because I'm thank you, Thor, for helping me out. And I'll tell you right now, as a married man of 27 years, I want to look good, period. And there ain't nothing fucking wrong with that. Oh, don't worry, my dear. Hold on. Have no fear, Soralita. Did you see Sidney Watton's lame interview? Yes, I have it on tap right now, too. Yes, don't worry. Coming up next on the Rational Male Podcast. Yeah. Oh, did I ever? Yes, coming up next. Again, this is not to run Jamie up the flagpole. I actually find her very attractive, and I think she's very intelligent, too. She's fun to talk to and do shows with. But I will tell you this. A lot of that shit about, we do it for ourselves. No, you don't. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, why is this even a conversation? By the way, women are not the only ones that do that. Like she was trying to say, well, if that's the case, then it must be men to do it for women too. Yeah. Yes, you're correct. 100%. Yes. Pretty much all behavior, especially innate, like sort of like unconscious, like, autonomous behavior that we do. Hell, the clothes you picked in the morning. It's what is it? Oh, it was Tanner Guzzi. The Appearance of Power. I think that's what it is, or Perception of The Appearance of Power, I think is the book that he wrote way back in the day. It was good. I think he published it in 2016 or 2017. It's called The Appearance of Power. And I don't mind giving him a plug because I think it was a great book, but from a different perspective. It's from like the guy's perspective. The guy's perspective is this. Well, a real man doesn't care how he looks. No, a real man absolutely cares about how he looks. A real man wouldn't wear that. A real man doesn't. You just wear boots and put on jeans and go out with a white t-shirt, and that's all you really need, because a real man's not concerned with that. No, real men are very concerned with the way that they look, especially if they're in high positions of affluence and power and status. You ever watch granted, I know it's a TV series, but you ever watch the series Suits? If you look at Harvey Specter, the guy who's the main, one of the main characters in there, like the reason they called it Suits, it's because they're in suits. They're lawyers, they're attorneys about a law firm, right? It's a great series. And yes, I know Meghan Markle was in, and she should have stayed in that show and not married Prince Harry. She should have just minded her own business. She was a better actor or actress than she is a princess. Just saying. But it's Appearance of Power. And Tanner Guzzi was saying something like if you go and you look at like say Greek armor of the time, it was sculpted to look like the dude had like fucking abs and a fucking like pecs out to here and everything, and just to make him look like yoked on the battlefield. That's how you knew that guy was important. He was a sergeant, or was a centurion, or he was a praetor, or whatever. I forget the designation. Sorry, I'm thinking about the Roman Empire again. But you knew that motherfucker has that armor on there because he's an important dude. Well, let's kill him. Like that guy who's wearing that breastplate and that cuirass, whatever it's called. That dude's the guy. Yeah, Blood Angel armor. Thank you very much. Yes, he looks like Sanguinius. That's the dude you shoot. That's the colonel. That's the captain. Go after him. Yes. And so what's the presence of power? Masculinity. It's not like they didn't put bitch tits on him. They didn't make him like look pot bellied or anything like that. They didn't like give him like, fucking, fat rolls on the side, love handles. He looks like a blood angel, man. He looks like Sanguinius. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the Primarch of the Blood Angels chapter of Space Marines. Hell, even you could just look at like Artificer armor in 40K. Sorry, I'm nerding out right now. But even in history, it has a historical like counterpart to it. You can look at like, and it's cross-cultural too. So you can look at like tribesmen in like the Amazon rainforest, or you can look at like African tribes or whatever. You can look at ancient Greeks, hoplites, for example. You can look at, you just look at different cultures, like ancient cultures. The presence or the appearance of power was very important for men. So to say like, oh, men don't care about the way they look, real man doesn't do that. No, a real man absolutely does. Especially when it's like, why do you dress different for a funeral than you would for a wedding? Why do you dress different for a job interview than you would for a date? Why do you dress different for there's so many different examples of this. Men absolutely care the way they look, especially if they're trying to get laid. But they should anyways, like those poor kids on fucking London streets, right? Those guys, they don't care. In fact, maybe that's part of the fallout. I don't know. Anyways, Jamie Lynn, I halfway agree with you. I think that men absolutely do it. I don't think women do it for themselves. You wear it because that's what you want to do. You want to sexualize yourself. And by the way, do it. Bravo, especially if you can do it. It's a privilege, not a right. Like spandex. Rollo, what are your ethical reasons to eat meat? Eat meat. Beyond the fact that Christmas ham and fried turkey are amazing. That's all the justification I need. What's your favorite Thanksgiving food and how do you celebrate the holiday? Well, God damn it, man. You know what? You get one of these and you get one of these for that. An entirely off topic question, which I'm happy to answer. Gosh, what are we going to have? Usually it's turkey, right? Turkey stuffing, just traditional kind of stuff. Sometimes it's ham, turkey. I know ham is haram. Ham is haram. Is turkey halal food? I think it might be. It's not a hoofed animal. I think you could probably eat turkey if you're Muslim. You can enjoy Thanksgiving some way. Just can't do it with ham. Beef. Is beef halal? I don't know. I was with Myron one time and he wouldn't eat a pepperoni pizza. And I was like, why? He's got pepperoni. What's wrong with it? He goes, there's beef or something like that. I'm like, what the fucking pepperoni could be like halal or haram? I don't know. So what's my ethical reason? Nope. That is my ethical reason. Because it tastes good. Because bacon tastes good. Ham tastes good. Usually turkey, though. Turkey. What's my favorite part, though? Okay, let's see. What's my favorite part of like a Thanksgiving feast? If I say the stuffing, that's like all carbs, and people will like throw me under the bus for my diet. I hardly ever. I don't eat. I never stuff myself. That's one thing I do agree with Andrew Tate. I hate being full. I think half the reason that I love sushi so much is because it doesn't fill me up like anything else. So that's like my favorite food is sushi. But I do like a good burrito. Mexican food is probably my next favorite. And I like Thai food. Anything that's really hot and spicy, I love. Like that's just me. I'm a super taster. I think somebody called me that one time because I watch The Heatonist. If you don't know what Heat HeaTonist. It's a podcast, by the way. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant idea. So what they do is like they got the guy who does the interview of like celebrities and I guess maybe like athletes too, mostly celebrities, actors and stuff like that. And they sit there and they have to eat like chicken wings or whatever they have, but they have like increasingly more and more hot sauces in the Scoville scale. And I know what a Scoville scale is because I love hot sauces, right? If you ever wonder what to get me for like a gift for Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, hot sauce. That's what I love. I like, and by the way, I'm not the only one. Aaron Clary has the same tastes, but they'll line up all these really hot sauces to the hottest one, and they'll have this conversation. And they got milk there so like it can like get the burn off, but they have to like sort of like continue the conversation while they're eating like the hottest fucking hot sauces. And it's funny as hell. It's a really great format. And then here's the genius of it is The Heatonist actually sells the gourmet hot sauces that you see on the show I don't know what kind of money these guys are making, but it's got to be huge because I love it, and I order from the Heatonist all the time. So, just saying, ethical reasons for eating meat because I like it. Meat tastes good. I don't have any ethical reasons whatsoever. I don't hunt. I've never hunted. I don't like to. I can't like see myself hunt. Well, I shouldn't say that. Chucker. If you know what chucker is, like it's a bird, right? A bird probably will be okay. I've never like killed like a big game, but that's not to say that I would not go deep sea fishing and catch fish all day long, as you have seen. I have a video on my Instagram of me. Actually, the first time I ever used a gaff, but I've been deep sea fishing since I was like 14 years old. Like I used to go from Los Angeles down to San Diego because my mom lived in San Diego, and I would take the train down there for like long weekends. And I would go on a headboat, just like, cause I just love to fish. Right. And I still do to this day, but now I can afford better shit. So, I usually do 1 or 2 trips a year, and it's usually out of Miami. You'll see some of the pictures of me and Justin Waller and Sterling Cooper and Tom and some other people as well. Doing we deep sea fish, right? I've caught like barracuda that look like dinosaurs, but the biggest fish I ever caught was a Goliath. Actually, 2 of them in the same evening, Goliath grouper. But I have no compunction about catching fish and eating fish. Recall that, like I thought it was funny because I had this video. It's still on my Instagram if you want to see it. And it's I have it set to the tune of Blood and Thunder by Mastodon. And it's me, the captain of the ship, Captain Nelson, really good guy. In fact, he's the only dude I use in Miami. So he shot the video of me of using the gaff. Like I took it from the hand and I said, let me do this. Right. And so I got it. And it was Tom who was pulling the fish. We were getting King Mac. King Max, I think is what it was. And it was a pretty good sized fish. And I got it on the first try. So I put that video up there, and everyone and their mother came out of the woodwork. How dare you kill that poor fish? It's starving. It's like you're just suffocating on the deck. I'm like, you're damn right it is, because that's going to be fish tacos tonight. I have no ethical consideration for eating fish though, but I've never really killed like a deer or a bear or anything else like that. I don't know if I could do that. Fuzzy animals, I can't kill them. Shout out to Mr. Rollo, evolving to Mr. Swallow. I think I've already evolved. Blackest Panther. If a woman went outside thinking, I think he said thinking, she looked good and was told by every man of society that she looked ugly, would she go out like that ever again? That's the question that needs to be asked. Good point. Yes, because it's feedback, right? It's positive reinforcement. It's operant conditioning. You're right. You're absolutely. You know what? Well done, sir. Rollo, did you take the chance to get a chance to watch F1? No, I was in and out really quickly, and primarily because I have been dealing with the downtown traffic and the construction for that goddamn thing for so long. And furthermore, it's like Escape from New York, except for it's Escape from Vegas right now, because they will close off the streets where the F1, they had to, right? But you couldn't, like, literally it has a perimeter around like the downtown corridor of Las Vegas for the F1 racing. And by the way, I love F1 racing. I love watching that shit. Anything with speed. I like drag racing. I like NASCAR. I like sprint car stuff. I like bracket racing. I used to do bracket racing with my brother back in the day. F1 for sure, man. Anything fast, dude. I love speed. But so I thought it was great. But the problem is like it's like you ever see Escape from New York? It's like how New York is like this maximum security prison. It's like Escape from Las Vegas, and you once you get in and they close it off, you're stuck, right? And then what else? Oh, but I mean, it's not like they open it later on, but it's like a maximum security prison. And but then here's the other thing that they don't tell you. All the hotels and the casinos and all the resorts that are along the F1 track that's out there, think about how much all of the rooms cost that are facing the track. Like if you go and hey, I'm going to go get a room for F1, I'll be great. Yeah, you're paying about $5,000, and that's not a freaking like suite. Like each one of those, if you, because it's basically a seat. It's basically so you can, because they have balconies, you can look out and do whatever. They upcharge all of the rooms that face the track. So I would very much love to go see it, but I've only watched what I have watched on TV thus far, or on the internet. What? Oh, best album of 04, Ashes of the Wake or Leviathan? Leviathan. It has to be Leviathan because that's Blood and Thunder's on that one. Oblivion was really good too, by the way. Their latest one's really good. I have the newest one as well. I love Mastodon. Okay, I've got one more thing to do here. Where are we at? 3:24? Okay, we got plenty of time. Plenty of time today. I do have one other thing. I didn't mean to like throw rocks at Jamie Lynn because I really, like I said, this is no hate there, but I wanted to throw out a few other things. Now, here's one of the things that we've been doing on Access Vegas is Mike and I have been throwing out misinformation, right? Those red pill guys don't know what they're talking about. Well, we do know what we're talking about. And every time we have to deal with critics, we have to deal with straw men. Well, I'm going to dig into a couple of things here today. Like we're going to go back into body count just really briefly here. Okay. Because we have this just in, we have some new information that has come to my attention here. And where did it go? Okay. So the original study on this, where is that? Was higher body count in married women associated with significantly higher prevalence of cheating on their husbands. Now, this is part 2. I've already shown you part 1 because this is from the initial study that was it StatCloud? StatCloud was putting out. Okay. This is the study. That study, by the way, is the study that Mike quoted when we were on Saucecast, and we were both times, well, a couple of times when we were on Fresh and Fit about this is the smoking gun, basically. Okay. Higher body count is definitely correlatively and causally, at least according to the stats, causally linked to a higher rate of divorce. Okay. I was going to say higher rate of infidelity. Okay. In women. And this is part 2 of all of that. Okay. So where to go? I got to share my screen. This is the causal link. Okay. Now this is part 2. I'm just going to read this to you because it's easier to just do it this way. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. Okay. Higher body count in married women associated with significantly higher prevalence of cheating on their husbands. Okay. So continuing from the last post in this series, we compare the prevalence of women ever cheating on their husband between currently married and divorced/separated women from the GSS NORC GSS data set. Okay. Now, the N means this is the sample size. So 11,528. Got it? Here we go. 9.8% of currently married women have cheated on their husbands. It's actually not too bad. It's just under 10%. Okay. And you got a 10% chance that she's going to want to fuck somebody else. Of currently married women have cheated on their husbands, compared to 25.8% of divorced/separated women who cheated on their husbands while they were married. Got it? This is the difference between currently married and divorced separated women who cheated on their husbands while they were married. Okay. So this is not like in the marriage. This is like post-marriage. 25.8%. That's okay. When stratified by number of male sexual partners, body count, women have had less than 20 women who have had less than 20 partners had a 58% prevalence of cheating on their former husbands compared to the 31.8% currently married women. Okay. So that's people who were partners of a previous a prevalence of their former husbands divorced to their currently married. Got it? That's the difference between these two. Number of males and sexual partners, got this. And you can see the prevalence here is 31.8, which is what they said. And then you've got 58 for 20 partners had a prevalence of cheating on their former husbands. Okay, so that's so this is currently married. This is the divorced and separated and cheated. So these are the numbers I'm talking about right there. To check for statistical significance, of our results, we ran a chi-squared test. Okay, chi, whatever. 1, the difference between the frequency of cheating in married and divorced separated women, which was statistically significant. This is like from the other. I think this might be from the other. The difference between the frequency of married and divorced/separated women cheating on their husbands and body count, which was statistically significant. Okay. And you can see the variant. This is the value and then the differential right here. All right. Now, conclusion. There is a significant difference between the prevalence of women cheating on their husbands in married versus divorced separated women, and the frequency of cheating increases linearly with higher body counts. The difference between the marital status groups are statistically significant. Okay. Now, here we go. If we look, I want to back this up a little bit because we're looking at by partner here. So number of male sexual partners, if she's only had one partner, the likelihood is about 2%, and that's in marriage. Okay. But the divorced, to have been divorced, is 5.6. See? So 2.3. Now we're looking at 11. Now look at the quick from 1 to 2 to 3. Look at the jump there. And then look at the jump there. And then 4 to 5 goes up a little bit more, a little bit more than 4%. Jumps up. This is almost 28. So almost half. So we're looking at 6. Yeah. Okay. So if you look, this is actually, I should just blow this up. This is the one that's really the smoking gun right here. So this is just adding, I said, this is adding more fuel to the fire, I guess. And I wanted to thank StatCloud for throwing that on there. Now, I talked to Mike Sartain earlier about this, and he said it's pretty much the same conclusion. But additionally, women who are divorced are more likely to have cheated than women who are married, which seems logical. But I think you could question the validity of the responses. Women who are married are far less likely to admit that they've cheated. So the conclusion is a divorced woman is also a bad bet for paternity, just like the woman with a high body count. Got it? So a divorced woman with a high body count and a divorced woman just in general, bad bet. There you go. This just in. Like that? Okay. Would you say, gosh, now I gotta get, hypothetically, would you consider abortion ethical if the man involved could also terminate the pregnancy? No, I don't think it's ethical, period. Because how are you going to ethically ending a life is, I'm never going to say that that's ethical to begin with. So that's that we can throw the word ethical out, but I don't think the ethics of it have to do with who's pulling the trigger. Okay. But the fact of the matter is that men don't have that. Do I think that things would be better as a result of them having the authority to do that? No, it's not. It doesn't make it. See, you're asking. That's a judgment call. You're asking me what's right and what's wrong. I'm just going to tell you straight out. It's simply not ethical either way. But that's me. So, but we don't have to make those. We don't have to make those hypotheticals because that's not how it is right now. A better question would have been like, let's rephrase that question. Better question would have been this. If a man also has the authority to execute abortions, right? If he had some say in it, would then that guy not also be guilty of murder? Because that's the first question I put to trad cons when we have to talk about abortion and stuff like that. The thing that I'll ask like liberal lefty wokesies is, what is the function of abortion? Why do we have abortion? What purpose does abortion serve? Well, to end the life of a pregnancy. Yeah, that is the practical stuff. But abortion serves as a fail-safe for poor reproductive choices on the part of women. I'm not saying it's a form of birth control. I am saying it is a fail-safe against having a child with a guy who she doesn't want to have a child with, period. So it is the ultimate expression of hypergamy. Nothing says he's not the right guy. I could do better than terminating his progeny in utero. That's the liberal lefty wokesist argument that they don't like to admit that. They don't want to say, yeah, well, it's there because she chose the wrong guy. But because if you go and say that, then they'll say the same thing that conservatives do, which is, well, he should have kept his pecker in his pants. It always comes back to the guy, right? Even though as soon as the sperm leaves your body, you are effectively powerless. You have no authority. Hell, I've seen people have sent me stories of women who have harvested sperm from their dead husbands or had sperm cryogenically frozen while they were married to a guy. They got divorced, and now she still wants to have the kid in vitro with his sperm, therefore taking child support and material support, kid involvement from the guy, even though they're no longer married and he forbids them using it. The judge still agrees, yeah, you were going to, and so therefore you're owed a kid with this guy. That's how far it can go. I'm not saying that's like very common. I'm just saying that the possibility exists. There have been at least a few cases that people have like sent me links to. Harvesting a dead man's sperm and then using cryogenically frozen sperm when they were married at a fertility clinic, and now it's in question. Like the ownership of the jizz is in question. Is it the wife's jizz or is it your jizz? Yeah, so much for my body, my choices, right? So that never gets entered into evidence in the court. But the other thing is like that so that's the liberal leftist wokesy thing. The other so the rightist conservative trad femi kind is abortion is murder. Okay, well, if abortion is murder, then do you support let's see, the death penalty or maybe life in prison for murder one, because that's what it is, premeditated murder. That's what you're saying that abortion is. Do you support convicting women who have had abortions or who will have abortions of murder one if they have an abortion? No, the man. What about the man? What about the abortion doctor? Blah, 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 blah. That yabba, 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 yabba. No, the woman is you say, I've heard it put this way, like, well, the abortion doctor is actually the hitman, and she's the one who put the hit out. Yeah, but the guy, the father doesn't have any say. The thing is like people want to retroactively say, well, men should have been more responsible and put a condom on or whatever else. Like, but that's immaterial to the question at that point, because once that woman is pregnant, it's all on her. Men don't have a seat at the table because they don't have uteruses. You've heard that how many times in Congress? Elizabeth Warren, AOC, whoever wants to talk about reproductive rights. That was a big topic in 2022, right? And we don't crickets. Remember when everybody was worried about the abortion states versus the non-abortion states? Where's that discussion now? Nowhere. It was an election. It was electioneering is what it is. No one's talking about that. Hell, look, Israel and the Hamas are going at it. The Ukraine and Russia, they're going at it. Like, just shiny keys, look over here, kids. All that shit about debt forgiveness for student debt for the little ladies because they want to get a fair shake. Poof. Where's that discussion? Nowhere. Man, me and Aaron Clary have a field day with that one. But no. So anyways, the TradCon argument would be, well, if you think that abortion is murder and you get your way, then you have to also support the fact that those women are going to go to jail or the electric chair for having essentially put the hit out. You can make a case for the abortion doctors too, I suppose, but they're accomplices in this case. Like if you go and you put if you hire a wife hires an assassin to go kill her husband, the wife is still she's the one that put the hit out. The assassin is, he's committed the crime. He's killed the husband, right? So they're both accomplices. They're conspiracy, a collusion, I think it might be. But she's just as, assuming that we have an equal standard of justice, which we don't. But if we did, law of Hammurabi, she would be the one who would definitely be, lethal injection. Do you support that? No. Well, then you don't support that. You lack conviction, Lila Rose. Get the fuck out of my office. Case closed. Case closed.
Guilty.
Yes. Unless you support convicting women of murder one, you lack your traditional family value convictions. Sorry, but that's how it's got to be. You don't want to go all the way, do you, Lila? Didn't think so. Would I consider abortion ethical? I would never consider abortion ethical. Period. Right. Yes, there you go. Okay, what else do we have here? That was number one. So we got that. Oh, here's the greatest thing in the world. I loved this one. So that's the stat class for promiscuity. I got this other one here, and I was just reading through this. The reason I'm telling you guys this is because if you come to my pod class, you get like previews of what I'm going to talk about or what I'm going to write about in Substack. And let's see. I've got mating strategies here, 2 strategies, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I think I need to do that one. But here's a good one. This one right here. You want to talk about smoking gun? I got a smoke. You want to hear? Here's the second. This just in. Second smoking gun. And this kind of goes in hand with the mate switching hypothesis. But maybe. Oh no, actually, I shouldn't say that. It goes more with the incel line of questioning here today. Share the screen. Where'd it go? It is changes in sexual behaviors. These are so good too. I forgot who gave this to me. It might have even been Will Costello. I think I might have picked it up from. So here we go. I'll give you I won't read the whole thing but by the way, this is how you do really good research. This is not, I'm going to do a Twitter poll. This is like a real fucking research paper here. So this is from, where'd it go? Springer Link. Changes in sexual behavior with opposite sex partners and sexually transmitted infection outcomes among females and males ages 15 through 44. Yes, 15-year-olds are actually doing the dirty. Years in the USA, National Survey of Family Growth. Okay, so not GSS. This is a different survey. Got it? No, thanks. Come on, get that out of here. Okay. And you can actually go download this if you'd like. There's a PDF of this. Okay, so this goes through, let's see, this is the abstract. Rates of reported gonorrhea, chlamydia infections have increased substantially over the past decade, and disparities persist across age and race ethnicity. We aim to understand potential changes in sexual behaviors, sexual network attributes, sexually transmitted infections, screening that may be contributing to these trends. We analyzed data from 29,423 females and 24,605 male respondents, ages 15 to 44, from the National Survey of Family Growth, 2008 to 2019. Why does it stop at 2019? Because this comes out in 2023. Oh, originally, sorry, this is updated at 2023. It originally came out in 2022. Okay, so. Why did it stop at 2019? Because 2020, all bets were off in 2020. That's why. Okay, significant decline in condom use, vaginal sex, mean number of vaginal sex acts, proportions of condom protected among males, mean number of female partners in the past 12 months, and concurrency also declined, while the percent reporting ever having had sex with another male increased. So guys started going gay. Research is needed to understand how these changes interact. I'll be happy to give you that research. The red pill can help and potentially contribute to increasing reported gonorrhea and chlamydia. Yeah. So they originally started out looking for sexually transmitted infections. Okay. So Centers of the Disease, $1 billion. Okay. Here's the statistical thing. Trends of the past varied by age, sex, pathogen. Adolescent girls, and especially those 15 to 24 years old, continually disproportionately. Is this I got the right one here. Yes, I did. Okay. So here, these are the figures that I actually wanted to show you. So this is the surveys. These are the results. This is from the National Survey for Family Growth. Okay. Across all NSFG survey periods. Okay. From 2009 to 2009. 2008 to 2019. There we go. Here, this is the results. Across all NSFG survey periods, the study 28,027 females and 24,605 females. So that's a pretty good pool. Ages 15 to 44. I guess after 45, you don't fuck anymore, right? We're included in this analysis. Demographic characteristics are presented for female and male respondents, respectively. Female respondents. Among the female respondents, ages 15 to 44, there were significant declines over time in the percentage who reported condom use at last sex with male partner, meaning overall number of sex acts with male partners in the past 4 weeks. Proportion of condom protected sex with acts with male partners in the past 4 weeks. There we go. And proportion of current male partners who were of the same race, ethnicity as the respondent. Okay, so they cover demographics as well. This is what it is. Okay, so if we look at the decline for men versus women there, and then we look at the years of collection here, this is for condom use. So this is actually for condom use thing. Stratified by age, the decline in behaviors of and racial ethnic homophily observed among females overall were significant only among these ages of 20 through 29. This age group also reported significant declines in the percent who had ever had sex with a male partner. Sex with a male partner in the past 12 months and sex in the past 12 months with a man who had ever had sex with men. No significant temporal trends were observed in sexual behaviors or network determinants among females ages 15-19 or 30 to 44. Okay, so it was 20 to 29, which of course is the prime demographic, which by the way, when are the whole year or the whole phase, right? Okay, so that's one. This is I wanted to get to the male respondents because this is more about the incel thing. Among males respondents aged 15 to 44, there were significant decreases from 2008 to 10 to 2017 to 19 in mean number of female partners in the past 12 months. Percent reporting condom use. The reason why this is significant because it's P and V. It's like actual it's vaginal penetration. Okay. Overall decline. Percent reporting condom use with a partner. Mean number of sex acts with females in the past weeks, and you can see these right here. I'll give you this whole thing. This is the condom use. These were the statistics among males who had a female partner in the past 12 months. The percent who reported ever having had oral or anal sex with another male, going gay, increased from 3.5% in 2008 to 10 to 5% in 2017 to 2019. So are they incels if they're fucking other guys? Stratified by age, the mean number of female partners in the past 12 months and number of sex acts in the past 4 weeks reported by males ages 15 to 19 and 20 to 29. Proportion of condom use, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so that's the males. Let's go. Let's self-report. We got to that. Male respondents. Okay, here we go. Last but not least, get to the bottom of this here. Oops, wrong one. There we go. These are the references. This is all the studies right here. But where did it go? Okay, there were no significant changes in self-reported STIs testing, treatment, or diagnosis over time among all male respondents, ages 15 to 44, within racial ethnic groups. However, non-Hispanic Black males were more likely than Hispanic and white males to report each STI outcome in all years. Reported STI testing in the past 12 months decreased, yada, yada, got all that. Okay, this is the medical stuff here. But here we go. This is a discussion. From 2008 to 10 through 2017 to 19, we observed a complex set of changes in sexual behaviors, sexual networks attributed, and STI outcomes among U.S. females and males, 15 to 44, opposite sex partners. Overall, the reports of sexual activity, condom use during vaginal sex, racial ethnicity, homophily, and concurrency decreased, while the proportion of male reporting sex with other males increased. These changes were most apparent amongst 20 to 29-year-old females and males, Black females and males, and white males. Racial ethnicity or ethnic differences persisted over time, most notably that condom use was highest amongst Black respondents, followed by Hispanic men, then white respondents. At the same time, STI testing in the past year increased among females 30 to 44. Okay. see, general survey. Got it. Let's see. Trying to get to the salient part here real quick. So this isn't just a bunch of numbers for you guys. Where'd that go? There's that. And last but not least, here we go. Who gave me this one? Trying to find the actual original link for this. Here we go. Okay, so this is really what it comes down to. Significant declines in mean number of vaginal sex amongst males and females from 2008 to 2010 and through 2017 and 2018. Among males, mean number of female partners in the past 12 months also declined. So this right here is another set of data that goes up against, or I shouldn't say goes up against, that reinforces anyways, the GSS studies that everybody wants to exclude right now. They want to say, well, that doesn't count anymore because now we're in 2023. Like the GSS studies that I quote on this show all the time, which I think I may have still loaded. I guess I don't. But anyways, you see the decline in sex in the GSS studies, and now we have the National Survey for Family Growth studies that are also confirming the same thing. So one of the topic of conversation that I had with the Jasmine Jafar, there's a name for you, lawyer, who everybody's trying to figure out if she's actually ever practiced law or if she just has a law degree. I don't know either way. You guys can tell me, but she's basically regurgitating the same cope, let's just say, that I hear from Alex from Date Psych and Destiny, by the way, which is, most men they're still having sex. Everybody's having sex. We're all having sex. We're having fine sex. They're just having it within, they have it within relationships, right? Well, the NSFG report still reinforces the data that was set forth by the GSS studies as well. So now we have two smoking guns, really. And last but not least, where did it go? It's this one, right? I did not have this loaded. Here we go. So what I want to know is this. One of the talking points, one of the data points that I keep seeing get thrown over and over again is like, well, guys are still having sex. They're just having it from within relationships. Okay, maybe you're right. But then explain this to me, please. Americans ages 18 to 29. Remember, that's that same cohort we just looked at just a minute ago. I told you there's a point to this. Pew Research Center survey. Okay. Men, 63%. Women, 34%. These are who wants to be in a relation, who aren't in relationships, who are single. 18 to 29, 63% of men, 18 to 29 are single. Women, 34%. So if you're going to make the case, if you're going to try to make the case with me and say, well, they're having sex, they're just within relationships, Rollo. Well, let's see. What is that? 37% of men, maybe. But let's just say the majority of men are not in relationships. They're single. What about women? Well, look, that sort of still corroborates the data that women are still they're essentially sharing either older, more affluent, or the same guy, the same hot guy in the foam cannon party, right? They're still sharing the alpha male in some way. Okay. Only 34% of the, just because a woman says, I'm not single. You notice that they will say I'm in a situationship, or I'm it's complicated. Yeah. It's complicated means I'm fucking a guy who's fucking other bitches. That's what's complicated about the whole thing. Complicated means I can't lock him down. So anyways, I was looking at that. I was like, that's that more data. Well, those guys never use data. Well, dude, I use data in every fucking show. You just got to want to watch the show. I'm sorry. We're almost 4 hours in here and you got to wait for it. You got to wade through it. But that's the long and the short of it. All right. So I had to show you those. Now, so we've gone through body count one more time with new data on body count. We've gone through cheating, right? We've gone through divorce, marriage, got through that part. We just went through incels, right? Because that's a hot topic. Everybody wants to say incels are going to overturn American society. They're everywhere. They're under every rock. Okay. But they're not. What's an incel? It's a loser. He's just a loser. He's a perma-virgin. You might as well say perma-virgin because it sounds like, it's like a quip. What are you? You're a Truecel? I'm a Truecel. Okay. Explain it. I've never read an article that gets it on true inceldom. I don't have an AI girlfriend, no marriage, relationship, children, sex with an AI as of now. No point. Okay. So, but you're not involuntary. You're just a celibate. Why don't we just call them celibates, right? Oh, you're just celibate. Whether it's involuntary or not, you could probably just say, you know what? I don't know, I have deformity, so therefore I'm celibate, right? And maybe then you're involuntarily celibate. Who knows? But I would say that the way that we have we put labels, especially on guys too. And by the way, I'm on your side, man. I'm like, this is bullshit. It's like they want to build this case against the red pill. They want to build this case against the Manosphere. They want to build this case against the 80% of losers who would dare to think that they are owed sex. No, to my knowledge, now correct me if I'm wrong, I have yet to meet a guy who thinks he is owed sex, like at least in the incelosphere or whatever. I'm owed sex. They won't give it to me. That's what they want. Like on popular culture, whenever I see like that element like portrayed on like CSI or some shit like that, is on some kind of show, it's always they're trying to explain what an incel is because you have to explain the boogeyman. Oh, we have a new boogeyman. What's he about? Well, incels think that they're owed sex and they're upset and they get angry and they get homicidal because women won't give them the time of day. And so therefore they lose their minds and they go off and they become serial killers or whatever the show is like trying to portray them as, right? I have yet to meet a guy who says, I'm owed sex. I think it's my birthright as a man. Yet, if anything, these guys get locked into OnlyFans situation. Hell, if it weren't for OnlyFans, there'd probably be a lot more incels, or there'd probably be a lot more incidents of it anyways. But I've yet to meet guys who are, very rarely do I meet men who are true misogynists. Truly misogynist, meaning like because most of them don't participate in conversations like this. They don't participate in those forums because if you really were a dyed-in-the-wool, ride or die misogynist, you don't care enough to participate in those places unless you're looking to commiserate. And if you're commiserating, then you care. And that's the nature of it. Like observing a process changes the process. Well, if you're concerned enough to like write a blog or do a podcast or have a forum or whatever else, you care enough that you want to get laid. So is that involuntary? No, it's now it's become like something you're trying to do. I've yet to see anyone who has ever told me anyways, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years now. I've run into a handful of people of men who I would say, yeah, that guy's a misogynist. That guy really hates women. But those guys, I probably haven't heard from him in 10, 12 years now. So to say that you're an incel, I know how many guys like really identify as an incel. And I would say those guys are probably limited to the forums that they biasedly used to draw their survey from and pay, by the way, to participate in the survey. So I'm thinking that incel really, like, people call me an incel. Like, dude, do you know who I am? Rollo is one of those incel podcasters. Remember when they called Dr. Jordan Peterson the king of the incels? I guess I'll be the king of the incels. Oh, those poor men. And then the next video that like switches over is like, if women don't like you, that's your fault. They're right. You're wrong. And then he cries to Pierce Morgan about how sympathetic he is with the incels. Like, are you off your meds? Get your fucking story straight. He's all brand. I'm sorry. I don't care what your fucking opinions are of him. People like, oh, Rollo hates Michaela. No, he can't get over it. Can't stop talking about him. I'll just leave it at this. Jordan Peterson is all brand. He always has been. He's just been in the right place at the right time. Seriously. I don't care if you think he's like, you know, your guru or your spiritual leader or whatever the fuck you make of him. Trust me, it's all by design. And if it wasn't then, it sure shit is now. It's all brand. Anyways, he's a beta in waiting. Yeah, well, if you know anything about Jordan Peterson's like his story about his wife and everything, like how I'm going to marry that girl. He's like 7 years old when he met her and stuff. And we take that as like some sort of like romantic. Oh, it's so sweet. They're high school sweet. No, actually, he proposed to her. Like according to Tammy, he proposed to her, I think 4 times. And the only time she accepted was when she had just broke up with a guy that she'd been living with for the last 2 years. This is according to her on Michaela's show. Oh, well, I guess my living situation's kind of like falling apart. So I think I'll get married now to that guy I met back when he was 7 years old. I'm not sure Jordan Peterson is the guy maybe you want to take his advice or listen to him on other things. I don't think interpersonal relationships is probably he's the best authority to listen to. Just saying. Okay, that's that. And that's that. Okay, I'm gonna run through a couple of other quick things here. Should we do Sidney Watson briefly? You want me to do Sidney Watson? Okay, let me go dig up Sidney Watson real quick. I won't play this whole thing because it's because it's very repetitive, honestly. And you'll hear the same bullshit, but I can riff off of this for a little bit because this is going to segue into what I wanted to get into next before I leave you for today. Where is it? It's a video file, and it is in my Sunday show folder and in my show clips. Now, last week we did Jesus. Last week, here we go. Okay, last week I put on Chris Williamson on trigonometry. This is Sidney Watson on the same show. So try to like put your head in the frame of mind it was when Chris Williamson was on trigonometry. At the very least, towards the end of that video, Chris at the very least tried to sort of like throw a bone to the red pill. This is the difference between Chris Williamson and Sidney Watson. So let's open this up.
I dislike the Andrew Tates of the world and some of these red pill people who've come up in recent years. Instead, what happens is, well, men have it really hard or women have it really hard. Let's hate the opposite sex.
Also, what these people are doing, some of the people that we're discussing, is they're monetizing.
Oh, look, that's the red pill. It begins and ends with Andrew Tate and Pearl.
Resentment. Any ideology that wants to push men and women apart is cancer.
Half of the core pieces of advice that some of these people are giving.
Okay, so we've already tilled the field. Do you see what we did? We've tilled the field. What is tilling the fields? Tilling the fields is sort of setting the stage, preparing the harvest, right? Preparing the soil to be planted, okay? And that soil has to be upturned. And so therefore we have to have front load the basis of our arguments. That's why this is the preview. These are like, of course, they start the show with little previews of the cuts of here are the highlights of what you're going to get in this video. So you'll watch the video. Okay. If that's the case, then we already know that the red pills of philosophy, it begins and ends with Andrew Tate and Pearl. And it's driving a wedge and it's insanity. And these guys are evil fucks for driving a wedge between men and women because that's what the red pill's about. That's tilling the field. Got it?
Like, for example, test your girlfriend, cheat on her.
Who? Who has said this? What red pill individual in the movement, in the ideology, has said that?
In what world is that logical to anybody?
In what world is anyone saying that? Because unless you have direct incidences of that, unless you can point out who is saying that and giving that advice, you're lying. You're a fraud. Unless you name fucking names, unless you
say my name,
unless you name names, you're a fraud.
Sidney, welcome to the show. It's awesome to have you here. Thanks for coming all the way over. Before we get into the conversation, who are you? How are you where you are? What has been the journey through life that leads you to be sitting here talking to
I
us?
never know how to answer that when people say broadly, like, give me your story. The long and short of it is that I started off in the political realm in Australia. I made a video back in 2018 that went viral, and then very quickly got picked up by Sky News Australia, which you guys should be very familiar with Sky News because you have that in the UK, yeah. And Sky News Australia is considerably more right-wing than maybe what you guys are used to.
Yes.
And that kind of just went from that point.
And what was
where
the video that went viral?
it was about how you can't compare American and Australian gun control laws or anything related to gun control in the two countries because they're
And they were just looking for a hot piece of ass who could talk about it.
so different. Because people have this weird philosophy when it comes to gun control in the United States. When they're anti-gun control, they try to emulate Australia, but it's not an apples to apples comparison. So I wanted to point that out. It angered Australians tremendously, and so I got a ton of pushback and hate. And it was really interesting because it was the first time I thought in America I felt like I fit in a lot.
I'm going to push this up a little bit more here.
And when I was coming off of it, because there was no necessity in taking it, I thought, okay, this will be easy. You just come off of it, it's all straightforward, and you're done and dusted. Lo and behold, it's not. And it's not a simple, you just stop taking it one day and everything goes back to normal. Your body has changed after being on it for so long.
Okay.
And what I realized talking to other girlfriends of mine was that they also were
She's talking about birth control here.
experiencing these awful, awful side effects of being on birth control. And so you almost...
Sorry, Sidney. Like when we talk about side effects, what are we talking about here?
So, for example, there's a myth that if you are taking birth control for your skin, for example, and you come off of birth control, your skin will continue to be fine. For me and for many other women that I know, your skin goes crazy and it stays crazy. Some women, it doesn't, and they go back to normal, so to speak. For me, my skin has never been the same.
Okay, so let me halt this really quickly here. This is actually not the part I wanted to get to, but it's interesting because we had this discussion on, one of those red pill podcasts, Fresh and Fit. When we talked about exactly this on the after hour shows about birth control. Birth control is also a new little bugbear especially for trad femmes right now. And guys who are sort of on the tradcon side of things, who are the let's just say the cuttlefish, like the male feminists or equivalent of male feminists on the tradcon side, they're jumping on board with this too. Like they're already against big pharma to begin with, which, okay, you could say what you want to about that. So it kind of dovetails into the big pharma shit. But also the idea that, well, when women are on birth control, they get fat and bitchy and they're insane and their skin goes nuts and everything. So there's it's almost this anti-birth control thing. And I asked the girls on Fresh and Fit, I said, are you on birth control? Because I was asking like some questions about like, when did you get on it? Why did you get on it? And usually I get these same similar answers. I got on birth control because I had really, really bad periods and I needed to find a way. It was like medicine for them. Yeah, and it also has the side effect that you can fuck and you don't have to worry about getting pregnant. I mean, let's be honest. Birth control is it's in the name. Okay, if it was menstrual cramps regulation, that would be called mental cramps regulation pill. And then you also have to remember that there's different kinds of pills. There are at present, I want to say 28 different forms of birth control for women. And some of those are like physical. It might be an IUD. One of the girls said she had a hormonal IUD. And then there's the women who were on, there's two different types. Forgive me, I forget the next one. I think it might be luteinizing hormone, but there's two different kinds of pills. There's one that's based on progesterone, and there's another one that's, I think it's based on luteinizing hormone. Then there's Norplant. Then there's this. Then there's that. There's at present, at least the last time I did my searching on this, there was 27 different forms of birth control for women. For men, there's two. Don't keep your pecker in your pants, or wrap the rascal. Those are your two options at this point. Now, people will say, well, what about, Vagisil or whatever it is. Vasagel. Yeah, don't use Vagisil. So right now, you got to remember there's 27 different forms of birth control for women, 2 for men. Abstinence and a condom. Or pulling it out. I don't know. That's not really a form of birth control. So when I think one of the reasons, and the reason I got interested in this and I started hearing this come up and cropping up all the time was because we would have these conversations about dual mating strategy and hypergamy. Like, well, how should we define hypergamy? I define hypergamy as alpha fucks and beta bucks, right? Well, the alpha fuck side is, and the beta buck side track with women's menstrual cycles. If you've never seen my my dissertation, my quote unquote TED talk on hypergamy, micro to macro, the micro part starts with a woman's menstrual cycle. It tracks along ovulatory shift. Okay, so one of the premier like criticisms I took as far back as like 2013, 2012, I think, was, the fuck, did I hit that? Who's hitting this? I must have hit that. One of the premier criticisms for the red pill back in the day was, well, Rollo, what about all these women are on birth control? How does that affect ovulatory shift? And it's like, we gotcha. And now we don't gotcha because it's a different gotcha. But then you would say this and I would go, well, okay, let me look that up. So I would look through the works of Marty Hazelton. This was before she published Hormonal, which is her kind of I don't know if it's her only book, but it's her summation of all of her 25, 30 years of research into ovulatory shift. And she, if you want a breakdown of that, look for Marty Hazelton and Gad Saad, and the discussion that they had is really good. Anything Marty Hazel, I've been quoting her since the early 2000s, and Dr. Marty Hazelton from UCLA. But so when I started looking into the research and I looked into the experiment, like they had said the same things to the people at UCLA, and so essentially it doesn't. This was the consensus, anyways, that hormonal birth control does not stop or does not change or alter ovulatory shift. It represses it, or it condenses it, compresses it down. So if you're on it, you're just in your natural cycle, and the ovulatory shift is what it is. If you're on it, depending on the type of hormonal birth control you're on, it has an effect of compressing it. So it might not be as, like, say, intense, or it might not be. It represses the factors or the behaviors and the like I say the stimuli, the prompts for it. Okay. Now, some people will say, now today we're having this discussion. The discussion was this: is that if you're on birth control and you go off it, and because why do women go off birth control when they after they get married? Because they want to have babies, right? So now the guy that they found attractive and the guy that they married, while they were on birth control, they go off birth control and they look at the student and they go, why did I marry this motherfucker? This is not the guy for me. I don't want to fuck him. They want a more masculinized guy, because when they were on birth control, it put them in the frame of mind, or it put them in something that doesn't jive, right? They don't want to get with that guy. And so they have these feelings, blah, blah, blah. But there was some reports and some like research done on whether or not women have, like, that happens. And one of the girls on Fresh and Fit actually said something that, I think it might've been Jasmine Jafar, said something like that. Well, when women go off of birth control, then they get hornier and they want, they want Jason Momoa, right? I'm like, okay, great. I'm glad you said that, because all you've done is just back up dual mating strategy. Because if you're going to say, well, I wanted one guy when I was off it, and I want another guy when I'm on it, and those guys aren't the same guy, congratulations, you've now tracked, or you've mapped, I should say, sexual choice and sexual behavior and sexual attraction or arousal onto a biological factor. So you've gone off of birth control and you've gone on birth control. If you find one guy attractive while you're on it and one guy attractive when you're off of it, guess what? It's not fucking mate switching hypothesis anymore, because it's a natural arousal. It's a biological, biochemical response, not some social impetus that goes on there. But I think it's interesting that we're all these trad women want to go off the pill, and I think it kind of like locks in. Probably this is me spitballing, but I think it locks in with the idea that we need to save the West and increase fertility rates in America, which I can understand the reasoning behind that. But like, I think now it's like, okay, ladies, we're all going to go off the pill and we're all going to get knocked up. Be careful what you wish for.
there's issues with libido that a lot of women face. So they basically experience either a complete drop-off, where in a way, and I hate to use terminology because I know that it's like so steeped in leftism these days, but they almost experience like an asexualness where they're just totally disinterested, and not for lack of wanting to be interested. They want to be with their partners and they want to be invested in that, but they're just not. And even I was researching recently because I thought surely there's supplements and things that you can take to sort of circumvent and combat some of the effects.
Yeah, like ladies TRT. If there is such a thing
In the body from taking the pill. And even I was reading that there's a thing called the sex binding hemoglobin that you have at a 4 times higher rate that's made in the liver when you stop taking birth control. And we have it at a higher rate than women who've never taken it. And I thought, it's so sad to me that no one walks you through these things. And so that's why I wanted to talk about the pill initially when I started I've made one video about it. I have a couple others planned. And it's because I feel like women aren't told from the outset what the negative side effects could potentially be. I mean, it's sort of sold as this lifestyle drug. Oh, you take it for your skin, you take it because you might want bigger breasts or whatever the case is. And I'm not sure.
Yes, ladies. Go on birth control and you get bigger tits. Who the fuck is saying that? Anyways, I'm going to push this a little bit further in here. Let's see.
Oh, well, certainly in the UK where we don't screen people properly,
Mm-hmm.
You're just taking this thing without being aware that actually it could have some pretty dire side effects for you.
I know the fact that it came from Alex Jones wasn't helpful, but the frog's gay thing.
Oh, Jesus. Like, this is the shit that that keeps him up at night.
Was going to come out.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
she's an Aussie.
Oh, mate, yeah.
She's shitting. I mean, that's not even.
That's me in the car. I'll be driving like.
Yeah, seriously, like Australian women are basically men with more empathy. Like some of the things that I've been told by Australian women.
How sexist of you. Wait. Hold on. Wait, I got what?
Misogyny. I mean, I'm like, oh my.
Like what?
No,
let's not go there.
You don't want to hear this story.
No,
I promise you.
no.
Way of going about viewing the world. It's like you're looking behind every corner waiting for someone to just stab you. And I just don't understand why people follow people who make them feel that way.
It's
validating their prejudice, I think.
Yeah, and also what these people are doing, some of the people that we're discussing, is they're monetizing resentment.
Yes, that's exactly it. That's such a good way of putting it. Basically what they're doing is they're drumming up all this hatred. They're riling up these bases of people who are so lost and angry, and they're making money off of it. And
all right, let me hold up here. Hold on. Wait a minute. Holy mackerel. Fidel. I gotta stop the show. Rollo, savior of men through the grace of God. Well, why didn't you say so? Just turning into today's show. Missed the live last Sunday, but listened to shortly thereafter. It was epic. Thank you. Truly one of your best. Keep doing what you're doing because you are saving lives. God bless you. Well, God bless you too, my friend. I love you like a brother now. You mean I'm not radicalizing you and turning you into vicious, nihilistic, despondent, asocial freaks? You mean that's not actually happening? You mean I actually have a good effect? I'm glad. So nobody's nice to me. How come nobody's nice to me?
I'm like, you're so gross. At least when I was making my content, and I still talk about men's issues now, it's just to a
I'm not drumming up resentment.
lesser extent, because I do feel like women are kind of getting the raw end of the deal in a lot of ways, particularly with relation to the trans movement and whatnot. But when I
blame it all on them. Women are in bad shape because of all the trans. They account for a fraction of what they account for a portion of the population that could be blamed on a rounding error. Thank you, Ryan, for that one. But they're ruining the world for women.
I would talk about men's issues. I always tried to make the point of saying we are just better together.
Yeah.
Society.
Yeah. I wonder where she heard that. Perhaps it could have been on, I don't know, You Are Here, when that crazy motherfucker Rollo Tomasi was on there twice. Once with your good friend Aria Scarcelli. I still follow her on Twitter, by the way. She's interesting. Yeah. I wonder where she heard that. Oh, that's right. It was on that show that Mac and Murphy loves to pull, silent clips of me on. Still. I don't think he even knows what show I was on. when he pulled, like, because I've seen him pull, like, he's talking, those red pill guys, he flashes Meyer and then he flashes me, and that flash of me comes from her show.
It just functions way better when men and women can work it out and support each other.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been saying since day one. Men and women are better together than we are apart. Men and women are innate, natural, evolved complements to one another. Would you like to see the essays I've written about that since as far back as 2013? I've got them on tap. Anytime you care to have the courage to talk to me.
This is what I always say. I say any ideology, and I'm glad you mentioned that it happens on both sides, because it does. Any ideology that wants to pretend that men and women are, the relationship between men and women is best described.
This guy is the biggest cuck. Is he? Would you say that, is there a bigger cuck than this guy? I said cuck. I don't know, weesh. I love the word weesh. Nobody uses weesh anymore. Like, this dude, you want to talk about a guy who is steeped in a blue pill. This guy is steeped in the blue pill to the point where anything that like is, and you probably encounter these guys all the time, but that anything that you could say that's even just like, you could say it's imperial. Here's some data. Like, I could show them the data sets I just showed you guys a minute ago, and it would be like, well, that is problematic because it's stirring up like dissension between men and women, right? And we need to any philosophy. Well, let me explain something to you, Weesh. Red pill's not a philosophy. And you know who knows that? Sidney Watson, because I think I said something exactly like that when I was on You Are Here. Apparently she doesn't remember anymore because she still thinks that Andrew Tate and Pearl are the be all end all of the red pill. So I can't hardly blame her for that. She just has bad information. But this guy has already gone through Chris Williamson, and now here we are again. He said something very similar to this, to Chris Williamson from last week's show.
As a conflict. Any ideology that wants to push men and women apart is cancer.
Okay. Let me explain this again. Yeah, you already know what I'm going to say. The red pill is a praxeology. It is not a movement. It's not a philosophy. It's not a religion. It's not a belief set. It is not a philosophy. It's not even practice. It's not even a list. It's not even a checklist of best practices. It's not 12 rules for life, bro. Okay. It's just the data. And the problem is you have problems with the questions that arise from looking at that data. That's the problem. Anybody in the red pill right now who's saying, like, I can't, can somebody please tell me who she's quoting? Who she thinks is saying this? Who this guy thinks is saying, yes, everybody, women on this side, men on this side, and that's how it's gotta be. Who the fuck are you talking about? Who has any background in this? Who knows anything about this shit? Who? Name fucking names or you're a coward. Name fucking names or you're a fraud. You are doing in fact, you are doing exactly the same thing that you're accusing these guys of doing. Because now, only from the opposite side, because what you're doing is you're monetizing, you're commercializing this you're commercializing, straw manning a group of people based on your own philosophy that you think that that's what they're about. You don't know that. You have no earthly clue who's saying what, because no names have been named. No videos have been quoted. No books have been cited. No nothing. But here you go. Well, any philosophy, there's no philosophy. It's not a belief set. There's a difference between empiricism and emotionalism. There's a difference between empiricism and belief. And the reason I stopped this here is because this is a prime example of what happens when people who don't have counter arguments to empirical data, empirical debates, empirical assertions, they have no way to counter that. And they don't like what that data points. It's like when you can't tell people just data points without telling them how to feel about it. This is what happens. This is a guy who doesn't know how to feel about it. So what does he do? The only way he can argue it is by turning it into a philosophy. Either you're a good guy or a bad guy. Are you a good witch or are you a bad witch? Let's find out. Let's dunk you and see. Let's see. Oh, if she's a witch, she floats, right? That's all this is. It's belief. It's superstition. It's philosophy to him because he thinks, because that's the only way you can argue against it. The blue pill is, thank you very much for that, Sorley. He looks blue pill. Yeah, that's because he is. Blue pill is a philosophy. It is a belief set because it's based on false presumptions. It's based on inaccurate data. That's why. And all the goals and all the hopes and all the dreams and all the romantic ideals that are associated with the blue pill, all of those are false because they are based on belief sets. They're based on what we hope, on hope. Like CGA, I'm going to give it to you again. Hope is not a strategy. We need hope, but hope is not a strategy. And that's really what the blue pill is based on. Hope being a strategy. And this guy is hip deep in hope.
It's absolutely toxic. And there are forms of feminism, not all of them, but there are forms of feminism that do that. And a lot of the red pill stuff.
What forms of feminism? Tell me. How many different forms of feminism do you even know? What, militant feminism? There are forms of feminism that do that, such as, because educate me, because I'm only familiar with one form of feminism. Please.
That's coming out now. You're just going, and I'm looking at a lot of these people, and what I don't understand is why people.
What people, Weesh? Who are you talking about? Who? Give names or shut the fuck up.
Don't look at the people who are saying this stuff and go, would I want...
Who? What people? Like, for fuck's sake. Like, everything that has been set up to this point, there's nobody cited. Nobody's saying, here, these are the people that are saying this. And here's what they're saying. You know why? Because if they did, they would have to be accountable to their own words. They would have to say, here's where it was said. Here's what was done. It's all impression. It's all about perception is what this is about. We think the red pill is saying these things. Those red pill guys are saying this. Now, I want you to point, I'm going to point out a tactic here. The tactic is this. Those red pill guys, those dudes, keep it ambiguous, because if you can keep it ambiguous, you don't have to cite sources. If you can keep it ambiguous, if you can turn it into a philosophy. Again, the reason they tilled the field was so we could get to this point. Okay, this is the tactic that's used to give you this, to misappropriate, straw man everyone they possibly can. Now, here's what's going to happen. Back in, let's say, the middle aughts, like, you guys remember Bill O'Reilly or Sean Hannity or the guys from like Fox News, Megyn Kelly, who else? I'm trying to think who else was. There used to be, what was it, Hannity and Combs before. Was it Sean Hannity and something Combs? I forget. Anyways, the Combs is dead now, unfortunately, but he was supposed to be he was the plant, right? He was like the controlled opposition. Alan Combs. He was the liberal that was supposed to give the counterpoint. Yeah, we report, you decide, right? He was there to sort of give that thing, but he was there sort of as a fall guy. He was a patsy for Fox. But one of the techniques that Fox News, like talking heads and pundits, used all the time, and they still kind of use it today too, is they use this form of an argument that is called the some say argument. Okay. What that means is, like, they would be in the middle of something, they'd be interviewing somebody who was supposed to be the opposition to whatever conservative values that they had, right? They'd have somebody on there to sort of give you this impression that they were having this real kind of rational discourse between, like, here, we're going to prove how you're an idiot, right? But we're going to come on here and we're going to have a civil conversation about why you're an idiot, right? And so part of that, or the way they facilitate that, is with the some say argument. The some say argument is this. They will say something like, okay, well, we know you're for eating babies and using human shields, or what, like the worst atrocities in the world. But some say that you're wrong. Some say that you're actually doing this for X, Y, and Z. Some say, and you can insert anything you want to after some say. And the reason why they said some say is because it's ambiguous. You don't have to back it up. You don't have to tell who are the some. Who are we talking about? And I can remember back then, they would do like these montages of the some say montages. And so they would always say, yeah, Dr. Phil does exactly the same thing. And by the way, it's not Dr. Phil that does that. Thanks, Tushar. In fact, you get up on there. Yeah, he did. He did exactly the same shit that I do on my own show, or on his show when I was on there. But some say is ambiguity. You don't have to back it up. Hey, we're just a general some say. Some say that Aaron Clary is a homosexual. They'd be wrong, but some say that you are. Do you care to respond to that? To the some that are saying that? Can you do that? That's how that, by the way, it's disingenuous. It's bad faith arguing. It's not even an argument. It's just basically you're there to be pilloried and pandered to. We need you here to reinforce our belief set, why we think what we think. Okay. Some say. Got it? This line of talking that they're doing right now, identical. Red pill guys is the some say of 2023. Those red pill guys say X. Those red pill guys, I've heard them say, who the fuck are you talking about? It's the same thing. It's a disingenuous way of like sort of like trying to build your case and say, oh, here, this is why we're right. Well, you're not right until you're confronting the people or even naming the people who you are your some say.
To be like you.
Yeah. This is the other thing too, and I'm going to try not to come after my own team too much talking to you guys, because I find that one of the things I've noticed, and this is why I've withdrawn quite significantly from the conservative movement, because
you actually withdrew because you have a sexual harassment case against Elijah Schaffer right now, which is completely baseless. And judging from what I saw at You Are Here, you were on board with everything that was going on at that time. One of the I had this conversation with who was it, Andrew Esquire from Legal Mindset, because I was on his show and he was asking me about we actually discussed her lawsuit against the Blaze, which is Glenn Beck's. Oh, that's why she wants to be careful about talking about this, because I think it's still an ongoing lawsuit, but she's suing the Blaze, which is Glenn Beck's like online podcasting network that Elijah Schaffer was a part of. He was let go before her, and then I think she let go, or she quit, and then she sued her former employer. And part of that was like, oh well, Elijah Schaffer was drinking on the show. I'm like, yeah, because that's what the show that was part of the show, was drinking on the show. Adam Sosnick drinks on the show. That's part of the show. And if you're not on board with that, then get the fuck off. It's a hot kitchen, right? She just didn't know what she was getting into. I mean, and quite honestly, I liked her quite a bit. I still like her kind of, but I think she's just jumping on board this bandwagon of let's hate the red pill. She still hasn't responded to a single tweet that I've put out there. And she knows I follow her. She follows me. Shit, I think I might even have her phone number. But it's like, where's the back? I mean, seriously, Sidney, if you're watching, please, I'll come to Vegas. Come to Las Vegas, sit across the table from me at Sticky Paws or Red One, and we'll discuss this, and I will explain to you why you're completely wrong. Unlike Weish guy.
Realize that I don't fit in there. They probably don't want me anyway. So now I'm just kind of this right-wing person who oscillates between libertarian and whatever
Welcome
else.
to the controlled opposition.
Yeah.
No, welcome to a female who is suing her former conservative employer for sexual harassment.
The one thing
that's where we are.
Yeah,
exactly. That's
why I was like, at least talking with you guys, I feel comfortable saying this stuff, because I know that you are on the same page to an extent, and even if you're not, you won't be
team woman
buttholes about disagreeing. Whereas I have been in some situations where I've been asked a simple question about these topics. I answer it as to the best of my ability, without trying to insult anybody or be unkind or whatever the case. And people act like I have just burned down their house. And I just think
people act like. Some say, who the fuck are you talking about? Who are the people who act like you just burned down their house?
How as a society are we supposed to evolve if we can't talk about the issues even within our own communities? And one of the things that I have noticed...
Well, we could start by specifics. That's how we could have those discussions rather than these ambiguous, some say bullshit, struggle sessions that you're having right now.
Recently, and this is one of the very sad things, is that a lot of the female, not only commentators, but pundits and whatnot that I know who are on the right, but just girlfriends of mine who are right-wing or, conservative, whatever, they're shifting away from this ideology because they're like, I'm not wanted here. Like every
ideology, we're presuming it's an ideology, which it's not. the reason why they're shifting away from it is because it's no longer revenue generating for them like it was before. I made this joke. Was it I forget who was it? I forget who was talking about marriage. Oh, that was a conservative chick. I forget who it was. It wasn't Brett. Maybe it was Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper's going to be gone, by the way, because she's getting married. She's out. Candace Owens is at, and Ben Shapiro are at each other's throats right now. Candace is gone. I will assure you, she will not be working for Daily Wire in the near future, and she's pregnant again. So now's Pearl. Now's your chance. Jump on in there. There's like at least 2 openings at Daily Wire now. They need a heavy chick to come in there and clean house. I mean, you've been working for him for so long. Why not? Right. But she's gone. Who else is gone? Let's see. Candace is probably going to get kicked. Let's see. Brett Cooper's out of the out of the house now. Oh, Amala from was it PragerU? She's no longer with PragerU. She's like solo now, doing her own thing. Which, by the way, is probably a brilliant move for her because she's actually doing a whole lot better on her. I was looking at her analytics lately, and she's actually doing a little bit better than she was. But she's out. So you're looking at like there's shifts. There's people out of. That used to be all part about. They used to be all about the red pill, all about Matt. They would quote, but Amala and Candace Owens have both been on whatever podcast. I wonder what cute little Sidney would have to say about that. Why doesn't she go on there? They just mentioned whatever, or no, it wasn't. They those red pill guys. Who? Brian from whatever podcast. Myron and Fresh. You won't go on there.
Thing gets passed off as me being a problem or this is a problem. And so when you talk about the red pill people and the way that they behave and the way that they sort of postulate and present.
Who? Those red pill people and the way they behave and they postulate. Who are we talking about? How are they postulating? How do they present themselves? Who are you fucking talking about?
Present themselves. You do think, would I want to be like this? And the trouble is that it's exactly like that for some conservative people who say all these things on the internet. They say all these things to their audiences. They do their talks and their shows and whatever. And then behind the scenes, they live a completely contradictory life. And
Okay, so now we got the contradictory thing going. Maybe it's Donovan Sharp. Please throw Donovan's name out. No? That's usually the name that gets tossed around when people say, well, these red pill guys, they preach one thing, and then you look behind the scenes and you see that they're living a domestic life with a golden retriever in the front yard, and they got a single mommy and that they're married to, and blah, blah, blah. What do you have to say about that, Mr. Red Pill? Okay, fine. You win. Who are you talking about?
I think it's just so ridiculous to me that you're out here trying to divide people so aggressively when you yourself are not even living by the same value system that you try to enforce upon others. And
why do you think anyone is enforcing a value system? The red pill is not about enforcing a value system. It is not a belief set. It is not an ideology. It is not a political affiliation. That's what people always throw out at me. Rollo's married. How can he be doing this? How can Rollo be against marriage if he's red pill? How can he be red pill if he's married? Right? Guess what? You can actually be married and be red pill. You can actually be against the way we do marriage right now and still be concerned about it. Hell, I wish everybody could have a great marriage like I have. I wish people would have that. I wish I had some magical ability to write some book that's like 12 rules for a really bitchin' marriage. That's not what it's about. It's the reason why they're uncomfortable with this shit is because, first of all, they were on board with it. Again, I was on her show twice. Jack Murphy came on that show and just fucking shit all over the bed. Yeah. I think she's probably still stinging from that, right? But Jack Murphy was never red pill to begin with. But I think that was the last straw for her, which Jack Murphy was the last straw for her. But I've been on there. We had a great talk. I wish I got to go dig that up. I think I have the video archived of my appearance on You Are Here. And this Sidney Watson was not the Sidney Watson from December of 2021. Because we had a really good discussion. In fact, we were yucking it up after. Hell, I think I still have the pictures of that. I'm going to let her go on here real quick.
A lot of that, again, comes down to women must be subservient, women must be this, women must be that, don't marry a hoe, don't do all these things. And I think, oh my God, like if people only knew how you behaved in your own time, in your personal life, they would have a completely different perception of all the crap that you're saying.
But would they, Sidney? Or would they be like, this is our team, screw the other team, this is my boy, he's sticking it to them?
Probably there's a...
See how they just see what, once again, team sports, tribalism, belief. They're of the wrong religion. They're of the wrong ideology. They're of the wrong thinkers. If you can't combat the red pill in an empirical sense, in an objective sense, you have to therefore change the game, change the nature of the game. How do they do that? They turn it into an ideology. They just presume that it's a philosophy. That is, here's what these guys are saying. They think the best practices is to dominate your wife and to go back to this 1950s male chauvinist pig, caveman era. Oh, can you believe that? Who would imagine being like that? Right? My stars and garters. Oh, I can't believe it. Is this the 23rd? Is this the 21st century or the 20th century? That's the setup. Everything that has been said thus far has been a straw man.
Large portion of people who would still be like that. This is why the Andrew Tate stuff has just totally thrown me for a loop, because people always go, well, I want to know when someone's a bad person.
Thank God. One name popped out, because the red pill, those red pill philosophers, begins and ends with Andrew Tate.
And then you have all these people going, well, here's him basically self-reporting that he's not a great person. I mean, should we not listen to words that have come out of his own face? And they go, no, he didn't mean it like that. And they justify. And I go, so how can you fix the issues in your own community if you can't even call out the bad faith actors?
We'll be back with Sidney in 1 minute.
No, you won't. I'll have to see if I can find this, but I have this... Where'd it go? I know I've got this in here. Hold on, I got to go look through my picture archives, because I know I have a shot of us somewhere. And it was myself. Let's see, June. I've got more pictures of me with Andrew Tate. Damn it. I know I have it in here. There's a shot of myself and, here we go. I found it. Holy shit, I still have it. This is awesome. Okay, so in case you don't believe me. I haven't seen this in a while. You guys are going to laugh. This is funny as hell. Watch this. Hold on. Let me go grab this. What is that? Okay. So, in case you didn't believe me, let me pull myself out of here. In case you didn't believe me, this is us. This is me on You Are Here. That was the chick with her arm around me. That's Aria Scarcelli, who actually was. We had a really good back and forth. We had a heated debate. We want heated debate. That was a heated debate. It was great. The guy right above me, that's Elijah Schaefer, and then the chick in the seat back there, that's Sidney Watson right back there. And then I forget the guy's name. He's the producer. I think his name's Jordan or something like that. I'm not really sure. Anyway, I don't remember. Sorry. It probably is or isn't. Anyways, this is from December of 2021 when I was on the show with them. Okay. I've been on the show. You know what I'm about, Sidney. You know where everybody is pulling this shit from. You know, I'm cool with you. I will respectfully have a debate with you. I'll sit you down just as I did Dr. Richard Reeves. In fact, more so. Hell, we'll go clubbing afterwards. I'll take you to dinner. Seriously, I'll give you a nice dinner. Come on now to Vegas and let's have it out. Let's talk about it. Yeah. There you go. No, I did not bang Ariana Scarcelli. She's a lesbian, by the way. She is. Yeah, I definitely didn't hit that. Sorry. I cannot. I'm not even going to pretend. Let anyone pretend that I did. But yeah. So there you go. That was the whole thing. And so, but it's interesting to me because she actually makes the point. All these right wingers now they were all red pill and now they're shifting away and pivoting away. Yeah, just like you, because she knows damn well that like, she can talk to me. You want to talk about red pill stuff? You want to talk about this? You want to talk about the crisis of masculinity? No, she doesn't. Don't get any. Don't even get my. She's not returning my calls. She's ghosting me, bro. So there you have it, Sidney Watson, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Rational Trucker. I've been listening to your books. Thank you. I've been listening to the books you recommend. In the Beta Male Revolution, author mentions 4 types of men. The alpha with the side of beta tendencies be the best option to would it be the best option to cover both sides of a woman's dual mate? There's no such thing as an alpha with a side of beta. If you could do that, yes. The problem is okay. So what? I don't know who was a Beta Male Revolution was talking shit about. I forget who wrote that, but anyways. That goes back to a post I wrote back in, 2013, 2014. And it's, what is it? Up the Alpha is what it's called. Sammy, go pull Up the Alpha for me. So I put that in the chat. That's where that comes from, is beta with the side of alpha or alpha with side of beta, right? That's what women really want. Like, women don't want an alpha male. They just want a beta who can man up on demand. Right. A beta with a side of alpha is never believable. Now, I know you said an alpha with a side of beta. I'll get to that. Right. But there's this idea that women want this predominantly beta male character, right? Predominant personality traits are all beta traits. But if a mugger tries to get him on the street, well, now I need you to alpha up. So be my man. Right. Or, she wants you to be sort of equal, whatever that means. She wants you to be soft and pliable and vulnerable and emotional and blah, 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 blah. But when you're fucking me, then you got to alpha up and ride me to glory. That's beta with the side of alpha. And the problem with that is like too many guys do that all the time. They try to experiment with that. Like they'll be beta and then they get into a sexist relationship and they try to up the alpha when their predominant character traits are all beta. And when you suddenly do that, when you switch gears, it's never believable. It seems like you're pouting or you're a petulant little child. Well, it's okay. I'm going to be alpha now. Fuck you. I'm the man. Okay. You're the alpha now. Okay. Then you go back to being beta. It's never believable. In fact, if anything, you end up ruining your situation. You end up because you're basically saying you're not actually the guy that you are. Alpha with the side of beta. This is the vulnerability, the only acceptable form of vulnerability. I don't think that there is like a possibility for guys to, because beta male to me anyways is a set of personality traits, whereas for alpha is another set of personality traits. So the problem is like you become incongruent with your predominant personality traits. Now, sometimes that's an advantage. This is the only instance in which I would say vulnerability in a man is at all advantageous. Is when you are so fucking alpha that it is your predominant personality traits and characteristics to be a stoic. It doesn't have to be so. You could be a radical alpha male, right? And then you are tamed by this one woman who can only draw it out of you. Women love this narrative. It's what is it? Beauty and the Beast and Tarzan or Jane. Jane tames Tarzan, the monkey man, right? He's a wild savage, but only she can soothe the savage beast. Only she can like civilize this man. Okay. And so he only does that for her because she's special. She's got some super feminine, magical mystery, juju that works on him. And women love that. It's the stuff of like Disney stories is essentially what it is. So there's the guy who's like, oh, he's like always tough and hard and everything. Sometimes you'll see this in father-daughter relationships in like say Disney or something, but it's more often you'll see it in like there's the savage man who he's uncouth and he's a bad boy, but the woman, only that woman with her feminine wiles, and only her, there's lots of other women, but only that one woman has the magical ability to, okay, yeah, I feel good. Oh, thank you. I love you. It was meant to be, right? That's and so what is that built off? It's built off the dynamic that you are an alpha. You have a predominantly alpha characteristics, but you're only vulnerable very, very sparingly and only with that one woman. And that makes her feel that much more special. So it's not necessarily alpha with a side of beta. It's that you're just showing like you can be slightly vulnerable on given specific instances. And then you go back to being alpha again. Women as a form of game, that is catnip for women. Love every bit of that. You'll see like guys who are like in the military who are like hard asses, like I mean like squad leaders, like seen like real fucking combat, like live ammunition, right? And then you see them with their wives, and their wives will go, he's a big softy. He's really a big softy. Right. He's not. He's like, driven like, K bars into guys' chests and stuff like that. But like, no, he's a big softy. Yeah. What did Justin Waller say? Was it slitting throats and changing babies or changing diapers? The changing diapers part is the side of beta. This conversation is gossip. Who is she talking about? I'm glad you can point. Thank you for pointing that one out, Saralita. Absolutely. Savior of men. Savior of men.
She's not a Christian.
There you go. All right. That's funny. I love it when I'm doing like Access Vegas and like I'll drop one of my, I'm like, FBI, open up! People who are like there's people who watch Access Vegas who never watch this show. And then I'll throw one of these on there and all the people who watch the show, they go, I know that. It's funny as shit. Yeah. Have a good chat today? Yeah, we did have a good chat today. Thank you guys for all showing up. There we go. Who. Yes. Thank you. This pretty much, I think I'm going to change the title to who. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for watching today. I have had the distinct honor of entertaining you for the last 4 hours, almost 5 hours now. I got to kill it before 5 or somebody's going to say, 5 hours. And by the way, for the people who are going to go, oh, I can't believe 4 hours, bruh. This guy really likes to hear his voice. Yeah, because I do it once a week, asshat. Why do people call red pill alpha? Why do people call red pill alpha? None claim that. Yeah, well, it's not. That's the problem. People who are people who don't know anything about the red pill think that alpha is synonymous with red pill and blue pill is synonymous with beta. It is not. They are mutually exclusive, my friends. You can be a red pill beta and you can be a blue pill alpha. Corey Wayne teaches build a better beta. Read his book 10 times. Yeah, I'm sure he does. How's that working out for him? Because apparently all he does is want to talk shit about me these days. I don't keep up with Corey Wayne anymore. If I ever did, maybe once for half an hour. Like what? I don't know. So the thing that gets me, hey, I will give Corey Wayne this. Okay, at the very least, he says my name. I'll give you that. Bravo, you're not a coward. You're 100% wrong, but at least you're not a coward. No, Corey Wayne used to have some good shit. He used to be all about game. I don't know. I guess he threw that away. He's done with it now. So now it's like, well, who's the biggest motherfucker on the prison lot? Oh, Rollo. Let's go throw some punches at him. I hope it saves your brand. That's all I can say. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, blue-pilled alphas. Yes, they are. What do I have? Oh, I got you and Corey Wayne. God, I haven't heard that in a long time. Why don't we talk about Matthew Hussey while we're at it? We're trying to get. I think Mike is setting up for those of you who are curious. Mike is setting up. I won't call it a debate because there's no such thing as debate anymore. But Mike is setting up a discussion between myself and himself, and I think Mac and Murphy, if he can get out to Vegas. I don't know where Macklemore is out of. So, but Mike thinks it's worthwhile to do. So I'm like, all right, if you think I'll do it if Mike's there, because then at least I'll get some like play out of it. Mac and Murphy has a huge following on TikTok, and that's it. Then that should tell you something about Mac and Murphy. I saw his thing with Homath. I think he's by the way, tomorrow. Jesus, why didn't I think of this? Mike is doing an interview with Homath tomorrow. I think it's recorded, so I'll let you know when it drops. But that's gonna be fire, dude. That's gonna be funny as hell. So he's gonna do that. I know that Mike wants to do some sort of, like I said, debate or conversation or whatever with Mac and Murphy. Like I said, you come to Vegas, I'll do it. The challenge is still on the table. Nobody wants to take me up on it. Maybe Mac does. I don't know. Come on out. Let's go. Sam did have a near-death experience. In fact, I think Sam has probably had multiple NDEs, actually. You guys have been off. Gosh, I haven't even, I usually don't, when I'm doing the show, like I kind of come back to the, what was this? Oh yeah. I usually come back through the chat to look at what you guys have been saying, like while I've been like monologuing. Yeah. Yeah, it is. And I'll tell you the thing that was great. Sorry about that. But I think the great thing that about You Are Here is it had such potential. I came back from that and I'm like, I was telling my wife, I was like, I can't wait to go back there again. They have such a great studio. I love the sound set, the stage and the sound sets that they had there. It was awesome. That was the first glimpse I had into how engagement media could like replace commercial television when I did that. And that was in 2021, December of 2021. And I was like, this is engagement media, because and that was probably the beginning of the end for that show, because it was Sidney Watson reading the chats, just naively reading the chats. And she got some super chats about the cuck article that Jack Murphy had written. And that's when he had his infamous blow up and his meltdown, like, fuck you, heartfelt very much, that whole thing. Still remember that? It's 2 years ago. But, and I think that was sort of the beginning of the end for that show, but I felt bad about it. In fact, I called up, I probably still have the communication somewhere, but I hit up Sidney right after that. And I think I either texted her, I DM'd her, and I said, if I'd have known you were going to have him on there, I could have prepped you for it. I could have warned you for that, because really all they really wanted, it was Elijah Schaefer and it was Sidney Watson. And they saw Tim Pool. And they really wanted Tim Pool. Tim Pool is never going to come. He can't leave wherever he is, Washington, D.C. or Virginia, wherever he is. He's trapped. Tim Pool is trapped by his own success. Literally, like physically trapped by his own success. But I think they really wanted to get Tim, or they wanted somebody off of Tim. And so they settled for Jack Murphy, because he was like a semi-regular on Timcast at that time. And they had no idea what they were getting into. And I'll tell you, I think Jack Murphy got too comfortable on Timcast, because they knew not to talk. If somebody threw that chat out there about like his cuck articles and like his lifestyle, his sexual lifestyle, he didn't want that coming out. And so he most likely had Tim like make sure that got like censored in the chat and everything else. But though all bets were off on You Are Here. And so like, what was funny, I think the outrage or the thing that sort of set off Jack Murphy, well, not too hard to do, but the thing that set him off was the fact that she didn't know that. And he's like, you should have known that. Like, how the fuck is she supposed to know? She didn't even know who you are. But he should have, like, Jack Murphy should have had a pat answer, like some response, because he knows that's going to come up. He has to know that's going to come up, or at least back then he should have. He's gone now. There you go. It's not 5 hours yet. I'm only 4 hours and 56 minutes in. In fact, you know what? Just because you said that, I'm going to end the show. Okay. Let's see what else I have to do. I think that's it. I am here. By the way, if you haven't heard already, I'm not going to Kenya this year. We're planning to do it next year in 2024. So because I've got to deal with the dog. I've got to deal with like my wife dealing with the dog. I'm the only one, by the way, who has the strength in this household to pick up a 77-pound greyhound and carry him upstairs and carry him downstairs, because he is still kind of on one. He's getting around better now. Pretty soon he'll be able, like probably next week, he'll probably be able to get up and down the stairs. But be that as it may, I felt like the merch. I felt like the Kenya trip was a little bit rushed. So planning on doing actually a bigger tour, I guess, in 2024. And hopefully I'll get to Turkey to go see Dr. Red Pill, India to go see Deepika Bardashwan, and then I'll hit Kenya after that. So if I can make it all in one round instead of making all these independent trips, that makes more sense. Be that as it may, I will be here. I'm in Reno for the next 2 weeks because we're down for the holidays because we got Thanksgiving next week. And the next Access Vegas show, I believe, is going to be the 7th of December. So look forward to that. And we're working on getting James Sexton on that show or sometime during December as well. James Sexton is in the works. I can have him on the show anytime I'd like. I'm going to be doing some personal interview, like straight across interviews. Like I said, I might do Maya. I might do James Sexton again. I might just have Mike on here just so we have some conversation. I thought it was pretty good. I would love to get in a conversation between myself, Ryan, and Mike Sartain. I think that would be a really good show. So those are just some ideas I have. And this next 2 weeks gives me the chance to finally put the finishing touches on the hardback edition of the 10th anniversary edition of my first book, The Rational Male. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And Wednesday, I am going to be doing Masculine Geeks at 6 o'clock Pacific time, so 9 o'clock Eastern. By the way, if you need personal counseling, when does Rollo do personal counseling? I do a personal counseling Zoom call with people who are on my top tier for my Patreon. If you want to get in on that, I'm doing it tomorrow. It'll be at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern. If you want to get in, just go to my Patreon. The information and the link is right there in the description. You can check it out right there. And then you can join. It's at the $200 level. You get 2 hours once a month. I'm trying to push that up to 4, but I need more people right now. I think I'm at 6 people. I cap it at 25, but it's a holiday, so everybody kind of falls off. So if you want to get in on it, it starts tomorrow. Go get in on it on Patreon, and I'll give you the link, and you can join me tomorrow on Zoom. Look, it's $4.59 right now. Guess what? Bye.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by when over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now and let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again. Can I be in touch for a while? Goddamn, baby, one more again. Could have the best day of my life.
Would you like to know more?
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. While you're screaming my name.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with her head like she's calling you Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
Run me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting messy. Working up and down on your body. Run me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
production of The Rational Man. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2023. Don't steal Ned's stuff.
I don't get no hoes, man.
Be cool. Say, bitch, be cool. Be cool, honey. Say, bitch, be cool. Tell that fucking bitch to chill.